can make myself comfortable one day when I am no longer young. Now the time has come. I have personally and laboriously raised the house, first when breaking it in, and then at the topping out ceremony. Hasn't it turned out well? What am I pleading for now? I'm pleading, don't go. Take the house, but you stay. At least give me the address where the house will be put up once you have taken it, because I have one or more catastrophic relationships with one or more awful men behind me. And now I want to be unruly one last time. Thank you, and sincerely beg you, don't go. Otherwise I've got nothing else left. You can also sell my dear porcelain dolls I've been collecting for years, some of them presents from my old piano teacher. I must call her again sometime, but I don't feel like it. I only feel for you. So you can sell all the dear things if you like, because, as you've been saying for a long time, they only take up space, which afterwards you will make up with me, if only you stay here by my side. You're surely not a man who's afraid of relationships. No, that won't be you, because in this magazine it says that it would express itself quite differently. And you never express yourself at all. You surely won't be the kind of man who admits to having made mistakes and talks about a shared future without there being one. No, that won't be you either. If you like, it's all right by me if you break through that inviting wall over there. It seems just like me to have virtually invited you to do so. It seems like me to be calling to you. I would like nothing more than to cave in. And if I survive that, I would like to marry you, and then I'll be so happy that on the other hand, I could die. We lonely people also like to flee into seclusion, but we are then so happy when, like refugees, we are allowed to come out again, even if only to go to prison. You can smash a hole in the wall with the sledgehammer if you want, even if then the hole doesn't lead anywhere. Do it, just to love me even more. You'll never understand me, but you must not forget me nevertheless, and you can knock down the wall over there right away as well. I don't mind. You don't even need to ask me if you want to do it. Please do it. Knocked out by the effect on my poor wall, I'll sit there, but not for long. Soon I would want to come again, like a child to the Heavenly Father, to whom all children are allowed to come first of all, so that he can give them his kingdom. And you are also very welcome to build a conservatory made of thermoglass onto the garden front. But then, however, one won't be able to get into the cellar any more, because the steps would also have to be walled up. So you'll have to think that over, and look at the plan once again. But instead you can break through a door at the rear, by which you'll be able to come straight into the house. You will, however, be unable to reach the ground floor from the cellar, because you have got rid of the proper door. Where on earth is the architect's plan? I can definitively prove to you that I'm right, only I can't find the plan now. What does it matter? Who needs it? Why do we have to go down to the cellar? And what do we need plans for? We're already fulfilling them before we have them. After all, we found each other without any plan, at a crossroads, quite naturally, simple and natural.
Audible Modern Classics presents Greed by Elfriede Jelinek, read by Suzanne Toren.
Please don't go. Don't go. Something like that crossed my mind as soon as you arrived. I would otherwise have been dismissed too humiliatingly if you had gone away, without giving me the reason. Tell me why. I opened my mouth to my few remaining women friends, and then, after long streams of tears, oh no, now some have got onto this leaf that fell from no tree. It is rather part of what was once tree. I shut up again. I opened myself up in order to experience something, and then I close myself again. It's all a boundless realm, but not my realm. It is the realm of thunder and cries, of the roaring foam and of the clouds falling like atomic mushrooms. No, rising clouds, beneath which the camouflaged lover can proceed resolutely against his enemy, likewise a lover, like him, and claim to have been sent straight from heaven to his partner, with an incomplete address, however. And there's something not quite right about the partner, either, as things stand. But the missing part of the address was completed by the Santa Claus post office. Why, then, is what I do and say not so well received? In short, this vast realm is the realm of converted and detached houses and apartments. So that people will at last be happy, they should now all rise simultaneously from their places to look for their very own way, and then they, after all, just go home, where they can do it with each other in peace and quiet, or with somebody quite different, or have to wait until someone calls up who would like to do it with them. Never mind. They'll always need a house for that. A house keeps its value. A body decays. There are many who are rankled that they don't yet own this or another home. Love and passion can bear simply everything, but they can't get along together. The headwaters of the mountain spring water cover 600 square kilometers. I call that almost boundless. A lover like this man is not boundless. A lover she is, and she should learn it's the best way to start, that if one wants to be happy, there are always boundaries, even if at the moment they still seem to be far away, and that one shouldn't cross them if one really isn't the water in person. Otherwise, sooner or later, one ends up in the swamp, which the water, however, has also made when it had nothing more useful to do. Now such nimble, pleasant creatures live on this treeless terrain. Pleasant, because they are so small, and one usually doesn't have to see them. The plants alone, sweet grasses, reeds, sedges. What is that? Please write to me without delay if you know. Bulrushes and cat's tail to gnaw at. I tell you, a paradise. All these plants are rooted in waterlogged soils, or at least ones that are flooded from time to time. Have I promised you too much when I promised there would be something happening there? Take a look at all of it at your leisure. You can nevertheless not turn into water, or only with very, very great difficulty, but I can understand that is what you want now. You can only become dust for the time being, if you like. You don't have to thank me. I've saved you something there, everything that comes in between, you know. At best, if one is brave enough, one can melt at the sight of another person. What, not the thing for you either? You're more someone for processed cheese slices in the handy tear-strip pack? If you were fluid at last, then many of these creatures would frisk around beside and in you. You would see them at last. You could become a place to spend the winter. What do you say to snow geese and other water-dependent birds of passage? Or would you rather be a breeding ground? Herons, coots, cormorants. You would never be alone again. I can whisper that to you, but you won't hear me. These creatures always cry so loudly. It would be a preparatory exercise, a little bit of a change, to be as sweet as this Claudia Schiffer. You, who in time to come will step in here, there won't be many of you, but I have to tell you that she's the only woman in the world who during this period of time will not be covered up by the rain of self-hatred. Liked by everyone, if I only knew how it's done. But even more, I'd like to know how one manages to look like that. Watch the snow when the sun kisses it. It disappears for sure, but how good it feels at the same time. I'm telling you, it feels like it's in clover. That's exactly how you have to do it. Forget yourself. Only a short time ago you thought you satisfied yourself, not some pictures or other. What picture should human beings present after sport has finally finished with them? There you sat, pedalled away, hopped in a sack, ran as if newborn, fresh off the treadmill and the rowing machine, and you grew hotter, grew tired, careless. Aha! You've forgotten to turn off the stove in the sauna and to bring those legs together that belong together. You brought others together. What? In your health club there's a guy standing there at the juice bar and giving you a wave? Unbelievable. His BMW is already waiting outside? It's incredible. Then you must be under 25, or live near the city boundary, so that if he had come from out of town, it wouldn't take him too far out of his way to drive you home. And exactly there, in the fitness shop, but which is really a people gallery, this exciting man has just turned up, long hair, naked to the waist, short trousers, an isotonic drink is dangling from his waistband, or it's sticking out of his back pocket, and there you've found a man, whom you now have to listen to attentively, a figure bathed in light, and yet to a great extent innocent when it comes to his appearance. That's just what I don't understand. Hard to believe. Well, I don't know what his limit is in weights. Someone to whom you have to listen attentively, whether you want to or not, and although he doesn't even want to talk to you. As he does so, his eyes roam restlessly around the room looking for something better, never really paying attention. Oh dear, a considerable degree of harmony between two people, a good strike rate. Everything is just right. But then he made my thoughts go completely in the wrong direction, a woman says to me now. But I'm not listening to her either. What am I saying? I'm telling you, each time one duly heats oneself up again for life, even if all the vitamins have meanwhile unfortunately been killed off by the frequent reheating, there we sit in all our cause and effect, desperately embracing the other, as if he had ever been even a little hot for one. It's embarrassing for me to say so, but at the moment I find the water and his homes much more wonderful than your feeling, which you wrote to me about yesterday, and which, as I see with some disappointment, is smaller than you made out to me, because you're still alive. At any rate, this feeling is certainly smaller than your apartment. How otherwise, in all its protectedness, could it survive next to you? That's what you would like, isn't it? To be protected? The big one. You won't do it for less. How on earth did this man hit upon me? This woman asks herself, and the one over there, too. She is afraid of being completely alone, because everyone has turned away from her, and above all, she's afraid of having lost a terrible amount of strength with the man, before she will even have got him. Kurt Janisch. If he were human, he would feel sorry that the woman would give up years of her life on the spot for him, because she believes that when he appears, the heavens open. One gets in, but one doesn't get out again. He only wants her house, after all. Yet how small it is beside her feelings. But he doesn't know that yet, and when he does know, it'll be too late. How frail is man, high up on his population equivalent, which he produces, calculated from the daily accrual of commercial and industrial wastewater, which largely does not concern him, and his domestic wastewater, dishes, baths, etc., which certainly does concern him. Why does one not simply go to sleep and dream? I don't know, but thank you very much for showing me this possibility. What is so wretched about me that I can only be used for writing? But still, I'm well out of it compared to you, because such a quantity of feeling can't be described at all. So no one is going to reproach me if I can't do it either. Like many other colleagues, one would have to make do with water, if one wanted to work that out. Fire is okay too, but it eats up too much too quickly. It leaves nothing behind. Water leaves more. It has brought so much along. principally trees, boulders, mud, etc. Love, please, you take over. Otherwise I have to do that as well. Well then, I'll jump right in feet first, because I never look where I'm going anyway. Sweet mistress of language that I am, it loves me at least. Now where's she got to? I can't even hold on to it. Puke. Wretch. Here are a couple of names with which I would like to do that, too. You can think up the names yourself. One of them could well be yours. So far, so good. Without pumping, the water drops through brick conduits and galleries to the city, where it is forced into the the reservoir. We've given our promise, but the reservoir has to keep it without reservation. How should we talk about someone who kills himself, or others, or no one at all, out of love, or for some other reason, which I, because I have to speak, jump after, like an angler with his net when his catch threatens to slip off the hook and escape? We shouldn't allow ourselves to be carried along by happiness, rather by the air under an airplane, or, of course, by our dear water. Please, there it is already, fulfilling its duties, answering the call of nature, which it itself is. Water, of which I ceaselessly talk and sing, that glittering, whirling mass, which after a few lines is already so close to our hearts. Furthermore, water has more solid properties than our feelings. Our feelings say, if you really love me, then you will do that and that and that as well. No talking back. Without much huffing and puffing, the fit country policeman, at the moment not on duty, otherwise he wouldn't be here, continues to set his sinewy legs in front of him, always one after the other, and the forward body always goes a little way ahead, uphill, where one's feet never like to rush ahead. They can't, because the body doesn't want it. It has its own sense of rhythm. Every person has to follow his own body, after all, which is his guiding star in the darkness. He appears on his own stage, the country policeman. But he's so quick that he's hardly appeared before he's disappeared again, and has turned up somewhere else, 2 feet, 2.5 feet, 3 feet further on, not much further, hurrying almost involuntarily, as if this subterranean water was carrying him away on its shoulders. That it can do so, we know. Indeed, this very water here, in this catchment prison, which rumbles underground, and once fumed and foamed above ground, when someone threw something in which didn't belong there. Nevertheless, it was immediately carried away by the tireless force of nature, constantly making unscheduled reappearances, and when we see it, it's as if it had never been gone at all. We always only see it for brief periods of time. Now one only sees, built into the rock, the water's little house, in which it, unfortunately enslaved, yet full of energy, romps around, and which it wants to get out of. No, not out. It wants, as always, to go downhill. Otherwise we would need a pump. And we humans have exploited this quality of plunging water, as we exploit everyone and everything we lay our hands on. Now it has a reason to perform its duty. Soon it will admire on TV the plates and cups of the good-looking neighbor, which were washed up with it, plus a very special liquid, blessed be its name. One spent so long persuading it, yes, still the water, of its usefulness, and now it really does believe in it, and in order to make a career for itself, abstains from loud roaring, rushing, and foaming. These 3 words are good, I think. We'll hold on to them as long as we can, and then recycle them when possible. We mustn't repeat them too often, otherwise we'll be reproached with that too. And if we say it's intended to make all the hard things we have to experience go down smoothly, that it's for an inner creature that in a certain way also has quite a hard time of it, because every time it wants to kill, it gets a pailful over the head or the turned-up garden hose in the face, then once again, no one believes us. For his age, but then again he isn't so old, he's in the prime of life, Kurt Janisch is in very good condition. After all, he trains to stay that way. He's already done his stretches today. He usually does that at home in front of the mirror in his parents' bedroom, perhaps to check whether he's still there in the mirror, which is firmly fitted into the wardrobe which already belonged to his parents. There has to be a mirror in every house, and if it's too small for our height, then a bigger one simply has to be put in. Strange, such a good-looking man, married, R.C., and then he doesn't like to do his stretches in public. Although people would like looking at him, no one would be biased against him. At home, there he likes to look at himself, sometimes endlessly, it seems. So where does this aversion to the unknown, but even more to the people he knows, come from? He always does his running in more out-of-the-way places, all of which he knows in his sleep. He grew up here, after all. Glances turn to follow him, involuntarily, of men and women, under the firs and pines and larches, often glances of strangers, who are on holiday here, and among whom ill humor because of the weather and the people, with whom one can't have a conversation, but who are fitter than oneself, who only has 3 weeks in the year to make a proper go of it, is at all times very much in fashion. But at a table with a decent mid-afternoon bacon snack and a large wine and a couple of glasses of Rowanberry schnapps, good sense soon evaporates and is replaced by senselessness. One can also knock it back at home with a roof over one's head, above all if one's a teetotaler. But, as already mentioned, the country policeman doesn't like the glances of strangers, which he easily takes to be disparaging. To him they're like slaps in the face, which really he should be dealing out. Glances, which make his body inwardly devour itself as if of its own accord in a kind of shame. Yes, that does occur to me repeatedly. Devour. It's really true what the poet said. Shame always outlives one, no matter whether one's inclined to it or not, and inclination's always downhill anyway. There's someone who only wants to be away, cleared away, and yet does everything in order to be there. Someone who wants to plant his house signs in the landscape like totem poles. They are supposed to stand and speak for him, because he doesn't like to do it himself, although women in particular are constantly demanding it of him. Their wish is that through speaking their interesting personality becomes even more interesting, that it will be interwoven as if by a glittering lurex ribbon. Something flashes. What is it? Oh, I see. It's the pullover, not the gold filling. They first want to go through many mouths, women, conduct amusing verbal skirmishes, but then again they want to be stilled when, e.g., someone takes the lips of their vulva in his mouth, sucks them briefly, and then bites them as well, which wouldn't have been at all necessary, but one liked it nevertheless. Yes, please, once again, please, next week as well, and the week after, until nothing more is left of us. That's just what makes it so especially good. That's love. The country policeman would now rather look for a roof under which he would like to go up and down stairs. And the car, it stands on the parking place that goes along with it, or in the garage. The country policeman has covered a large part of the garden in cement for his car, although his wife would have liked to grow flowers there, too. Now only a teeny-weeny patch is left for something so superfluous. The rest is paved over for eternity, even if the Mother Earth below has long been healthy again and would quite like to breathe again. So the country policeman's wife only has this narrow strip left for the flowers. But boy, there the double-blooming garden plants throng together, Deluxe models only. It's something she has achieved by her obstinacy. The patch of garden is her hobby. At the garden center, the grower has all the plants looking 3 times as thick as they would normally be produced in nature. Only in the garden catalog do they turn out like that. Creations of God, notorious for putting a gloss on things. I would not have thought that a civilian, who is not God, can bring forth such plants, but I see it's possible. Nature really puts up with it. Yes, I could love such plants, but they only exist twice, once in the catalog, and once again in the front garden fragment here, so that people can see them. Yes, that's part of it. What do you mean, see? But of course, through the gaps between the fence posts, or over them. A woman is different. A different woman would be different again. This woman wants her work to be admired. She is not the secretive type like her husband, quite the reverse. She's happy that she can make a fuss about her garden, which her women friends admire, which, however, she is not allowed to have. She only has neighbors. Her husband doesn't like to see her gossiping with them, nor does he like to see what others see or have, precisely because they have it and he doesn't. He prefers to see, if it's true, that this woman is clinging to her possibility of existence, or whether perhaps she would let go if one talked her into it. He doesn't want the consequences. He's so mistrustful he doesn't even trust the sunbeams, which descend on his wife's garden like an army, one that doesn't destroy, but brings fruitfulness. Yes, that's where it rises, the dear sun, over there. Go on, take a look, it's free. But put on tinted glasses first. Not a speck of weed between the larkspurs and the columbines, which both equally look as if it isn't really them. To me, they look like rare orchids. How does the woman do it? She could win prizes, but she wouldn't be allowed to, unless they were paid out cash. This garden is like a wonderful silk cloth, precisely woven in the most marvelous colors, so beautiful, just fantastic. In front of it, a solid gate, at the sight of which one would prefer to get lost in order to be saved by it. Others would like to be transparent, so as to be able to ooze through the fence and have time to read the notices, which were stuck into the ground beside the plants. Where on earth did Mrs. Janisch buy them? With the husband, nothing would be any use. Although he's not really shy. It is as if his body were a language, which he himself has first of all laboriously to learn, while others already know it. There are others who sometimes even speak themselves as a foreign language, and then they don't understand themselves any more. But it doesn't bother them, because occasionally they like to find out something new about themselves, and regret that it will never be in the papers. They say to themselves, "How could I have married this or that woman?" They wake up between the legs of someone whom they've only just met, these brave people. Today they are in charge. Yes, indeed, these decent, hard-working, and competent people have become a power in the land nowadays, and I wouldn't like to get in their way if I were you. I think I might be able to do it, unless you were sitting in a shiny Jaguar, like the one which the new Minister of Justice would like. And I would like, too. Gone, all gone. The minister is already gone, too, and a new one took his place. The country is called Austria. Get to know it properly, or get lost. The country policeman, at any rate, always knows where, but not who, he is. Instead, women want to get to know him better and even better. He wouldn't care. Their building plan would be enough for him. Then nothing would be unfamiliar to him any more. Nothing would have to be fought against any more. One could offend everyone, and one wouldn't even make enemies. Everyone would be like us. Like us. The country policeman thinks little or a great deal, depending on whether it's necessary. But he doesn't say much, and if he does, then his mouth moves as if held in place by a steel bracket. That's how greatly he restrains himself when speaking. He can hardly get his mouth open, not even for a greeting. Can it be that women find something like that really so interesting? Because they don't listen properly to what he says, and in no time at all he can rise to be their hero, and not a zero. Well, it's a rhyme, if not a good one, because heroes never have to say anything and can just hit one in the mouth. Perhaps. They know how to speak, at any rate. That's something that women can already do. They don't need any previous knowledge for that. They manage it, even if they've never gone to the University of Life, which one begrudged them, because they had one or more brothers, who in turn would have died in the hell of dissatisfaction if they hadn't been allowed to study. They never finished it off, studying. But look, this woman here managed it under her own steam. How peacefully she carried on her modest dealings for decades, playing the piano. What do I know? She had already conquered heaven before she showed up here, and brought heaven with her to fit it into the jigsaw of the mountains in exactly the right place. Well, here it also has fresh air right down to those lying at the foot of the mountains as well, who all wear sturdy Geusel boots, which, as the name suggests, come from Bad Geuseln, as do only a few of the chosen of this world. It's a small place. We can't all come from there. Only little Jörg H., he can. Back to heaven. First, this woman had been looking for heaven for a long time. Probably she mislaid it, but that's precisely what it isn't, a floor. And now, hardly has she found it, she has immediately invested it in a certain person. Unfortunately, he too has meanwhile got lost, without the woman having noticed. This man, and in a way world peace, and in many ways music as well, and reading. Her hobby, these things had all been the stuff of her life. Now it is nothing but this man alone. Patience, I'm running too far ahead. I'm not going to reveal my whole army to you already. It stands on clay feet anyway, but not in China. What does patience mean? Everyone's already gone to sleep. Why did I start sticking the twigs and flowers on it, which were caught by chance in my camouflage net, so that you wouldn't see everything at once, which you've seen coming, and now you've turned me off. A flick of the wrist was enough. Before I could get around to the business with the apprentice, and Mürzzuschlag, and you could talk and smile about my many earlier remarks, which today I bitterly regret. I hear music. It's like my wasted life. One hears it from far off, the music of life, and a moment later it's faded away again. I can't do any better, unfortunately. At least, be quiet when you get up, and go home. Any book lying there will be able to do it better. They often cling to him, women to the country policeman, like the members of a society which has a code of honor. Stick at it. But he always makes a particular pre-selection, this man, before there's real fun and games with the women beneath the foaming clouds, before a thunderstorm, behind the dance floor, up on the rocky slope where the last fruit trees are almost lost amidst the boulders, and, startled by the first frost, shed their fruit before it could ripen. The women who have left their cars on the windswept lower mountain parking lot, here there's a panoramic view, and further up another one, where in the wind the flags crackle, and throw themselves into the mountain wind, who crouch down among the dwarf pines to answer nature's call, except when they can hear someone, at the same time panting in fits and starts, because they're not used to such a gradient. In short, these women have become ripe for love, without yet having found the pleasure of harvest, which is what they themselves are. these red-cheeked commanders who have lost their whole army, on their way ahead, doggedly, to the peak. They nod to every passing hiker, a little shyly, almost embarrassed, and no one notices that there's only one whom they mean to see, who has sent them a special summons for today. Now they want to comply with it, so that he can look important, which appears neither advisable nor necessary to me, because ultimately they will lose everything, instead of getting even one bouquet. There's no doubt about it. There's one man they particularly like, but they don't admit it, the women. He's a country policeman by profession. They shouldn't do it, commit themselves to this person's charge of all people, and sign on the bottom line as well, so that they may be bound accordingly at any time in an oath of disclosure, by which they swear Jesus appeared to them and told them that they will certainly find happiness with this man, with him. They only have to renounce all others. Such men have already arrested mothers of small children at red lights and simply abandoned the children to the traffic and nothingness, the rattle of the salvos of headlights on the wet asphalt. And if they throw themselves into his arms, although I've warned them, the women, then they should at least finish it before the glue is dry. But in his place now, the wall on which they wanted to hang his picture is vanished, simply gone. Their affection should turn to disaffection, I think, while they still have time. Unfortunately, it's again and again enough for the women that they're given a feeling. Afterwards, they can no longer tell whom they showed it to. In any case, suddenly it was gone. Who had it last? Unfortunately, I can't remember that any more now. No matter, the relationship carries on. The tensions with the family also grow. One is called unstable and doesn't know why, because he's the one as sure as night follows day. One doesn't doubt a love and doesn't entertain a suspicion. There is someone who reads her and doesn't even have to turn her over, because he already knew her inside out. One day it could be too late. How often have I written this sentence, and it's still good. It's indestructible, the sentence. Unfortunately, I always have to say when it's too late. This time I can't say so yet, but I have a bad feeling. Well and good. Here's my clock right in front of me. Writing. That's taking a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Silly cows, women, all of them. Above all, the educated ones. At least I'm not one of them. As a man I once met who specialized in deceitful promises of marriage personally assured me. But they squander themselves precisely because they think it's all too late for them. Who would promise marriage if he could also get on the train without it, and get away with other people's anonymous savings bank books, you see? And these are people for whom the train would even wait. Not the other way round. Instead of women in their maturity beginning to save and to be economical. Every decent liter of wine knows that it improves with age, and, roughly, how much it will cost. Do you know what a care home will take off you? You and everything you own as well, and your children have to pay the rest, who will be up in arms that they have to raise so much money. What, you didn't know that? One can't really say squander with respect to these women. They rashly expend themselves, but at the same time want to hold on to themselves, and even pocket a juicy profit, because they've still got a couple of things to take care of in future, intimate care included. Things which they believe someone needs. First locked up, then cared for by staff in white coats. That's what we needed. The country policeman is always all ears for himself. He has nothing and no one else. He needs no one. Everyone gets what they deserve. But you say stubbornly they're not getting what they deserve. Just feel for a moment, or listen. Not even money is so self-seeking that it could simultaneously expend and hold on to itself. It casts out a little beyond itself. What is it, like a fishing line? Is that not a goldfish on the line, still as agile and amusing as in the old film of the same name? Never mind, whirring and unreeling itself, it races across the countryside, this female self. Yes, now I see that it's a proper self, which only in recent years, since there's been a special ministry for it, now unfortunately done away with, has been used to making decisions of its own, and was even encouraged to do so by the newspapers. And then it does catch on, and decides in favor of one who's caught its eye, where it's an irritation and causes tears to flow, and bit by bit he destroys everything again. He doesn't even need an argument to do that. It's enough for him to be there. "I'm fighting to get you," says the woman. "No thanks, that would hardly have been necessary," says the man. He's someone who quietly makes his contacts: houses, property, gardens, apartments. He's not been very successful so far, but in a very short time he will perhaps nevertheless rise to be the hero of a whole fleet of houses. On his steamer, there he'll be admiral. Traces of blood in the stairwells? We'll wipe them away. What does it matter? Traces of sperm in pubic hair that belongs to a dead woman? Oh dear, we should have thought of that beforehand. It would have been a good idea, when we squeezed quite lightly on the nerve center, situated at the bend of the river of the carotid arteries, of a desperate girl. What if we left behind usable DNA material, like the single hair in the case of the notorious pencil murder of St. Pölten, which perfectly matched a particular person? No, because we no longer know how the hair found its way into the files. Since this time no intercourse took place, we needn't have any worries in that respect. This time only her mouth and his hand moved slowly over her throat. Several women have already disappeared in this area. I just wanted to say that. No one knows where they got to. A new age is starting, and once these women, too, made a new start, going somewhere. Hitchhikers, mountain walkers from other countries, a widow who lived alone. I've no idea where they all are now. Once a skeleton was found in the forest, which had a woman's stocking wrapped around its neck. A lot of it had been dragged off by animals. There was too little left for the forensic doctor. The hair on the skeleton's head, traces of it, like the faded color of a lioness, no idea to whom the hair belonged. A human being is kept upright by energy, and in this case, or another one, that has now been switched off. Wasn't hard at all. But before that, only 3 days before, then, e.g., this desperate woman, her head thrown back, had her cunt clamped round a cock, as if she never wanted to let it out again. What did it lead to? Ultimately, it led out again. Such a feeling of love. She had really got hold of a mousetrap there, this young woman. The man under her couldn't get out of his car seat. He almost got into a panic. First, she gently guided him into her, and then he thought he wasn't going to get out again, as if she wanted to clutch at a strange, quite new possibility of existence. That's how furiously that evening she threw herself on him, who is in reality inviolable, and set herself on that thing, which, as ever with him, was standing straight up. No chance of resistance. The woman launched herself at him, pulled out his cock without further ado, and used it as a guiding thread inside her. Yet when it was inside, yawning emptiness. Where can a person find his personality, if he doesn't have one, to fill the gap? Then strangers often have to fill the gap, and pay a high price for doing so. And if these strangers don't want to pay, then one has to add on something oneself. You can die doing it. That is the law of pornography. even if one can't read. Out and in, and after a couple inches, it's curtains again. It doesn't go any further. It could possibly go better. Every door can do it with me, every pencil in my breast pocket, so why shouldn't the two of them not manage it with one another? With the man, it didn't perhaps happen quite voluntarily. He didn't have any great expectations, I think. But young flesh is a party which cannot be so easily ignored, as when, for example, it puts in a noisy appearance in crowds for Mr. Haida, and it wants to have music, too. Most, however, play their music against this gentleman and have fun that way. Later, we wiped out the young woman's vagina with a rag from the trunk, and this rag will surely have left behind fiber traces. We simply threw it into the bushes. But a couple of miles further on— no, unfortunately, we dropped it where we happened to be standing. Oh, if only we could remember. If only we hadn't been so lazy. To get rid of the rag, that would have been better, so that no impression of the indescribable stupidity of the wrongdoer would arise. There are already a whole number of tempo handkerchiefs lying around there, which are quite stiff from everything they've already had to swallow in their lives. But the most important piece of evidence in this tangle of pubic hair would certainly be these stupid fibers. What use are they, when the cloth that goes along with them cannot be matched with a human being that goes with them? They are of use when the sperm adhering to them can lead to an arrest, if, after mass screenings, it can be assigned to a particular man. And with the secretions, which are adhering right next to it, one can then also lay hands on the woman, who was firmly tied up in her plastic sheet. Wait. No, we've got the woman. It's only her murderer we haven't got yet. Well, I think they'll know immediately who the woman was. Her photo is still pinned to the poles everywhere. Apart from which, everyone here knows her. The man, therefore, must go back to the scene of past pleasure, if possible even before shop-closing time and the body being found, and search the bushes. The rag has to be disposed of somewhat further away. And who knows, perhaps there are older traces, on paper, which point to him, to manual use by the country policeman. It's no fun. The man will have to root around there in the dirt, pick up the rag, and get rid of it. Otherwise his colleagues would take this rag to the laboratory. The man is tired. He's run out of juice. No. Not quite yet. I can hardly believe it. His cock is almost sticking out of his fly again, like an inquisitive child. If he only thinks about it, about all the women, and what it's done with them, and what it still wants to do. It seems to have liked it. It wants to know what became of this girl, by whom it was mischievously, almost shamelessly handled. But it knows. This man is incorrigible. No efficient planning and decision-making structure applies to him when he follows his cock, which would like to harden and attach itself in someone, but doesn't have its own hook. At some point, the women fall away, and then he falls out of them. Every night, as he falls asleep next to his wife, lonely and alone, he shakes his penis, his maypole, which is allowed to remain standing all year long, and there's still something hanging at the top. Astonishing. To the man, it's as if this shaking passes over into his sleep. It must be so, because at some point there's peace, when sleep at last also condescends to catch sight of the tireless ones. Now we've painted such a nicely deviant pattern of behavior on the wall. I can't bear to part from it. One can collect as much information about people as one likes, but the police, the investigators, see principally what they get their hands on, but never more than the surface. The rest is for the refuse collection. The police psychologist, with his lopsided profile of the criminal, really should go back to art school and produce a new one. The outcome of the search, the dead woman we've found. Wait a moment, we don't have her yet, but we'll soon bring her in. Yet the core fantasy that triggers the killing, unfortunately, we can't find that, because we don't know where at all we should look for it. This man is wild, but left to his own devices, others have a room with sport and hobby apparatus instead, and are also content with that. It's no wonder that the psychologist can paint this room for us at any time. The room really needs it, too. Here's a man who since childhood has been engrossed above all else in his feces, but understandably he doesn't make a show of it in public. He's not a dog, after all. And so we can't observe him live. No camera would stay with it. And they are simply there always and everywhere. A pity. We've never seen anything like that. But soon we'll have a new TV program instead, in which the murderers will be allowed to have their say. Then a childhood is marked by the death of an alcoholic mother. The interpretation is risky, however, since everyone here boozes, though not all with the same consequences. But the son's skin, stamped blue all over by this creeping death, will never be found again. Only slipperiness will be found, and cold, and rejection, and hunger. But after something else, no idea what, and a sticky rag will be found, not, however, what was lying underneath it. The big roll of plastic will fit one woman like a glove, as if she had been poured into it. It seems the forest floor alone was under the unimmaculate cloth. Nothing else. You know, something terrible happened, and already the memory of a dead woman is linked to weeping which never ends, with fear of darkness, and right next door a woman has died again, not quite voluntarily, not of love, but nevertheless. It wasn't her fault, but she had become party to the invisible struggle of a furiously nail-biting consciousness against its owner, who is likewise a kind of anxiety-biter. He snaps before there's even any need, so that later on nothing else can happen to him. The nipples and labia of several women know all about that. They can make a discordant song of it, but they don't necessarily sing it at the choral society, but off the marked piste, and so one knows nothing of the other. It seems to me that as a result, this man I'm talking about is all the more concrete, also more alive to the women he meets. They think they know where they are with him. They have felt love's hot breath, the desire of hot teeth, and this crescent-shaped bite proves it to them in case they've forgotten. My God, how it hurts now. Earlier I didn't know yet that it was going to hurt so much, when I tenderly asked for it. Except these women appear to confuse the house of their body with something that is decidedly more permanent, solid stone, or made of the more dainty insulation bricks. Not bad either. They can't compete with that. A matter of taste. So they have to hand over their little house, oven-ready, so that it can be done up at last, so that washing can flutter outside, but not their washing, flutter as cheerily as a song that can go round the world all by itself. One only needs to turn up the radio. One would rather be turned on oneself. The wounds have to be disinfected and cooled down with bags of ice. That's what happens when one holds the head of someone desperate to one's breast. Either he cries until he gets terribly on one's nerves, or he right away bites you. Someone who owns nothing will at least be interested in their property, if in nothing else, think these women, and how gladly they would immediately like to give away themselves and all their property as well, so that they will very soon awake in the light, in the wonderful light of love that pours from a person who has swallowed, no, not a pot plant, but a pocket lamp. And he is now her son. For the men, they would be the filling in the Swiss roll, so to speak, so light, so fine, with their property wrapped around them, and in which they have wrapped the man. Tasty. That's how they imagine it, until the women no longer know where they are at all, and they suddenly have to dispatch themselves to a lawyer to have it explained to them, and to see who or what, if anything at all, comes back to them after a while, after attested by a notary, they have surrendered their property to someone who will not have been worth it. Doesn't matter. It was worth the property. Now they are. No one. Alone. Now the lawyer is supposed to rescue them. No, that he can never do. The signature is already standing there and absent-mindedly filing his nails. Yes, anyone who takes offense at the pleasures of others puts himself at the mercy of a bad mood, my dear Madame Piano Teacher. And there it is already, the rotten mood. The country policeman knows how to treat women, my God. This person, alone on the dusty road, in the window frame of a rented apartment, she should really be quite herself in her yawning, impatient disgruntlement. So she's been stewing long enough now the telephone really should be ringing. Oh, it's you. How nice. Where are you? The whole time she's been looking for herself, but actually for someone else who understands her, and then she'll know who she is. A ton of books with signposts right next to her bed. Where will we set them all up? And so now she's found herself at last. No wonder that it took so long, because she has found herself, of all things, in another, where she had not expected herself to be at all. That's how one becomes important. Ring-a-ding-ding, now show me the golden ring, says the alarm clock. Time to get up. High time. Life is here now and is about to kick down your door. You've signed the request form for life at the notary, Gertie, Andrea, Karin. Good. So, now the women know again what's supposed to be in their petition, worked out down to the smallest detail, which they will soon withdraw again. It should have worked one way or another, but it didn't work out. For years there have been rumors, even in the county town, that one time or another the country policeman is supposed to have tried something on the side and then on the other side, but who's going to check up on it? One doesn't check up on colleagues, even if one doesn't really like them. He can't have had much success if one looks at his debts. Why does he have to buy so many plots of land? He's already got one, his wife's. A name is mentioned, I don't know which, and where a meeting could take place, at which this name was mentioned. A rock is a resistance, which it's no effort to climb. But the lack of resistance of these women, no, I don't believe it. They even leave their garden gate open, which is only 2.5 feet high anyway, just so that at last they can begin to love. Every day they are the latest special offers again, simply because they are something quite special. Anybody who didn't want to spend too much money would grab them right away. But what they promised at the beginning was already the end, as if love could not have climbed over if it had really wanted to get in. The women have lost their appetite now. Today they have again summoned so much spirit out of the bottle, and now they want to be carried off on the spot, as a bloom is caressed by the sun, as softly, and the main thing is, as quickly. Best of all, immediately. We have to beat the sun to it. It always goes away just when the flower is feeling happiest. They want to look for food themselves, the women, an ancient male privilege. But they shouldn't do themselves harm, the silly things, whose personal best time so often appears to be achieved only in death, when 1 or 2 people stand around their bed and don't know what they're supposed to do. Yes, the sun shines too. That's their aim. That's what they're working towards. The more strength the women put into their lives, the more strength they will lack later, in the care home in Mallorca, where meanwhile, of course, their language, the language of money, would be spoken if they had been able to keep any of it, of the money. Their searching is like silently getting up and going home. But they stay a little longer. Dust furniture, knick-knacks, pretty little somethings, all superfluous. It all slips through their fingers. But now they really don't need anything but love anymore, because they don't have anything else. I ask you, do you need anything? And this was how you answered me. With finding oneself, is how they answered me. They must have lost themselves somewhere. Where could it have been? In order for them to be able to pull themselves triumphantly together and throw themselves into someone's jaws again. Some sauce, please. Why should we interfere with their goals? After thousands of years, women in general have at last grown up and make their own choice from the menu, and they choose, well, what? They choose themselves, and that in someone quite different whom they don't really know at all. He's like me, they think. He's not like Walter or Gerhardt, who mean nothing to me. Then they might as well have just held on to themselves. But this attitude will really never be able to tempt women into moving somewhat more prudently. But it isn't necessary. They know where their purses are kept. Here I can see all the more clearly, fearfully, that something is going to happen. I see it before my eyes, in my little workshop, where my work is being wrought now, and without any heat. I manage without warmth. It's all alone and so very small, I can't throw it into the fire yet. I have already hinted to what class of people this man belongs. That is, he belongs in no class at all. He belongs back in the kindergarten of humanity, where he, like us, should actually have been brought up. But his teacher was baffled by him. There sits a schoolboy who doesn't say anything, although he's been asked a question. A smack in the face, quickly, the way one chops wood, so that something comes out at last. But nothing comes out. Only a creature briefly flutters up, because it has been disturbed, but it right away settles down again. The lad still refuses to learn, although we've advised him how he could do better, because we're sorry for him, and add, well, that's another fine mess. We really wouldn't like to know what's going to become of him. But now we know, whether we want to or not. A country policeman. A childhood memory suddenly rose and immediately fell again. We'll first have to digest this memory. Now the country policeman walks briskly ahead of a woman, trotting lightly like a wolf, across the mats, where hayricks will soon stand. He can write more than just his name. He can draw something up so that a notary can make a fair copy of it, whereas I have an unfinished manuscript on a screen in front of me, which glows, it's true, but only illuminates a small part of my brain at once. The country policeman, however, has the overview, and keeps it in mind, too. He always keeps everything. The name of this person counts more or less. That is, where it stands at the moment, on the promissory note he has issued, all he can do is keep his fingers crossed. But the man knows where he can get something. There's hope yet. If there isn't, then I could stop at last. You've said it. Don't you see it? This body I can see in front of me. I could almost take an interest in it myself. My eyes want to see something indecent, and my hands want to attack something indecent and play around with it. And then, unfortunately, I always want to say something unmentionable. How embarrassing, even if only for me. Not so fast. My room has to be tidied up first. I can't let anyone see it. Yes, this body which we're going to keep running with, this arrow taut against the desolate sinews of the landscape. And he is supposed to have become the prize of this woman? No. Personally, I don't believe it. I thought it was she who had become the prize. One day she'll eventually wake up, and then bingo. But she doesn't win anything. At some point, one day it's payday, when the bank statements drop as deep as the unfathomable ocean. Except with a balance one can fathom why it is so low at present. It won't be her day, thinks a woman, but her time will nevertheless have come. Then he'll get a divorce and marry her in order to get the remainder from her as well. She believes it. She is imbued with this conviction. She wants to give him a very affectionate answer, very softly in his ear, for this party of her lifetime. But he isn't there. At last he'll listen to her for once. Yes, the time has come. Her answer isn't enough for him. It's not concrete enough for him, not adult. He tells her loudly, "Do grow up." In a moment he'll be raging noisily on the street again, because the door will be locked, but not seriously. To the woman, it's as if he's always sending her back into the corner, although she even had years of musical instrument tuition and, perhaps out of revenge, even gave some herself. But she is unable to play this instrument. The greater her love for him, the smaller and more insignificant she feels. Often when she catches sight of herself in a mirror or reflected in a shop window, she finds it impossible to grasp that he is with her, and that it is her. I? Another? Don't I hear pounding live beats as an accompaniment there? Please not. Do I have to listen to them as well, even though I only know the classical music of life, like the woman I'm talking about, and who likewise loves only classical music? Unfortunately, it doesn't mean anything to the country policeman. In a self-analysis, he would say, if he could, "This woman is completely fascinated by me. I radiate an inner strength, which she has always longed for. How nice for me. It's a real gold mine." No, this man is like no other I know. Perhaps he's like the sea or the mountains. I know them too, but only superficially. The mountains a little better. One can at least build on them, if they don't throw themselves away first. Here building has been forbidden by the Countryside Commission and 200 other organizations. One is only allowed to trample around on the mountain soil if one is a summer sportsman, or a winter sportsman, or an all-weather sportsman. The mountains simply belong to everyone. Only in heaven will we conquer them. The country policeman belongs to this educated and charming and attractive and active woman alone, as she hopes. She wants at last to find an inner home and shelter. That's crazy. She can throw him alive into boiling water for all I care, and jump in after him, and once he's heated up, eat him up inclusive of core and stalk, or whatever it is she wants to do with him. I've held her back long enough in order to adopt her cause. Let her gobble him up, and in return present him with all the dishes and the house that goes with them. She will be digested by him and disappear without a trace. I can see that already. He turns to her, as he always does. It takes quite an effort on his part. He tends always to turn away from a person. As a child, only bedwetting, and he didn't really want that either, accompanied him for a long time, like an annoying pet that won't go away. Wait a minute. Where has the woman got to now? She hasn't gone to make another coffee, has she? Doesn't she know what to do with her time? He quietly follows her and studies her like a schoolboy, as if she were a text, which one has to learn in order to make the grade, and that is always property, property, property. The party he supports says so too. It tells its supporters that they clearly stand out from the others and deserve everything and more of what they have and still want. Except the members of Parliament shouldn't earn more than 60,000 shillings a month, but that no longer applies now either. Property can become a nice hobby, but one has to train really hard with the tax office in order to keep some of it. This man here should be properly acknowledged by me as a student. Main subject? Live, but don't let live. As student of the University of Life, if you like, because he knows what matters, the quiet values. Property. Or have you ever heard a house speak, except through party noise and TV from an open window? What appears easiest to us, this man finds difficult. To be a human being, so say the poets, who have understood nothing but want to talk all the time themselves. Well, the High Commission of Curtains is closed now, so that one doesn't notice right away that official business is being conducted here. This man, therefore, is a fellow student, but one who doesn't really want to learn anything. Nothing from nobody. That one can buy dolls in a sex shop, whose bodies look in a way unappetizing. Well, the head's okay. That while masturbating one can pull a plastic bag over one's head and tighten it at the throat till one almost pops off, and then one pops up again, the bag abruptly, suddenly open, please don't forget that, and there's our orgasm, which we once had and have missed for some time now. There it is again, stronger than ever before, stronger than with any woman, stronger than any arm. We had begun to believe we won't get one at all anymore. But the shelves are full. Every poor man wants to be rich. That is just as natural a phenomenon as the fact that one can introduce all kinds of things into one's asshole, both small and surprisingly large objects. That, however, one has to do with the other hand. One hand is supposed to tighten the bag. So one hand always knows what the other's doing. He goes to the hairdresser once a month, the country policeman, to get a haircut. Today is not that day. A conviction abruptly pervades him, unexpectedly. He then wanders through the territories of idleness. Nothing. He wanders through the territories of his job. There he has often struck lucky. While driving, women make mistakes out of carelessness, absent-mindedness, or incompetence, and already the country policeman has them by the skirt and doesn't let go again, if they're to his taste, and he has got hold of their address. How quickly they consent, and more as soon as he has unpacked them. It was the handy packaging with the thread "pull here" which opens even the most buttoned up. He stirs up a fire in them. The bodies can be thrown away, the heads one would keep, so that one can make sure that they don't talk incessantly, the women. They are real gold mines. They immediately offer him traveling expenses, gifts, them themselves, then the rest as well. In return, they want to build on him. The same thing he has in mind with them, except that he also wants to get hold of what they've already built. What appears difficult to us, to destroy someone and obtain a cement collar in order to reliably sink the booty to the bottom, this man takes all that for granted, if you please. That's what he's there for, and he wants to put himself in every other place as well, which at the moment, unfortunately, is still occupied by another body. One or more rooms in one or more houses. Squeezing into the bodies of strangers, that's good too. Then only oneself is left over. A bird which, hoarsely crying, scrambles around on a corpse and doesn't know where the eyes are now, which it wanted to pick at first, so that the dead, with whatever senses, could no longer distinguish him. He wants to remain unobserved, the man. It didn't, unfortunately, work with his dead mother. He must still succeed. But then he would like to get into everywhere else as well, squeeze in order not to let go of himself, to be by himself and to stay that way when he inflicts his wounds, of which others with small twitching body parts always die, after they have watched anxiously for a month, for years, what is to become of this child. If someone looks at him like that, the country policeman would rather eat himself up, so that nothing, not even himself, is left to be seen. Only a house, another house, and another house. House proud. Then, at least, he would be gone. What kind of man can he be? He is like an angel with inner eyes. No, not an angel looking backwards in case someone is standing behind him with a stone. His muscles and sinews don't know why they are inserted into a thin but firm nylon skin, which can contain simply every body shape no matter where it leads. But not for long. In a moment it will clutch a tuft of hair again and pull everything attached to it to the ground. Exactly the same thing will happen to this suit. There was a very similar one in the advertisements for holidays in Austria, encoded, however, otherwise no one would have put up with it. The suit. Here we are shown the population in the dress of the country, and all the things it gets up to. Sport, please take over. But the whole population has been locked up in its clothing, so that it can't get out and do any harm, As so often our population, oh dear, too late, now it's out, now it's out. An endless mountain panorama in the background, which is supposed to represent the boundlessness of this, in fact, rather small, plump land. We've meanwhile given up this goal again. People don't want to visit us anymore. But yesterday on TV, they showed us the new ski suits for the World Championships, and we were all annoyed at the way they looked. I saw nothing but shininess and lightning flashes. My eyes were dazzled. In history, boundless crimes. In the present, boundless pleasure on the high crags to which the paths lead, so that we can look down on the others, paths on which we sportswomen and sportsmen can roll or slide around. We are the party, which is the only one to let us join. We are the party, which we have already joined, because we are who we are, and not anyone else. The rumble of thunderstorms is approaching now. We are all in the dark about ourselves, but to make up for that our conscience is clear again at last. It wouldn't have had a chance against this weather anyway, which we didn't ask for, which was given to us as a present, and which now only harms us as far as the strangers are concerned, because today it's coming for the third day in a row. Thunderstorms, rockfalls, hail, avalanches. Who will keep the children in the Alpenrose pension occupied until it's fine again? How wonderful, altogether elevating, after the mountains have risen up against us, when we are at last allowed to enter the mountain refuge, and the landlady hands us the strong hunter's punch, the parson's nose, the smoked ham rolls, while outside the world public walks past and ignores us instead of dropping in. It's on its way quite without trousers, the world and its organs, without sweatshirt, and even without walking shoes. We bought them all. We chose them from the catalogue. That's the way we like to see the world, naked, bare, and dumb, so that we can again and again lead it up the garden path. We're somebody again. But which somebody? We are a European, fallen from heaven like the first sunbeams, which are now coming out at last. We have done so much and more to make it happen, that the foreigners will be happy and be our friends. But it was worthwhile. The civilized nations have taken to us again. Well, thank you very much. He is otherwise something of a disrespectful man, the country policeman, and so he demands all the more respect from the young recruits. He doesn't care about anything except this house, this one and that one, too. I should explain that in greater detail now, but it's not necessary, because anyone can put himself in the same situation and immediately sign a savings agreement with a building society. But I don't know. There's something... It's better not to visit people like that. They always only serve themselves, perhaps because they're stingy. That means that people who join up with them always have to live in reality and are not allowed to dream. Someone who one day falls in love with them is soon looking anxiously at them. Where have all the dreams gone? Such people can always hold on to themselves, even if they briefly give themselves away, or rather, lend themselves out. It only looks as if they were expending themselves and spoiling others with their presence. We've got plenty of time. It only takes half an hour of my time. But not this one, to explain it to you in greater detail. You're yawning. You've heard it all before. I know. Even the country policeman's trainers are of the opinion, with respect to the rocky ground, which they briefly but firmly touch, that everything on and over which they climb belongs to them. We take care of our homeland, and we like to keep it under control, and these are brand-name shoes, even if I got them a little cheaper. Oh, a little herd of chamois. There are even 2 kids with them. How nice, about 10 yards vertically below the gravel path. They don't crush anything at all under their hooves. How lightly these animals, whose bodies appear so heavy, jump from a rock on their thin little legs. We look enviously above our allied walking and trekking shoes, at the same time trampling a couple of tufts of grass at the edge of the path, where a short time ago they were still found alive, so that the animals could eat them. High above, a pair of buzzards, crying loudly, so that the little animals can disappear in time, who still have to live off their winter fat and are keeping themselves upright with their last reserves of energy. The district has become noticeably lonelier since the springs can no longer be marveled at on the surface. We've been struck by that. For that reason, as well as for others, tourism has declined considerably. Many have got alarmed about it. What's happening to our attractions? Where are the foreigners? Why don't they come? Are we being boycotted by our own guests? What have we dished up here? We've dished up the same as usual, haven't we? Schnitzel, chicken, sugared pancakes. The mountain, which is one thing that doesn't consist of food, we're not the land of cocaine, or are we? Or are we nothing else? Has been locked up long ago. But it can easily be unlocked. Like an envelope, which anyone can tear open to read what message the landscape has, and the one over there, too. The message is different for each person, and so it's no problem to recall the messengers, our ambassadors. We are not to blame for anything. That's accompanied by loud music on the radio. And those who remain are already more elderly fellow citizens and prefer to walk around on the plain, look up in astonishment at the snow-covered peaks, take photographs, and turn themselves into a reference work, which inns in the valley serve the freshest trout straight out of the stream. We'll go there afterwards and open the filler pipes. Come on in. All right, but here's the path already goes up into the mountains. It's not my fault. It's better if you just stand still. Snow on the felling areas higher up in the forest, on these breaks between the trees down which the avalanches raced with particular abundance this winter. It is now late spring. Spring comes rather late here anyway, and still correspondingly cold. The noise of the inn died down long ago. Here at last, in the more low-lying parts, agriculture and forestry used to be carried on, but now an eternal water-use ban has dawned. Further down there is a catchment basin, but you won't catch anything. It is the area, measured horizontally, which is bounded by watersheds. Yes, shedding can hurt. In between, there's the water, one hopes likewise permanently separated from us. Sports which are kind to nature are always welcome, but others not. Absolutely no mountain bikes, strictly forbidden. This poet doesn't want them, and I don't either, but can't say it as nicely as he can, who would like to kill the poor cyclists, who would also just like to have fun. But running or walking, that's okay, isn't it? No, the poet has nothing against that. Although every step crushes approximately 1,000 insects, a mighty spectacle, which is unfortunately also coming to an end, but only if one were as small as this ant here. There you are. Its time is already up. That wouldn't be any good for us, being crushed underfoot. Nothing is grown here any more. Here there is no chemical treatment for plants, and the plants, of course, look as one might expect, somehow wild, tousled, worse for wear. Puny. Don't you think these are chance creations? They've got no breeding. Once they wouldn't have been allowed to proliferate here in such numbers and take away space that could have been used productively. To the country policeman, the thought that something could not be useful is unbearable. And yet he involuntarily relaxes in this dramatic landscape, from which he has learned at least to appear wild and romantic when necessary. Nature belongs to all of us. Too little always belongs to the country policeman. Nevertheless, there are some who say they have observed that sometimes he also went here at night. Sometimes he deliberately stands on every cluster of flowers. No, today he doesn't want to pluck and pick up anything, not even Edelweiss. Nature isn't that interesting after all, it's not an animal. Put it this way, an animal is nature, but nature is not an animal, providing milk and eggs which we can use. And to be honest, nature doesn't provide me with much either. It's called an ecosystem. Only Kurt Janisch doesn't see how and where there's supposed to be some kind of system at the bottom of it. To him, nature is a green chaos, like the party associated with it, and like the chaos in his brain. And only his body, so that its performance improves, is worth being first looked after and then honed, one thing at a time. From such people we should learn to obey the state, without them needing to waste any manners on us. When they kick down our doors because we're black, or have worked in the black economy, we're harvested and only then cut by the neighbors. A policeman is always right. It always makes sense to work at something, and mining has had the sense, over the eons, to throw the mountain bit by bit into the depths, in seconds if necessary, and even under the mountain there are things happening, which are perhaps beneficial to it, but certainly not to us, because the mountain can in a short time virtually liquefy itself deep inside, yes, indeed, in the depths, as if there were not already enough water there. So now it also turns to mud inside. And after that, watch out, it breaks through. And it breaks through into neighboring, already packed, old, worked-out chambers. And sometimes, if they have not been properly backfilled, these are particularly susceptible. Who actually checked the consistency of the packing material, of the concrete? No one? Well, then, of course, we'll need to call the country police to find that out. But not today, and not this country policeman. He won't be on duty. But one day, sometime, he too will try to find out whether it's true that lean concrete packing was used or not. Like all of us, he will need experts to do that. The information won't be volunteered. A subsidence might perhaps have occurred if the chamber had been properly packed. But not this catastrophic breakthrough, which took people into the pit with their eyes wide open, and afterwards didn't let them out again even with their eyes shut. They're still down there. 10 head of them. No, you won't get anything out again. On the contrary, you're still in nature's debt and have to pay. So, what interests the country policeman about women also lies more below the waistline, which the more fearful don't even dare cross with their eyes. The country policeman, once the sunny credit side has been checked, always only looks there, an area about which he has already collected further details on many occasions, so that he knows his way around if he ends up there again. It's nicest in nice weather, this area. Then one can at least take a good look at the landscape to see whether a couple of death's heads look back and nod to the camera. All these fit-to-use lives have been buttered into the landscape and then crushed by the magma. Well, by the shit, until they themselves have presumably become as soft as butter. Don't follow this mine to the bottom. Follow Kurt Janisch uphill, even if it's hard. Weighing heavily on him, as on the management of the mine, economic pressure. He must find success. He must. Failing which he must go broke and be declared bankrupt. There we have the mine, and there we have Mr. Janisch's fly. They stand opposite one another like 2 terrace restaurants by a lake competing for customers. What will you do for me? You'll get from me. With fewer people, the mine had to produce as much as with many. It routinely had to increase the tonnage. What must Kurt Janisch do now? Be at the right place at the right time, have his arguments acknowledged, and have the buildings and apartments of lonely women valued. The Leobain Public Prosecutor's Office is waiting. At some point, someone will stray into their side street. If the mountain doesn't come, Then its prophet of property, Kurt Janisch, will come to us in the cramped building, and then at last we'll have him. We don't have any more room. Otherwise, we have to come and get him. One hears rumors, these little liberties of the propertyless, but one hears nothing concrete. Welcome, meanwhile, to the Barbara shaft, where, however, there's nothing left to save. In the mountain wind, there's no question of forgetting. One can think things over very well while running, until the moment comes when one doesn't think at all anymore and just keeps running, like a machine, like a politician who wants to make his mark, as if he wanted to have himself hewn in stone, or at least have his picture taken, just as he has become through running. Now one's happy at last. One will outlast all others living because one is so healthy. Now some forward thoughts turn up as well. Yes, they get the better of us, but they aren't very good. One would never have credited oneself with such thoughts. The colors of this Janisch tracksuit, copied from the professional athletes, whom millions look at, to see what's on their clothes and which is the right stuff, too, so that they can likewise load their life trolley with it, as if it weren't full enough already, except now the colors just won't harmonize with nature. They have, however, been chosen for the sake of miles of arduous running exercises, these colors, so that at some later point the frozen sportsman can nevertheless be found and given a decent burial. He stood out very well from the white of the snow, thanks to his tracksuit. The mountain rescue team will see you better against the rock face, against which one day you will stick like a squashed fly. And if you have your cell phone with you and its battery isn't flat, then nothing worse can happen to you before the Alpine Rescue Service's bill for recklessness and anarchy and the telephone bill land in your letterbox. Then you'll bitterly regret everything. Then there's nothing to be done. People, in their eccentricity, repeatedly get into danger and have to be got out of it, so that everyone knows they're back again. And on top of things. In sport, people themselves have to be so much on top of things that they no longer need the mountain tops. But everything can also be quietly simulated in their very own personal fitness center. These feet, made for walking, running, or driving cars, now carry out one or two of these labors on the conveyor belt, which man should really wait upon instead of it waiting upon him. Number 3, the beloved car, which is by itself as strong as 50 pieces of fitness apparatus, unfortunately had to stay outside. One can always improve one's performance, if necessary. The country policeman, I think, seeks solitude, not only to train there in peace, but principally to meet someone who will flatter him. Look, a woman in love, how nice, and she has already been affected by his behavior, as I see. She staggers behind this person like someone with a fever or a mad person, in order then to be allowed to sit down on his cock. This woman wishes to allow, for the umpteenth time, a couple of parts of her body to be pulled out and entrusted to the cold mountain air. It is precisely those parts which this body table, always laid with the best tableware, has made available for this one man, to allow several tests to be carried out. What for? So that this man will once more be able to pass muster in the woman's eyes and senses. That's what for. She already knows that in advance, but the said parts will not remain free long either. A printer in a bank will later have stamped something as proof that they are no longer worth anything, because now the country policeman has the money. The body parts are all occupied. To make up for that, we are now unemployed. The country policeman will have confidentially informed a woman on the telephone. He's driving past the farm, you know, knows anyway where the barrier is and where one unfortunately has to pay, and then up to the last parking lot before the path up to the summit. Yes, Even a country policeman, although he's got ID, if he's not on duty, has to pay the toll. And then, Gertie, you climb a bit following the red markings, as always up to the bench with a view where we often used to sit. From there you simply go straight ahead, where there's no path at all anymore. So then we'll follow the path that belongs to us alone, right, where at most only the hunter is allowed to go, who is allowed to do everything. Then continue to the right, as far as the point where you see the cross on the summit of the Windberg for the first time. If one can see anything at all, because the fog comes down early there anyway. I expect that you'll already have pulled off your panties, or not put them on at all, and opened your bra. Why? What for? We don't ask questions. Actually, even the country policeman, even though he's got his mountain rescue certificate, shouldn't leave the marked paths without authorization, except in an emergency. Nor should he encourage others to do so, especially not someone who is not really certain on her feet. Nowhere, not in life and not in death, but who would want to start an argument with him. He's born here, and knows the area as well as he does his own trousers, which, as already mentioned, are skin-tight and leave no room for mistakes. It's easier to get into the mountains than into these trousers. But the mountains can be treacherous. Never underestimate them. Even if one knows them, they like to get up to their tricks whenever they want. The country policeman doesn't believe in the legend that if one kills a person, they return as the lost, because death supposedly doesn't like it at all, if one anticipates his plans. And the dead keep on coming until they are completely forgotten. Their ghosts, meanwhile, wait patiently at home, behind the barricade of the earthly, until they are informed that the time of being forgotten has drawn near. Young people, cf. Gabi, are of course forgotten more quickly. There are soon too few who have known them, and they have other interests. There was in any case not enough time to really get to know Gabi, the way she really was. On the other hand, it is of course outrageous. So young, and perhaps already dead. Her characteristics were hardly clearly developed yet. Moist walls, into which someone pushed his hands fleetingly. The priest, should the unthinkable really be true, will have to lament an imaginative young life, which is now shut into a coffin. It's incomprehensible, inconceivable that it could have happened, but the girlfriends will move away at some point or devote themselves to their own families. One surely shouldn't kill in full bloom, but in the bud it's perhaps not so bad, except for the one directly affected. Who knows if it would have come to anything? Oh, Gabi, I think it's enough to drive one to despair. In this weather, with all the road accidents, the ghost drivers on the Autobahn late at night. You could have died so many times already. It's a wonder you lasted as long as you did. But now it has happened, I fear. Perhaps the murderer is in some danger? One can never know. A stab of pain tightens my breast. But not for long. My breast wants to go on breathing, and it's best if people arrange to be free right away, if they find someone with whom they can stick their genitals together again and again, until finally it holds. A girl disappeared from a village. It will be days before it emerges where she's got to. Nature already knows, even if only a tiny part of it. And we are likewise a part of it, but a quite different one. The country policeman races uphill through the wilderness. Even if you too find him good-looking, then suppress this impulse on the spot. At present this man has other worries, because of an oil-smudged cloth on which there was something else as well, and that he already threw away days ago into a bush. In the forest, which is itself beautiful. Don't you recognize it? Yes, that one. Everyone likes to be in the forest. There's not such competition for light and space as in the water. There the pine trees have long ago crushed one another to death. Their interlaced, spindly little branches have formed a scratchy web, and their roots have sucked up all the water, which others would have needed much more. Underneath, dead needles, inches deep. Not even mushrooms grow here anymore. This wood should be vigorously thinned out. Nature puts everything they need at the plant's disposal, and they have the ability, which humankind doesn't have, of synthesizing all the necessary compounds themselves. Please give me a dozen chemical elements, then I'll just produce myself, and then there'll finally be peace. Is what I unfortunately don't say. Is what the plant says to me. We're choosier. We aren't agricultural products. We only eat them. Who, please, will now reduce the acidity of this soil for me? No volunteers? I would need nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. Not available either? What else have we got on offer in order to enrich the soil? Protective enamel and a grinding machine? Can this woman still breathe in the knowledge that she didn't even put on her panties and already unhooked her bra in the car, in the parking lot, full of anticipation and in a breathless expectation which almost made it difficult for her to walk uphill as well? Her fingers trembled so badly, but she didn't need to be told twice. She understood properly the first time, and hesitantly agreed to the unreasonable request. Someone who wants to set out on an arduous walk lasting for miles in her body shouldn't have to pay a toll a second time, and then perhaps even have to lift up the barrier himself. So there she steps out of the undergrowth, the woman, who hasn't often done something like it, still less in this condition. She steps forward, as arranged, with the man. She breaks, clumsily, almost stumbling. Careful! Over there is a vertical drop of at least 150 to 200 feet. Out through the white channel between the boulders and the old glacial sand, which is lying around on the ground, and immediately tries to flit around the exotic beast, which is standing there scenting the air, as tenderly as an insect, and to pull out the yarn she has prepared for the net, and now the crochet needles, and stick the plug into the socket prepared for it and see what happens. She says what happiness is to her, that he's there now, as arranged. I love you so much. Miracles can't be more important than they are now, because they have already occurred, and every hour new miracles arrive, which could perhaps make us even more happy. Or, right now, here comes a new miracle this very moment, as arranged between us. But it's only the old one, wearing different clothes. The woman makes the man, whom she could persuade to meet her here and now, even if only briefly, for a moment. He hasn't said a word yet, but she has already said many, which I don't want to specially mention. The woman makes the man flinch with her words and appearance. He is not equipped to scratch her off the wall yet, behind which she has entrenched herself, but in a moment the whole thing will collapse, this silly wall between them. While she, immediately, he hardly has time to raise his hand, pulls her blouse out of the yoke of the stylized dirndl skirt and pushes the loose bra up. Now it's only hanging by the straps, which really have nothing to do any more, under her chin, like a somewhat oddly cut collar. And then, didn't you see, then her heavy breasts, both of them, have fallen out underneath, past the open traditional dress, towards the ground. The woman has been warm all this time, for days now, yet, as if out of embarrassment, to distract attention from herself by pointing at herself, she tumbles out of her container. Meals would be astonished, for no other reason than to be taken out and polished off. She already acts like a woman possessed in anticipation of pleasure still to come. There's no restraining her. So there she's already handing him her meat loaves for starters in her cupped hands, and simultaneously instructing the man, even though her senses have yet to get used to such coarseness. But it's already bubbling out of her. She instructs him, therefore, to lift up her skirt. She doesn't have a free hand any more, and, as arranged, she isn't wearing any underwear. You see, That wasn't so hard, was it? Does he not first of all want to exhaustively probe her before he comes into her, and then, the obligatory part, as completion of the given theme, talk of his love in her ear, into which he should gently blow? That's nicest, yes, he should declare his love, so that she can talk all the more exhaustively of her own? We can by now ask for that, at least. We're paying for it, after all. Instead, the man strikes her, almost affectionately, lightly on the side of the face, and indicates with his other hand, he indicates a little roughly, to leave this path on which she's standing, which isn't really there, however, it really isn't a path. The woman doesn't understand right away, and is still acting as if she can't wait a moment longer, and so, right here, wants to obtain the promised and longed-for importance, under him, on him, between him and the void, floating in the air, sleeping on the earth, it doesn't matter, here and now as we had agreed. Perhaps he could for once at least anticipate her, and be the first to pull down his trousers, please. But she doesn't say it out loud. That is definitely a fantasy of hers, which doesn't need to be interpreted. After all, he could unfold her right here on this little frequented path leading nowhere and penetrate her. No one else is coming, never, not at this time, which we agreed on, and when it's already beginning to get dark, and it's not a path anyway, at any rate not a public one. Down with you, on your knees, on the ground, I must. I want to, too, but something else, wait, so, my breasts are already completely released, they can now and with pleasure fall against your hard male chest, and then you've got them ready to eat close to your mouth, if you want to take a bite out of them again. Who doesn't dream of roast pigeons flying into his mouth, or whatever it is one likes to eat, a pork cutlet, perhaps, with cucumber salad? So here I throw it down for you as arranged, my whole heap of flesh. You can rearrange it with your hands until you know your way around. You don't have so much scope. You can let them hang down to the left and right of you, my fun bags, my dust bags, or I can give you a suck and blow, or you can bite very firmly again, as you did recently. It doesn't bother me so much any more, and that's what we firmly agreed. Well and good. I shall now let my breasts fall and throw them to you. You'll instantly intercept them. Right, it's good food for the hound in you, whom I've met 1 or 2 times already. It's no use running away now, but I only got used to it with a lot of whining, so quickly, I wouldn't have thought it of me. It likes to bite if it's roused, the dog. What can one do? I know. I'm happy that you still find me so attractive. But now I have both hands free, and can pull the dress higher myself, up to my waist. But that's only possible if we lie down. Why are you wearing these silly jogging pants? You have to shove them down to your knees so that you can at least move yourself a bit. Are you doing it deliberately? We agreed beforehand, didn't we? So you could easily have worn another more practical, more sober pair of trousers, e.g. the jeans, as usual. Oh, I see, the trousers are supposed to be camouflage, because you're supposedly going jogging, and anyway, we still have to talk about something that happened yesterday evening. There's something we have to talk about, a sentence from one of our sentimental films, where the Alpine dairymaid has a sweet secret and is itching to get rid of it again in the forest. Something that I know. You know already, but not now. The god of love is standing beside us, and will hit us on our naked butts, because at this distance it would be a pity to waste an arrow. He doesn't need the arrow for us anyway. We already love each other. Look, the skirt is gone now. It's no longer in your way, and I've already climbed halfway on top of you. You see, that's how I do it. I'll be on top in a second. Done. You don't have to do anything more, except get a millionairess to appoint you her heir. The dirndl skirt and the breasts are staying firmly up. Have you ever seen anything like it? Kept there by their own gravity. We can forget about them, but down there get a hold of that. It's already as wet as a whole lake, and look at the thick vegetation that's growing on it. Like dwarf pines, only with curls. You've been wanting to get in there all this time. Kurti, my Kurti, am I not right? Or do you want something else? No, nothing. Grab a hold, how wet my swamp down there is. That's all happened for you and because of you. That's what we agreed, didn't we? We can talk afterwards. So now she gets her second, now already considerably harder slap in the face, the woman, and at last starts, somewhat belatedly, to blubber again, as usual. The country policeman didn't even need to put a proper swing in it, and already she's wailing even louder, before she's caught by the second blow, which she didn't see coming, perhaps also because he really did pinch her nipples so hard, just as she had offered them to him. She had not thought that he would accept her offer. Her mistake. She comes a little to her senses again in her strident intoxication, which accelerated the importance as lover which she has assumed from 0 to 200 in a couple of seconds and then mounted to a frenzy. Then came the drop. Having hit bottom, she at last listens to the man again and allows herself, half naked, the skirt already gathered up, almost dripping, not at all mistress of the situation any more, a hunted creature, who a short time before still thought herself a huntress, and as if raised high on the shield of a Diana with menthol bottle plus bow and arrow, to be pushed and dragged behind a group of somewhat taller dwarf pines. It's really a whole dwarf pine wood. One wouldn't be hidden standing up, but for what we have in mind, one would at most be able to notice a slight movement in the bushes. There wouldn't have been more than that. Now at last the country policeman drops to the ground voluntarily and smoothly, under the assault of the woman and her weight, which has increased somewhat in the course of the dull, uneventful years, as if he himself were ground, gives way, and collapses under the force of an event, with which nature senselessly, intelligible only to herself, babbles away to herself. And then the woman throws herself full length over him. She is so in love, she knows something like that is only available free or not at all, or for a great deal of money. She, of course, will get it as a present. His cock is already standing there, well done, as if it had already been there before the man, first, from the very beginning. One can hardly get the elastic of the leggings over it, which one has to, so that there's a proper space for the explosion of two bodies. The woman has personally ordered everything for the table of her life and had it delivered to her house as Sunday dinner. A call is enough. Enter my house. The man no doubt can hardly wait to be introduced to her smallest room and to have her served up nice and hot, a room which may be small, but a bit all right. But you can get lost in it nevertheless, if you don't know your way around. Sometimes a man gets out of hand if he has chosen the wrong kind of sport and doesn't know what he likes. Is that a moving pavement, or is it a tiled floor from which the blood can easily be wiped? The woman should at last show the country policeman what she wants, so that then he can do something quite different with his living, headstrong property. The woman is good at pointing. She was, among other things, a kind of piano teacher, and so this here is her stick with which one can go walking, walking, walking. Mrs. Gertie, please show me at last with this pointer what you want and where you want to go. You don't have to say it, but you should tell us nevertheless. Then we'll see our goal, but we don't have to see you. Who still has self-control? Nobody has self-control any more. TV tells us that, and shows it to us once again if we haven't understood. Too late, unfortunately. After 11 p.m. Her body strikes a rougher note than is usual with this woman. This isn't a game. The country policeman hasn't really got his mind on it today, but he's making an effort because he has to. His mind is on another matter, which he goes over in peace and quiet when he's alone. In the communal shower, the men's bodies, nice people to whom one doesn't have to be polite. Fine young bodies, in a bundle, one next to the other, all without clothes and simply unthinkable without their little man, at which one casts glances surreptitiously. Best of all, the country policeman would like to carry them in his arms, their bodies dangling to right and left as if lifeless. What a wonderful, limp, and yet heavy burden that would be for this man. Everything open and spread out. What there is, nicely prepared and presented by nature, and borne as if on one's own body. Weapons. Beaming, he would be allowed to see every last thing, precisely everything that is forbidden. That most of all. He would help matters along with his hands if he couldn't see far enough into the other bodies. What is a woman against that? She's dirty. A fish factory. It is neither necessary nor advisable to fit into a woman's body. Something of this body always clings to one that can never be washed off. The country policeman secretly likes to look at pictures of naked young men, which he bought far from his place of residence, magazines in which all the cocks seem to craftily eye him up, iridescent as snakes, with the bounce of steel springs. He thinks of these young men now. He knows each one by the first name printed under the photo. Perhaps the names aren't even true. One can hardly ring these men up. But no, that would not have been necessary at all. He gets his erection anyway, whether a woman lies here and offers herself or not, making an effort to be nice, but also passionate if so desired. Both. One needs both, and can do both. One would like nothing better than to tear her to shreds, this woman. Instead, decorated like a fighting cock, with its little red helmet, his cock enters Gertie because that's what she wants. It would prefer to go somewhere else. And once it is standing erect, it can't do it fast enough, so that it's over and done with once again. Oh dear, already over? Please, here's the gate where it always is, and as always it's as wide open as a barn door, and we eat human flesh like a horse. No music needed for resuscitation. The man can't bear to hear any more. He's already had to hear so much. For him the whole thing is a process without any adornment. This process can just go ahead and proceed. It'll be over all the more quickly. The man really has no grounds to care one way or the other. All he needs is the ground. He can throw the rest away. Doesn't Gertie have a Walkman there in her bag, on which earlier she could listen to Mozart as loud as can be? Immediately it flies out of the bag and down the rocks. We don't need it. Yes, only now does he notice, as the gadget is already in the air. She did indeed have one in her bag, and one of the earplugs was still in her ear from the climb, but she had already switched the thing off earlier. A pity. Perhaps the chamois would have got some enjoyment out of it. The earplug is also pulled out of her. The gadget falls silently past the rock faces. The woman disregards it. She is still trying, through hectic squeezing, stroking, turning, and pulling, to at last get the man to come onto her wavelength, where they can swim away all alone. But together, the two of them, in the ether, in infinity, for as long as they want. Today, however, only at the time we have agreed. It's okay, Kurt, if you've got the cash, Gertie. The lovers. After all, they belong to one another at every other time, too, just as they wish, at all times. The woman has ceased to exist and lives only through him. The lips of her vulva are briefly raised. He enters as agreed, and the lips close contentedly behind him. What was that noise? Stop! Draws back for a moment and listens. Darling, please don't stop. One listens with one's ears, or the headphones, and not with one's cock. This woman can never tolerate a distraction from herself and her subject, which is again herself. Her soul now buries itself, puffing, panting, groaning in his. Earth flies up. We've managed it. The grave gapes open. The woman pulls his hand away from his own genitals. They're growing out of him, so there can't be any misunderstanding. He has to hurry up and get started, and then it should take a very long time and proceed tenderly. She shoves it in with her own hands, what has been held out to her in one hand, grips the rest of the man by the ass, shows her 2 rows of teeth, cries out, and beats him rhythmically, if at first still somewhat cautiously, but soon more vigorously on the back. She's got a sense of rhythm, but it's her rhythm, not his. But it's precisely at this pace, hers, not his, that the man is immediately supposed to go on, but at the same time stay there, and then never go away again. Go away? No, he can't do that. I believe and see that for their pleasure such people can sometimes behave as if they're crazy. This woman here, for example, but where the pleasure is supposed to lie, I don't yet understand. I shall read it off myself and pass it on if I find it. It exists, this spark of love, but one has to blow strongly on it and stick at it, so that the next time the spark doesn't go out with someone else. When one's in love, then everything is much more beautiful, but also more terrible, knows the woman, probably because a little bit of the spiritual is also involved, isn't it? No, it isn't. He will bring her a beautiful weakness, the man, but not until afterwards, when everything is quiet again, and one can think and talk about everything, and add oneself at will to what has been thought, at the places where one fits in. But only after it has gone on like that for a quarter of an hour, 20 minutes, or as long as you like, a stiff cudgel thrashing the inside of her abdomen, and at some point she has to cry out loud involuntarily with pain and pleasure whether she wants to or not. She doesn't, and she mustn't. Otherwise it will occur to a hiker to see if anyone's there. In between, he has to place his hand over her mouth. She'll chase away the animals and all the other hikers with her bawling, and chase them exactly in their direction. But we can't be doing with that now. There's no one there, darling. Everyone's getting ready to go to bed, or has already done so. Doing something like that in the freedom of nature could become a habit with her, fears the man, who prefers to do it to her in her house. As caretaker, so to say. No, we don't say it like that. There he feels safe and protected, because it will soon belong to him. Here in the wilderness he almost feels afraid. No, not that, but he doesn't like it so much. One easily gets dirty, and that makes the woman at home suspicious. No, not really. This woman here is a burden, a pest. Today he would perhaps like to treat her somewhat more harshly, and also take her from behind, which she doesn't like so much, so that she gets out of the habit of constantly ordering him around. This way, yes, this way, too. No, not from there, please not, I don't want that. Perhaps then at least she'll manage without him for a while, but not too long. Please not, please not. You're not made of sugar, are you? Perhaps then at least she'll be quiet for a while. He goes at it a little more easily now, the man. He's got time. He'll convince her all right after he's plumbed her ass a little at the entrance, where no one's keeping watch, that pain is not an expression when someone is suffering, because there is no expression for it. A scent is stuck in front of his nose, which he doesn't like so much. Now he's in the beautiful forest. He is master of the situation, no matter which. He turns Gertie roughly on her stomach, and now he really gives her a chance to shout, but she's somewhat subdued. If she really wants to, then go ahead. She'll have good grounds. No, he would rather have the ground. From which mountain peak has he just come? He's only on his way there? What, hasn't she just asked him to stop again? What, already? He's hardly started. This way it's not quite as nice as usual, Corty. This isn't the way I imagined it. Another way it would be much nicer than usual. Wouldn't you rather like to come from the front, so that I can look at you lovingly as you're doing it? I like that especially, to look into your dear blue eyes. No, that I don't like so much. I prefer it another way. I like it like this, and like this. Yet the man could now slowly and thoroughly subjugate a whole nation, and if it were up to him, he would do so at any time. No, he's not going to stop now. In half an hour it will already be pitch dark, and the newspapers would be unable to see the whole nation trembling before him. Someone unimportant, who becomes important. A big event as recently in Ischgl, where the snow turned hard as stone and rose up against the people because they abused it for their own pleasure. -10, and a terrific band stands behind the popular girl group, girls who can sing terribly loud, whoever they are. Next week it will be a world-famous boy group. We will no longer be able to read the newspaper and not know what is happening to us when the snow turns into concrete and collects in a single place where it doesn't belong at all. There's no kissing now. One can't call it rejoicing any more either. What the woman there is doing, who tried to throw her weight about. But there the man has already shoved her face into the dried-up pointed needles and gleefully rubbed her face in them, so that the decayed, rotting stuff presses into her mouth, nose, and, ouch, into her eyes. He'll come to regret disdaining my genitals, she hopes, although he does love me. But I'll be able to convince him. He doesn't really know about these things yet. I'll persuade him to love and honor all of my genitals and always to support their unfolding. Coughing and spitting, and with her butt involuntarily rearing up and twisting round, the body comes and thoughts go until the man, with an almost careless blow to the small of the back, can once again control the spring sacrifice, which he has laid hold of there, finally on this occasion, and she lies motionless. She succumbs to her determination as woman, but she has determined place and time. Something, at least. No, nothing. She can hardly make so free now as to prescribe all the things he's supposed to do with her, and, above all, where. How long? As long as it suits me. But you don't suit me. You're too tight for me. Please stop now, I can't any more, doesn't properly get out of her mouth any more, because her neck is firmly pinned to the ground as if by a vice, and she can only occupy herself with agitated waiting and involuntary flinching and twisting around, because of constantly being pinched and thrusting her butt until he's finished at last. Soon a little blood flows. Well, she'll survive. At home we've got a good antiseptic cream for wounds, for use both externally and on the mucous membranes, since we've known this man. But it won't be quite as nice as we had agreed beforehand, and as this woman had imagined it. No, this time, unfortunately, it didn't turn out to be as nice as recently. She's almost unconscious now. Hey, wake up! But the woman will, when she takes stock much later, have been happy and content about so much affection, and that at least he won't have killed her. Perhaps the next time. But a human being endures a great deal, I sometimes think. Everything. But there are worse things than everything, and that is when one doesn't get everything one wants. The terribly hard pinching of her buttocks wasn't very pleasant either, the woman registers, whose cash register rang and rang, because something was put into it, but without the man appearing to be at all aware of it. The woman counts up her takings. Nothing there. How is that possible? Why does he do something like that? Presumably out of love and passion, neither of which could be controlled, and have swept their owner along like last summer's floods. But only half the street. They at least left the other half for next year, and next year the street still won't have been repaired. A fine weakness in the local authority as among people, which is not to be confused with inactivity. But a new age has dawned meanwhile, don't you think? Do you know, for example, that age in which women determine what they want and when and where and how and why, and above all, where they want to get to? Is there a secret compassion somewhere in him, thinks this woman? It must be there somewhere, mustn't it? Has it perhaps been half suffocated? Because earlier she threw herself so intemperately and gracelessly on this man? But what should she do if she simply can't control herself in his presence? What? You don't know the forest? I do know the forest, except not this one here. How shall I find my way out again? No, there is no secret compassion in this man, I say in his stead, not for anyone. But at least he takes his time with what he does. One has to admit that. However, for some people, even time itself lasts too long. They wanted a condensed, abbreviated version of time, so that afterwards they can enjoy the infinity, the eternity of pleasure all the longer. At any rate, the man has long ago ceased to be afraid of shit, I can assure you of that. He had to wipe it off his own mother often enough, or scratch it off somewhere else, or pick it off the floor. Would his penis stand up like that if he didn't like to do all that, and didn't like me at least a little? Thinks the woman. Just as with violent jerks she feels him discharge himself into her, and after that, fortunately, quickly become small and slip out of her. No sound apart from loud panting and puffing. Well, hello. Is he not pleased at his success, for which he had to struggle long beforehand with himself and with her? Is he not tired by now, and would at last like to be a little tender? His grip around the woman's neck relaxes, at any rate. With a sigh, the man collapses into a loose bundle over her, unfortunately with his whole weight on her back. With that, it's already certain that for a while, until he's had a breather, he will cement her breasts into the ground, and her breathing will be considerably restricted. But she has enough breath, confidence, and voice left over, in order quietly but in detail to declare the following, which she can't hold back. It simply has to come out. Now, is that supposed to be a question or not? Gabi is supposed to have disappeared. At least, that's what I've heard. You see what happens. Didn't you take her straight home yesterday? I know, of course, where she was yesterday and with whom, and what should I do about that now? It serves you right if she's run away from you, and now you only have me. Where did you drive her afterwards? Why didn't you take her home immediately? You should really know where she is. Will you go to see her again when she's back, and drive her to the office early every morning? Don't think that I don't know. I've known it for a long time. Once I even followed you in my car. Where is she now, since she hasn't come home? I know exactly that you pick her up almost every day early in the morning. She tells everyone she takes the early bus or the train, but almost every day she drives to work with you. That's what I've heard. I've heard as a fact. No, as a rumor. She collects used tickets from her colleagues and hands them in for her travel expenses. Her girlfriend says that, and another one, too. There's a few in the village who know it. So if they check, she doesn't need anything else. That's fraud, isn't it? Or worse. They'll surely immediately notice that the number codes on the tickets she's handed in were bought at quite different stops, or even for quite different journeys. I've thought about it for a long time. How has the girl got the nerve to do it? You saw her last. Or did you take her somewhere afterwards? Ouch! Don't hit me again. Don't ever hit me. And if you do, then not in the face. I've got the impressions of your hands and of the pine needles all over me. People will notice if I have a black eye as well. No, personally, I don't care, but I would prefer if you didn't do it and would be satisfied with the love that I give you. Yes, I love you. You love me, too. Other people don't know anything. They're not there at night in my home. It's impossible. No one can pretend as well as that. No one can. You love me, too. I know it. I know it. In fact, I don't even exist anymore. Only you exist. I would like to talk to someone close to me about all of that, but I have no one. You must love me, a little at least, and one doesn't send what one loves to its ruin. Perhaps we need more room for each of us, not only in our bodies, where space is quite limited, as I noticed again earlier. We need more room for the two of us. My house would be the solution. I agree completely. Let's move in together. Please. I'll let you know immediately if I'm planning a change in this situation. But what should I want to change? I want to change that you always return home to your wife. I want you always to stay with me. Asked about my most intimate feelings, I reply, I would not want to change anything in this respect. I would want to have things exactly as they are now, except that then you'll always be with me. Then I would not have to long for your presence, because I would constantly have it around me. And if I didn't have it once, Then I would, warmly wrapped in the distance which there would briefly be between us, wait until you were with me again. Thanks for that. We have nothing to give away, but we'll be able to afford a bit. I can promise you that. That's more or less what I wanted to say, and now I've said it. I long day and night for the sight of you. Look how courteous nature is. It lets us go first, before night falls and one simply isn't noticed any more. And the ground opens and swallows one up. Chapter 5. People would be very angry with me if they knew that here I stick them into sausage casings and hang them up, exposed to every glance. But the trousers won't stay up without a body. The house door bangs shut. A young woman has been swallowed up by the earth, which, however, is no earth at all. The earth is made of water, which is meanwhile playing somewhat listlessly with the body. There our Gabi is at present entering into a symbiosis of plants and creatures quite in harmony with the water, with each individual species separately. Oh, if only there were more choice, because protection of this human water community plays a key role if people want to protect themselves and their species too, of course, but first of all themselves. In order to do that, they must, which is a lot of work but necessary so that humanity does not perish, protect all other species as well, because there just is this sensitive community basis in which bogs, swamps, ponds, and river meadows in particular are always very threatened. This young woman, on the other hand, is already dead. It's a first-rate failure, if a life was already brought to an end so early. Who did what wrong? Who is the culprit? You know it. I know it. So why ask? One is only young once. Some stay young forever, because there is no later for them. They've saved themselves something there. In life, they had a grim opponent, who, in this case, has won. So the wanted posters with Gabi's modeling photo are stuck to the poles. The cars drive eagerly past, see the pieces of paper pinned there, and brake abruptly, and slow down with a screech, because their owners will have been curious, which will frequently have caused a headache for the vehicles behind. The remainder of their heads they can collect later at the hospital, or from the emergency road service, where they will be handed over on production of the certificate of registration. A good thing that we let a photographer into the house. Now we've still got something left of this pretty girl. It's almost ugly in its pure beauty, her photo at least, and at the bottom a low neckline, the rift which separates her from us older folk. When one sees that, one would like to have been a bit young oneself, and then remained exactly that way. The neckline points to something, and not to this building materials firm in the county town where Gabi was employed as a commercial apprentice. The company is invisibly stamped on it, although the photo rather signals idleness to the beholder, like most photos, don't you think? Perhaps it's because of the clothes, but the message of this photo is fake. The mouth is like one which would like to give a kiss, not one which would like to read lines on a computer printout. The expression on the photo is prettier. How good for this girl, that it was as if made to love and kiss. Gone. Are we in agreement that the account can now be closed, inclusive of the owner? Not in agreement? Then you have to put her on the table, in newspaper format. In any case, we assume your agreement, and then automatically deduct everything from your account. Gabi's mother wanders aimlessly around the house, helplessly, as if a picture had been taken of her as a sheep, it doesn't matter by whom, but had originally been intended as a prouder beast. Doesn't she also have a friend in Germany whom she would like to join? She is already taking off into a new life. The run-up lies right in front of her, shining in the sun. Below it, a promising frozen lake, in which she, that's for sure, is going to land. The end of the glacier, its tongue, which oscillates or recedes depending on the weather, glitters before her eyes. It doesn't look as if it's hard where she's going to land. It looks quite like a glistening holiday paradise, but will most probably be, like many lakes, merely an accumulation of meltwater. That is, a veil of tears. But at the moment there's something of the judge about her, the mother, as she weighs up what her daughter might have done. What has she got up to? Where is she? If one only knew where she is. She personally picked out this nice friend for Gabi, with whom she's even allowed to spend the night. What coded data can there be to be filed and hidden in the computer, to be kept for later? Her mother knows all the data. After all, she entered it all herself. What of the more than 2,000 people to be questioned in months of work by 20 police officers who will be put onto the case? What can they find out? Why does one have to make a note of thousands of car numbers? Why has Gabi run away, if that's what she's done? Her boyfriend is still there and washing his car again. The automobile is already shining loud and strong. No, her boyfriend doesn't know anything more either. He comes to visit the mother straight after school, sits down at the kitchen table, as if he could just as well stand, takes a cup of coffee, as if he could just as well drink tea out of his Walkman, talks about his girlfriend who has disappeared, as if she had never been there, knows nothing, as if he could just as well have known something. She's uncomplicated and honest, are the words he has been taught at the technical college, when it's a matter of an electrical circuit, which admittedly would never open itself voluntarily unless it's struck by lightning. But what is to be done so that the circuit finally closes? We still have to practice that. At the moment the current is flowing in one direction, as if it could just as well flow in the other. The electrons are happy that they've got time off, and no one is forcing them to do something they don't want to do. We can do it differently, but our trainer can't make us do it yet. As part of a team of fellow students, Gabi's boyfriend is just making an electronic door opener, but for the moment the door still remains locked. The circuit has not yet taken charge of the electrons, a circuit which would have the task of offering the electrons as little resistance as possible. That is also what our young people wish, no resistance to their plans. These electrons, the things they get up to with one another, no human being would have been able to think it up, but good use is made of it. They only want to follow their course if at the end of it there is a room less crowded with themselves. Otherwise they'd rather just stay at home. Negatively charged, as they by nature are, they strive, unlike me, for the positive. One can take them as an example at all times. From Muffler Eberich, Electronics for Children, Volume 276, page 7, Revised Edition. And at this moment an automatic door mechanism also seems to be closing heaven's door, which he thought was already within reach. His room in his parents' house, also the new little flat on which there's already a down payment, is not going to be hoovered for a while. No small snack will be prepared any more. Not a soul will vote him president of his world and cut articles he wants out of the motoring magazine and put them in a binder. Nor will he very soon honor his heaven on earth, his punctual destination every Saturday night, with a visit, which he does not yet suspect. Gabi and another man? Impossible. There was no other man, and if there had been, then he would not be with her, because he wouldn't know her. That's just the gossip of jealous girlfriends. It doesn't count for much, because no one can account for it. There was nothing. Gabi was an open book to her friend, a window with its panes, so a suitable frame for him. That she could have been a first-rate deceiver, if that were true, we couldn't imagine it, say mother and boyfriend unanimously. We always knew her every step, and when her boyfriend was washing his car, she sat or stood beside it, and when it was summer, showed a leg, when it was winter, showed nothing, and when asked, said nothing special, but not nothing at all. She didn't know what she felt before she wanted it. Well, yes, that she felt a bit cramped, we admit that. She wasn't so keen on the apartment which her mother had just started paying off, but her boyfriend was. The young man didn't know what he felt until he saw the picture of the new Ferrari and our Shumi in it like a cork. Gabi's features were usually like a marshalling yard. They moved, but it didn't go anywhere. Anywhere further away, to the land of smiles. To Austria. Straight there. No, always only back, no matter where to. Absence, although at home, a vessel placed on the table, which sometimes floats in the light, then again is plunged into darkness as the tides ebb and flow. Wash me, but don't make me wet, and do it above the all-time high water level. Wait a minute. No water plants grow there anymore, but there is nevertheless the desire that a great deal of water should cover one's foot, and then even more, ever more. Everyone always just wants more, no matter of what. Whoever takes a risk dies in it, particularly when the water level fluctuates according to the season. Quiet lies the lake. Who lies in it? Deposits of mud, sand, debris, and a girl who is swamped by water. They lie in it, i.e., if the girl hasn't come to rest at too great a depth. In other words, in order for the readers in the training room between land and water to understand more easily, if it must be a book, then a good book. Our Gabi was a bit like that. You know where you're at. Well, I don't know. One can pick it up again and again, this book, and it's never boring, no matter where one opens it, but usually, respectably, in an IKEA double bed, which her boyfriend got as a present from his parents. Yes, indeed, everyone has to contribute something, otherwise we would be nothing, otherwise we would be others. At all times with clean sheets for him and his girlfriend. Otherwise, there was nothing. They have made a balanced use of their resources for the future, since they've not yet been squandered, because resources are fundamentally indispensable, but also cannot be multiplied, however. What I meant to say was, if there's a human being there, then he should also be left there, because when he's gone, no one can replace him. One can take another one, but this one exactly the same, will hardly be found again, because one will find a lot to criticize in all the others who are like him. My God, how are we supposed to fill the pages if we can't even say the simplest thing simply? It's a complex field of activity, protecting and preserving human beings, and one can practice on nature from time to time. Of course, that demands constant decision-making in many respects, which can have far-reaching consequences, but usually not, because it takes 100,000 years until one person comes to the conclusion that he shouldn't have burned his old shoes in the stove, because they've been poisoning and destroying the environment the whole time. The person concerned should rather have warmed people up with a beautiful body and a dear face and a fast car and a fast-moving TV program. Our Gabi had all that, and what good did it do her? None. As attractive as she was, none. No answer. In particular, one can't miss this lovely photograph hanging there when one's waiting for the post bus, and many people who have come too early can't help but study the photo thoroughly. They've got nothing else to do, and the bus can't drive off in front of them. They're deliberately there too early. Although everyone knows Gabi in the flesh, they now stare at her photo for a quarter of an hour. How easy it is to miss something if one looks away for a moment. Although they all know Gabi well, at least to look at. She grew up here, after all. On the photo, she seems strange to them. There's something irresponsible, immodest about her, which appears forward. A completely different side is displayed here, which, when she was alive, one hadn't noticed. On the other hand, such a look is altogether familiar from the magazines. The nude and her face, which she has too at the top of my picture, and if not, then you're holding the newspaper the wrong way around, or are looking at something that isn't a human being. On page 5 of the Conan newspaper, but there should be a picture of a naked woman there, shouldn't there? My God, what's that, into whose face you're looking? Is that a face at all? And that on the photo Gabi is more undressed than dressed also seems normal to them, ever since they've had the TV screen. So for decades, in fact. There, people do more than undress. They also completely undress their partners, and then they turn around, so that one can see inside them as well, and that they are really completely hollow and empty inside. One wouldn't have believed them beforehand. The bodies have meanwhile become so immodest as to thrust themselves forward everywhere in order to be able to undress even more quickly. What fun! At Bauer Clothing every Monday, the first 5 customers who arrive at the tills completely naked get a whole outfit to the value of 5,000 shillings. So you'd better hurry. You could really do with a complete retread. Some are overlooked, unfortunately, although they try to shout just as loud as the others. Such a pretty girl, our Gabi. Were one finally to find her, one would have to give her up again, and nobody would know. It takes a while to get going after the usual waiting time. A routine search for a missing person. A certain country policeman also hears about it in the line of duty, but knows nothing. Everything, therefore, wants of himself to be able to take it seriously, hopes at least to feign seriousness if necessary, but he doesn't quite manage it. He now puts on a somber expression in front of his colleagues. He's asked, yes, like most of them, he knew this Gabi, at least to look at. His colleagues know that anyway, a pretty girl. Basically, they know nothing. They don't know that Gabi is resting at the bottom of the lake, which is not very deep. Yes, thoughts are sometimes deep, but the reasons which cause someone to do something are often not. The country policeman is something like a tour guide, but only if there's enough in it for him. There he is. Take a look at how, as if by accident, he rubs himself up against this younger colleague, stands, as if unintentionally, close behind him when they're undressing. His colleague has his shirt halfway over his head and can't see anything, and can't resist for a moment, which is over all too quickly. He is caught up in his clothes like a fish in a net. His arms are raised, his narrow hips are, well, they're there, and feature some red acne. I call something like that flesh, precisely in its imperfection. Such a pleasure to press the somewhat swollen cock, as if unintentionally, against the left hip of the younger man, so that it can follow the scent and can imagine a well-shaped body, at least in outline. We, at any rate, go back. Routine search for a missing person. Computers go through their extensive collections of data and induce people who in reality have never met to come together, possibly fatally, on screen. Where have all the sex offenders of the district got to? Here they are. They're already waiting in this machine, waiting to be consumed by the state. Which of them have we released recently, and which not? Which child murderers are being protected by the federal government again, and inexorably pursued by our Jörg for their whole lives? No, not by this federal government, by the other one. Who has not yet been put in prison for life and castrated and or killed beforehand? There are a couple in this district, but it's not many, even including the well-known exhibitionists, who, at least in the early stage of their hobby, are harmless. We'll check up on them anyway, so we've got something to do before we go for something to eat or go off duty. But the girl will turn up again anyway, that's for sure. We'll make sure that it happens as quickly and unbureaucratically as possible, and that she won't be altogether used up, the girl, when she is picked up, like a remark someone has made, quick before we forget it, before it has to withdraw and finally change completely, like the water in the lake. I see no sign of anything similar at the moment. I soothe my agitation about murderers. The environmental regulations will have to be kept to, no, we don't pee up against public trees and bushes, and nor do we pee in bus shelters or against the walls of other people's houses. This legal instrument, no idea which, serves to reduce regional disparities economically and ecologically. That is, at some point, some day, everything will be in proper order again in the plant and animal kingdom, and whatever doesn't belong to us, away with it. Whatever does belong to us, bring it back immediately. We need it. Quick march. Our Gabi is one of us, a native from the diversity of complex living creatures. No, from the complex diversity of all living creatures and animated nature. But we can't yet really imagine that she has already become part of inanimate nature. We need a picture of it. Where to get one without stealing it? That a knockout of a girl has been knocked out of nature's plan? One of those in any case ultimately destined to be brace-wearing angels. Yes, even they have to be given a helping hand, so that in the chorus or as soloists they look smart. Well, knockouts. Knocked out, but yet not so soon. That the permanent balance between living creatures and dead, and with it the ecosystem, is upset. So we don't want to have to imagine anything so horrible. Not this time. But the next time. Millions of living creatures may have disappeared. Okay, we're completely used to that. But just one, that's not right. She should have someone to take along. Let's see who's still available. We always have, e.g., harmful organisms on offer, and what are we going to do with them now? We make sure that the economic harm is kept to a minimum, and that the harm to nature is likewise, as far as possible, kept to a minimum. We are careful with nature's household, but are not careful with our own household. For that we buy the new cleaner with antibacterial additive that will kill 99% of all known bacteria for you, but that last 1%, that's the problem. And because it feels it has a problem, something that can destroy more than it disturbs, it wants to let that out too at last. What are one's talents and abilities for, after all? As already said, one can destroy or create something. This one bacillus, this undesirable alien, which was left alive, can now multiply undisturbed, because it doesn't have any competition anymore and can make the most of its abilities. So we'll give this infant a nice new inflammation of the lungs, and this driving school pupil, who never washes his hands, a good dose of gastroenteritis. Yes, chemical cleaning agents should basically only be used carefully and selectively where absolutely necessary, but preferably not at all. This individual girl, who did not remain alive, fell victim to a selectively acting murderer, who does not, however, want to be seen as such, only if it were absolutely necessary, because someone wants to see his ID. But his colleagues all know who he is. They buy watches and jewelry from him in a special gray area and think no more about it, and who was pursuing higher goals. No. I don't know all his goals. Information will be gratefully received. Ownership in itself is no grounds for complaint, unless someone wants to dispute it. That would then be grounds for an action for disturbance of possession. Who knows how that will end? It all depends on the lawyer. What if in spring the leaves slip out for a visit and then someone tears them off? Will there then be no spring? Which property in any case are you talking about, for heaven's sake? There is one, admittedly, but it doesn't belong to one yet. At this point in time, the property is still hidden by a woman, who is now, if it were permissible, I would say, she has pulled herself down over her eyes, so that passers-by don't recognize her immediately, loitering in her open house door and sulking, lowering her face, because once again a man has not come to the agreed rendezvous and has in any case probably frequently deceived her recently. The sex is right, admittedly. It's the way she wants it and no other way, but preferably another way. But otherwise, quite a lot is going badly, which we shall have to sort out. The worst version of the truth goes, this man cannot have loved her, because one does not send someone one loves to their ruin. Or does one? No, it can't be, because whoever or whatever one loves, one always puts it in the refrigerator for a quick between-meal snack, if one's not hungry anymore. Because after all, one doesn't want it to spoil and have to be thrown away. One stores the beloved person away, so that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow one can still eat of his wonderful body. Jesus. Oh, none of you were there in the nights. That's something I've often said. It can't be that he's been deceiving me for a long time with a younger woman. If one were to ask, which of us is older, how our polycolor-impregnated heads would sink. She had often wanted to leave him, the woman, but the idea immediately made her ill. She was thinking of making another choice soon, if she had one, thinks the woman in middle age, and glances down a street populated loudly but unharmoniously by women shopping, mothers with buggies and small children in Wellington boots. So truly the grey main road is no harmonium. Time is short, and she in turn uses her elbows, the woman. She just isn't quite as young any more as she has made herself, because unfortunately only the dear Lord God is allowed to make one. A man. Naturally. Rub things out in one's passport. Who would do something like that? Dagmar Koller, wife of the former mayor of Vienna, will do it. But be caught. In the meantime, the need for action has become very urgent. But the last time someone else acted, who discovered her in her car at a crossroads, stopped and gutted her without even giving her local anesthetic. Everything was taken out of her hands. Who could suspect it? We need something in writing. So, sooner or later, we go to the notary. The people who now want to act, no matter how and with what, they get first choice, and they choose someone they like. He tells the truth, is decent, sporty, clean, and energetic, and stands out from someone whom they just don't like so much, although he too is decent, sporty, clean, and energetic. But unfortunately one can't tell by looking at him. Fortunately, only someone is chosen about whom you can tell everything by looking, above all, that he is steady on his feet. But he stands or sits even more steadily in his Porsche. The decent and able, the hard-working too. What is their secret? I don't know, otherwise I would pass it on. Perhaps we want to be deceived, because we are constantly deceiving everyone. That is, if we get the opportunity. This woman, for example, has had herself sterilized, which she candidly confesses, although now she couldn't have any children anyway. She doesn't want children, and has never wanted them, since she herself is a child and wants to be like a child for the man. Another child would always only have got in the way. The other, Gabi, herself hardly more than a child, also did nothing but get in the way. Which is the proof? Of what? For whom? No matter who it is. At the moment one sets the life and the soul of the party on him, and already he's off to the carnival at Villach, or looks at it on TV and feels altogether at home in this country. Others live in the lake. No, you can't say that, Madam Author. If someone is sleeping in a lake, that doesn't at all mean that they're living there. Didn't you see the rubber dinghy? It lives in an attic room with photos on the walls, baby animals and pictures of models, both of them public and private projects. It just depends who is making use of them, and what he is exploiting them for. Exploitation is the main thing, in order to feel good oneself. Simply fantastic. Every glittering snowflake tumbling down insensibly would say that of itself, while it's still in the air. It's looking forward to the soft landing, and then it's already melted. Not even a hot stone was needed. The crucial detail, which no one saw, or everyone, who paid no particular attention to it, was a car, which in the cold nights of the previous winter, before it went off in the direction of Spring-a-ling-a-ling, was parked nearly every morning very close to the bus stop. There was a high degree of probability that waiting at the wheel was the man who, for more than 6 months, secretly drove Gabi to work in the county town, and occasionally, when his own working hours permitted, also drove her back again. It's certain, at least, that more than half of the girl's journeys to work, on this relatively short stretch, were made with this unknown man. We won't even start on the other journeys, at night, mad with delight. Otherwise we would sink to the ground at the thought of all the things these two got up to together and how they did it. Gabi must have deceived her mother and her boyfriend. Others she couldn't deceive, but they never said anything about it. No one knew about it. Let's stick to the official version. Once in this sequence, if we stepped closer then we would see more, Gabi's breath completely stopped coming, when perhaps she had been too much of a burden to the man, who after all only wanted to spoil her. That's not right. One does need a bit of it. It was achieved through gentle pressure, because Gabi, spoiled by tenderness, became pretty naughty. The tongue, the larynx, the carotid arteries, the lungs, have been trained for public appearances. If one denies it to them, because one wants to leave a person entirely alone with their breath, then these two become feeble in their ambition to maintain the functioning of the body. They mock the rest of the body, call out to it, "Without us, you are nothing, and can do nothing. You can try if you like. You are at liberty to do that, but you will fall down, dear body, and rising up will be possible only with great difficulty. Or, if you are God who rises again, then that will become evident, at latest, at the moment when the women roll away a stone and begin to weep and wail. But if you are God, then you don't need us anyway. The oxygen has been diverted from the brain surfaces have dried up, the environmental conditions in the brain biotope have been drastically altered. Anyone who believes species-rich life partnerships of thinking and thought would be more stable is right in principle. But not always. A maximization of the number of thoughts should not absolutely be an aspiration in a project like this, in case you're wondering why so few ideas are to be found here, in this place. Then you just have to search. Apart from that, it is not absolutely necessary that there are many. More important is which, and also important is the analysis of my thoughts with respect to the parts they play in my brain, because my brain gets so easily bored and longs to instigate something new. And then there would still remain to be decided which strategies, with respect to what I shall stuff into my brain box, would have to be represented, so that they then represent me, and that I, in turn, can here decently represent and act as counsel for people living or once living. The more diverse the TV films I empty into my upper story, the greater the number of species of organisms I will then later be able to harvest from my tables and benches. I consume dead stuff and make life out of it. I then have it well prepared. One should also perhaps read the newspapers. Thanks, I'm pleased to do it. It's always worthwhile. Here, e.g., I've copied out many pages, but I haven't joined them together yet. I'm always astonished how the natural things of life are revealed to me, but then I immediately slam the door shut again. It's a paper chase after facts. Just you start. You won't, however, find anything more, because I will have dismembered the bodies, and then I've poured the highly effective Andy-Pandy drain cleaner, a British product, unfortunately no longer obtainable nowadays, on top. Now they're gone, like the 2 fried eggs earlier on. Oh no, now I've dropped the vague hints of one of Gabi's girlfriends. who 1 or 2 days ago looked thoughtfully up to the sky. She could never look as pretty as Gabi. That's why she's sprayed something around her from a L'Oreal box, so that she can't be seen so clearly. And she said something nasty, which, e.g., would not turn up in a story of the Virgin Mary. Now that the road is clear, this girl is groping around in her friend's life, hesitating as to what she can pick out of it, to make better use of it, a nice, calm, faithful husband, children, a home of their own, holiday, and then she drops a vague hint pointing in a direction which is still hidden from our eyes. We see nothing. This hint will only be returned to later, when suddenly others will also point to it, like the sun, which shines back in the evening before it finally lowers itself to the other half of the globe, where the soles of people's feet are already burning, and they at last want the sun above their heads. Which car, then? Student driver? Fellow employee, please step forward and speak loudly and clearly into this microphone so that our diligent officers can hear it. Well, I tell you, the lighting effect when Gabi came into the office, it was as if she was wearing diamonds, as if she was floating in the sun. One would have liked to squeeze her there, and then, she wasn't a mother yet, but everything else, even Carnival Princess and Harvest Princess, so probably there was nothing else to come. I would really like to describe what a glow there would be in the folksy hut, around the beer and the music on the radio, where the regulars stare into their glasses, which, dulled by the dishwasher, cannot give back a single ray. That, by the way, is why the regulars at their tables usually don't display a ray of hope or anything else. Such a pretty girl, our Gabi, as if she didn't belong to us. She laughed a lot, perhaps not quite so much at the end. And on the edge of the washstand in the ladies lies an oblong case containing lipstick, liner, and mascara, which make her look even more beautiful, Gabi. A little ring with a rock crystal, a friendship ring from her boyfriend, is also there when she gently lowers her head, looks nice, lets someone brush her hair from her shoulders, and idly wastes a little time, which has been given by someone or other. Oh, if only everyone had as much time for themselves, or they should take it, one would see the result. That's what's written up at the checkout in the Villa Market, where cleaning things for the Times are on offer. Eyeshadow, moisturizing creams, even pore cleansing strips. It's always supposed to go deep, although most people prefer shallowness and chatter away as they buy a velvet hairband, that they would like to see this or that musical. Plants and animals are dependent on one another, and which eyeshadow shade goes with a complexion that also is dependent on both, which, with a bit of goodwill, could work very well together, if nature would only let them, and would possibly accept cosmetic help. But it does, at all times. Please, come in and make my lumps and spots invisible. No matter what they want, we let the colors onto our skin, as we were advised. We also allow phosphates into our lakes and rivers, although we were explicitly advised against it. Gabi had a secret. So what? Nature has its secrets, too. Today nature is going out with this soil type, found at the edge of the lake, and tomorrow it will go out with another one. But with whom is Gabi going about, if not with the official boyfriend from the tech college? No one knows. No idea. But there is someone. No one knows how many manifestations of water there are on Earth, but many would like to know, because windsurfing, racing motorboats, sailing, or swimming are their hobby. And no one is supposed to have known anything more about this young neighbor from right here amongst us? The wind treats the water cruelly. Another 100 yards, and there's Death waiting already, and looking at his watch and tapping the ground with his scythe. Where, on the other hand, is Gabi? Is the question some others are asking, who are also slowly getting anxious. Not many. Boyfriend and mother sit opposite one another and outbid one another in everyday normality, so that there are no silences. What else do they have to talk about with one another, apart from Gabi? The mother is meanwhile anyway thinking only about her friend in Germany. When will she be able to go again? What will he say about it? She'll soon be with him. They, the mother and Gabi's boyfriend, also outbid one another with Soletti pretzel sticks, which are always there. That makes things easy for me, otherwise I would have to think of something else. The boyfriend muses to himself how often his cock stands up straight at the sight of Gabi, although he hasn't even finished eating yet, and he was only halfway through the porn magazine. Unfortunately, she's not there now. She's probably pushed off. The house feels dead. An emptiness reigns, which today the young man can't fill with immature thoughts. Hardly has he entered the house than he is overcome by a strange shyness. He asks nature for once to leave his lust for his girlfriend right out of his thoughts today, but doesn't rightly know why. Thoughts are free. Today he wants to think about her tenderly, even demandingly, and the demands are supposed to end with a visit to the cinema in the county town, and beyond that, for once, there are to be no more demands. Will she once again grip his cock so firmly right above the balls as recently, and then slowly stroke upwards to the very end, where she would grip even more tightly? She says it gives her the creeps. She doesn't like to look, but he's patient and can wait for her to do it again and again and again, just as he has shown her. The main thing is that she lies there quietly and lets him enter her again and then moves her hips a little. A dream, I tell you. If you and I together were a house, we would collapse now. By nature, Gabi is not very explosive, but a bottle of wine can do wonders. Earlier he briefly went up to her room, opened, has no idea why, the wardrobe, smelt the clothes, jingled a couple of thin gold armbands on the dressing table. He listened. Nothing. The cupboard probably wants to go to sleep. Everything neat and tidy. Have you already spoken to the essence of absence today? No? Tell it. I'm looking for it. How quiet it is here. The approximately 2,000 cuddly toys are all happy as every day, at their own beauty, and about how lovingly each and every one was chosen by their owner. One has to collect for years. That's why they're the only ones here looking really self-satisfied. Now the room could surely gradually dispense with the darkness in the corners, couldn't it? Everything's all right, isn't it? The technical college student opens the other wardrobe doors as well, as if Gabi would voluntarily sit down in the wardrobe for 2 days. The water balance of the earth continues to diligently wash out its cups, which are constantly being stolen by people who are wasting water all the time. It's probably not their cup of tea. Oh dear, that doesn't work, and it's also a repetition. Forgive me, I often can't keep up with myself. At any rate, so many landscapes depend on water, this most precious commodity. Think of the Corinthian lakes, and those of the Salzkammergut, where the rich have firmly and safely stashed themselves away, and if they ever have to vote, then always choose freedom and the Freedom Party. You can set your clock by them. The mother draws on a cigarette, already the 15th today. That will do her good and calm her down, if Gabi stays away much longer. The mother's bronchial tubes ask leave to speak, but we ignore them. Water, of which a human being is made up, so much so that one shouldn't put them in water after their death as well. Water to water instead of dust to dust. Somehow superfluous, I think. Groundwater research in the mother's lungs would say, enough is enough. In 10 years at latest it will be possible to raise cancers here, but then we'll be dead and won't have to look at it any more. The mother is crying now, and needs yet another handkerchief, because this one can't absorb and store much more. What should the ground, or even my hard disk, say, when I've served everything up so nicely, and have explicitly let the earth know? Without the least twinge of conscience, we expect them to put up with everything. How mean. The people continue to walk along the paths and drive along the roads. Have they perhaps heard something about Gabi? Don't know her. A woman with a boring demeanor, I don't know which, steps out of her front door and doesn't know either why she's doing that now. Of course she's heard the news, 2 days ago already, but she doesn't say anything about it because no one asks her. She is still to a certain extent an outsider here, a stranger, a newcomer. This morning she again wants to be worshipped as the one and only, which she has always imagined as being more pleasant than it is. I've been telling her for years, but it doesn't do any good. Behind her rises her neat house, which would now like to stretch its legs, but instead, by mistake, kicks a person in the knees, who is now standing in front of it, and is herself now placing both hands on her shoulders so that her arms are crossed on her breast, as if the hands were using the shoulders as supports. From this moment, this person has to stay in bed for 3 weeks. This woman had expected a bit more wildness from the man yesterday, at least as much as she had still got in the mountains 2 days ago, but since then the man has not shown his face for a whole day and a half. Another woman? Oh, Jesus, what can I do? With whom can I do something now? There's no one there. This man believed she loves gentleness. Gentle advertising, for example. But his only model is the one for Palmer's lingerie. I think it's gentle enough. One can see the whole body almost to the heart. No reason to be envious, ladies. Be glad that you're in the world at all. Would you really like anyone to read your thoughts? During the advertisements, this woman here often quickly prepares a small snack in the kitchen. In the summer, she even makes chocolate ice herself. And when she comes back, the woman wants the wildness in this man immediately to be really wild. On the spot. She knows on which spot. She's sensitive there. On whose shoulder should she cry now? She has no one, and so begs the man to give her a family, so that she can once again say what's on her mind and get fucked for all it's worth. It's not worth much. But the man already has a wife at home. He can let her be. Gertie's home is nice, anyway. His wife doesn't need him the way this woman needs him. Today we'll make things nice, and tomorrow, too. For that the woman loves and sacrifices, just as she learned to do as a child from the nuns at convent school for Jesus' sake. Or does she have to let this man go? If she doesn't do it, he will in any case run away from her sooner or later. She can't hold him. But if she now finds the strength to let this man go back to his wife and family, he already has a grandson. Then one day perhaps he will return to her voluntarily. At latest, when all these people, every one of them, are dead. Or not. But if she now finds the strength to open this jar of cocktail onions, then she will be blessed in that the rolls which she prepared for him earlier, with several hundred different kinds of sausage, will not taste as stale as recently. The sausage is off, that's for sure. It is perhaps out of sorts before it can be served. Or is it only the woman's stomach? The rolls are so colorful and pretty again. You can't be too sure. We'll throw them away and buy new ones. We'll throw everything away and buy everything new. The woman doesn't feel like going to the grocer now. She might miss her beloved in these 10 minutes. Let's just leave the sausage where it is and sprinkle paprika over it. Not too much, otherwise his stomach will be as disconnected as the sinners in hell, where things are also too hot for my taste. I'm already wet again. Except please don't let him go back to Gabi again. That would be too much for this woman. If at least she weren't so young, Gabi. If she were at least older than the woman. But then again she wouldn't be Gabi, but someone else. Where is she then? Love is not only deep respect for the other from deep inside, it should also be able to be shown outwardly. It is invited to kindly make a bit more effort. Or is the man incapable of showing feelings? Would that not be a pity, if disillusionment were to bring one down to earth every time? 3 bottles of sparkling apricot wine from the Wachau. He likes that. It's nice and sweet. She'd rather have the sparkling wine without the apricot, but can't impose her better taste on him. Kurt is a complete pro. He phoned earlier. It's me. Drive immediately to our spot on the mountain. I'm coming, too. Did you get that? Yes, of course. We were only there the day before yesterday, and all the times last summer. Have you forgotten? The mountain wind is already howling with anger that the woman is not willing to keep to this arrangement. What's wrong with her? What's she dawdling around the house for and waiting, although she should be somewhere quite different now? She's been summoned somewhere, this attractive figure. He is surely already on his way in his light walking shoes in the howling spring gale. Why isn't she on her way? Or does she have reasons? She won't be afraid? Curious. Usually she always does what he tells her to, and then her body immediately opens wide and pulls up all the blinds, even before it hears the certain steps that should be undertaken immediately. Exactly. I already hear the tearing of underwear like a terrible voice in me. Perhaps I have a premonition. The house. The house is his goal, his one and only, she suspects. Reads it from his face, even when he isn't there. In clear moments, when she's free to have them. But already she's doubting herself and her observations again. Such thoughts she has for sure, but they don't feel right. And soon they disappear again, offended, as soon as he approaches and becomes more important than them, the thoughts, than everything else. Perhaps that's why he worries about the house and investigates it all down to the last detail, as if he wanted to make it have an orgasm. What do you want? This man is tender, he's potent, he fulfills the most secret desires of the house. New shutters? My pleasure, here you have them. The kitchen floor looks a bit dull and listless? We'll deal with that right away. The sheriff, which he is himself, is there at once. Compared to her house, the woman almost feels small and unattractive. She watches the man as he investigates nooks and crannies. He could not draw the lips of her vulva apart more affectionately than these glass sliding doors in front of the bookcase with the classics. I can imagine. The man lies before her inner eye, crouching like an animal, looking up at her, and which she then allows to stand up and raise its head to her. Oh dear, it's looking in quite a different direction, the stupid beast. Was there not a noise? Is the house door rattling because it doesn't shut properly? I'll repair it tomorrow. At the feet of the beloved, no one. Not one. So not the only one either. She will have to lay aside her dearest for today, in the hope of being able to pick him up again tomorrow where she put him down. Why does she not set out for the mountain? It would do her good, get a bit of exercise. Today, inexplicably, she can't do it. Although she's been having such wet thoughts the whole time, whenever she opens her brain box in order to take out one of them, living, dripping, twisting, slippery, and to greedily close her lips around it. Who can swallow all that? She can. This time, exceptionally, she's allowed to swallow everything. This time, he allows her to. Otherwise, not. But why didn't Gabi come home 2 days ago? Because that's what the woman heard from sources bubbling out of the ground everywhere. There's no stopping them anymore. These sources can't be channeled anymore. Where is she then, Gabi? Where is she? No idea. The last time he was still tender and attentive to the woman, his one and only love, because Gabi doesn't count. She can't even count to 3, the mouse. The woman now wants him to fall upon her, to tear down and or shove up her clothes, as so often, and with a good appetite sink his teeth into her cunt as into a well-filled sandwich, as so often. But then, when he does it, it's not quite right either, because it's sore, the way he so thoroughly investigates and then sucks up her precipitations and evaporations. so that there is order in nature again. Order, as in this house. Yes, we have several kinds of reproduction. Vegetatively, through budding, or, if you like, we can also do it another way, asexually through spores. But naturally, two gametes can also merge sexually. Luckily, that doesn't lead to catastrophe every time, although nature always has a liking for catastrophes. And the woman always likes it when he does something like that with her. It's her nature. What she doesn't like so much is when he causes her body pain, bestows an unpleasant taste and an unpleasant smell to a dozen paper handkerchiefs, or stuffs her filter with shit instead of decently stoppering her. It's the same for her as with the algae. If the increase in quantity is too great, a thick, foul-smelling mass forms, as happened to the lake out there. The woman doesn't want to take it as her model, although she would like to be just as unfathomable. He should do it to her at least once a week. There should be that much in it for her, even if one is as busy as the man. We have the rest of the week off and can recover. If he didn't spread her with his hard fingers from time to time, she would absolutely miss it. Water! Please, we have limestone here. It lets everything through. He's the only one for her. He's the only one for her. Her nipples stiffen and stretch as if they wanted to pull a small cart. They really hurt. Yet recently his behavior towards her was sometimes rather bored and absent-minded, she has to admit. I agree with her. And why? Entirely because of Gabi. If he sees her, his eyes begin to glow and he becomes totally randy. It's a natural phenomenon, which could always only be described, but rarely be seen. It mustn't happen any more, that he meets Gabi. Otherwise the house is off, and he has to take the consequences. The woman isn't demanding, after all. She's not even as demanding as the so-called indicator plants, if we're talking about nature, which make demands, unfortunately, also often on us. With these types of plants, their value as indicators is all the greater, the more specific the demands as plant type are. That can be used to investigate soil quality. No, it's better if his hands do it. What do I care about this indicator plant? It would only indicate that I'm not so young anymore and that he doesn't like me as much as I would like, thinks the woman. She can only make demands because she owns a house, not because she herself is there, too. Without her house, she would have no value as an indicator. She would be a dial without a needle. She could never display her water level. Her degree of moisture could never be judged. No one would be interested in it. Yes, nature claims its rights, but only gets them after committed people have fought for them for at least 50 years. The water which is now running out of the woman indicates an imbalance, because the man, it appears to her, has not come for some time, but it's only 2 days ago. He's not stayed away so long before. Yes, he's often stayed away as long as that. Why has she forgotten that he wanted to meet her at their usual place? She should have left long ago. Funny. Something inside her says no. Now she would rather hang like a curtain at the window and look out, half hidden, to see if he's coming. How can he come if he's already halfway up the mountain? When he was last here, he drove off with Gabi. The woman is quite certain of that. She saw it herself. He must have taken her straight home. So where is she? Did she go out again? On the way back, he should really have briefly dropped by again, in order to see her and to be seen by her, to console, to placate, to fuck, what do I know, but he didn't turn up again. She only got this one phone call from him, and then another one, which at the moment she's disregarding. Before he drove off, Gabi was already sitting in the passenger seat, weighed down by so much hair that even before he started, her head, exhausted, had sunk down to his lap, where no doubt his cock was standing up as if it never did anything else. She, the older woman, completely lost her self-control at this moment of threatened departure. As he was about to go, beforehand he tried the cellar door to make sure it was still locked. Pulling up his zip, which would soon come down again, she had clung to him, sobbed, begged, hoped that he should at last see that there was something wrong with her, which he should repair. She loves him so much, she loves him so, which probably every child in the village could see, only he couldn't. Please come back. There should at last be an end to the nightmare with him and all the secrecy. But for it to come to an end, he would first of all have to come and properly and vigorously start from the beginning again. But he's evasive, and he expresses himself vaguely when she demands a decision from him. But to demand a decision from him, he would first of all have to be there. But he doesn't come. He goes. She doesn't dare call him at home, because then his wife answers, blunt and stubborn as a leopard tank, once it could at last be delivered to Turkey, and at least 200 people have thoroughly smashed each other's faces because of it. That night, as Gabi was transported home, the woman didn't sleep a wink. Now, however, she's quite still, stands there just a little longer. If someone passes by, she pretends she's investigating something on the rough cast or the exterior windowsill, perhaps dirt, mold, fungus, or loose plaster. She runs her finger over the wall as if she wanted to draw something. The house is all she has to offer. We shouldn't fool ourselves any longer. Children, big and small, always want to get presents. That's what they have in common. She isn't squeamish when he hits her hard on the backside with the flat of his hand, or with the ruler which is lying ready, on the contrary. In the meantime, she really likes it. If not for long, she can't take it for long. It's impossible for two people to have a stronger contact with one another, of whom one is stronger than the other. Otherwise, the one would come out the other side of the other. It annoys the woman that she somehow finds it exciting when he forces himself into her from behind, although she also fears it and resisted it for a long time. Until the muscles finally slacken, however, he has to hit her fairly hard and fairly long. Often she can't sit properly for 2 or 3 days afterwards. On all sides, women, including her, like to aim for the most basic experience. But when it comes, instead of enjoying it, one searches tirelessly for its origin in the past, all of which should also belong to one. Was he hit so much as a child? We immediately have to read 1 or more books in order to understand it. The woman wants to understand and forgive everything about this man. Otherwise, all pleasure is gone. She's looking for a man who is ready and in a position to join up with her, to help her bear the burdens of life, and naturally also to fulfill her sexual desires. Yes, perhaps one should once again permit oneself the simplest things, the love which every animal knows. But every animal, even ours, does not always recognize us, and not exclusively as its master. When he has expended himself in her, the man goes home again each time. Unless there are small repairs to carry out, she has often deliberately broken something so that he stays longer. As if he immediately had to look for himself somewhere else to find himself. That's how she imagines it, because now she has already read 1 book and another about it. He goes jogging in the mountains. Already she's thinking, if only he's not looking for another. Anything except that. Otherwise the woman does not begrudge him any pleasure. Once she has at last fallen asleep in her own silence, in her own vapor, and her luster, which she doesn't have. We shall certainly need a judge. The weak points of this woman will always serve us as starting point, because here we can begin with the control of her personality. The judge will do that, and he will be at a loss, but he will nevertheless have to pass judgment. She belongs to what is called the weaker sex. That's very practical, I think. One can buy the women ready seasoned, and only has to shove them in the oven. So many are dead, even men, that it doesn't matter to us what happens to this one. The country policeman's colleagues begin to go systematically from house to house asking questions. Who saw Gabriele Fluch for the last time? Not even that can be precisely established. Even late in the evening, even at night, the little detached house in which she lived is brightly lit up. Every window so bright, as if it wanted to invite everyone in. Then Gabi will certainly be among the visitors who constantly ring the bell, enter without having properly wiped their shoes, and hold out magazines, to which we are supposed to subscribe, or thoughts about Christ, which we are allowed to enter. No, she isn't here, Gabi. Everything has been searched. Her boyfriend has meanwhile gone home. He has to study for an exam. The mother will ring him immediately if something happens. At his home, his parents will do the same if something happens. The family house of the Fluchs stands in a small group of the like-minded. Everyone knows everyone else, but perhaps they don't want to know one another too well. Since the houses are all alike, the people want to be like everyone else too. Each is like the other, and no one says anything about the other or to the other. It's an estate for workers, cheaply built in the 60s, but they've got everything inside, even running water. We were allowed to choose the wallpaper ourselves. It's just like life, in which the inclinations live, but if once they work against us, then no one objects to that either. They destroy us, no one weeps, but the result is quite respectable, because our little house is still there, after all. On this estate the people stick together, even without knowing each other particularly well. It's not even necessary. The inquiries lead nowhere. They are not yet very urgent, since at this point one still hopes that Gabi will come back home, talking and laughing. She doesn't hurt anyone. Why should anyone hurt her? No one hurts her. Peace is strong and determined to reign. No one can make a stand against it. It pulverizes even the longest war. A crippling passivity takes hold of people when peace reigns. Don't give war a chance. Never again. Peace must immediately seize everything and take possession of it, and its reign shall be endless and all-powerful. It is considered very practiced. It can do that, no bother. The peace that gives orders. It is always very strict with us, stricter than war. That's how it should be, and we like to obey this stronger force, peace. Its power is secure, its name be praised in all eternity, with brief interruptions. No, not in all eternity. The dead sleep there, and peace no longer needs to reign over them. They are already quiet, of their own accord. Chapter 6. Don't interrogate the face of a human being. It will tell you nothing. It will grimace or dissemble. The country policeman is partial to the darkness of night. The scene of a crime lures him again and again, and other places, which only a few people know, even if they were born here, also lure him. Whom does the country policeman disturb as he goes on his way? Only the bright feet of time? Or is it someone else's feet, which rush away ahead of him into the darkness at a rapid gallop, as if they wanted to laugh at the country policeman? For the victims of murder, nature is a bed, should they have to lie out in the open. But for the murderers, too, it's a made bed, which they are free to use, and for their killing business they cover it with seclusion so that no one sees them. But one always has to reckon on something happening by chance. The car plows through the night. In the houses lights are still on, slide by as if they were ships, but it's the country policeman driving past. Soon from right and left the forest closes over him like giant folded hands over a head, full of desperation. The village has slipped away from Kurt Janisch, and with the village, life slips away, too. It is often poisoned by neighborly acts of revenge, but still, it's life. But also the houses in which it takes place, they should all rightly belong to him, who himself represents what's right, here, if you please. He has the appropriate regulation gun. Its barrel is just as dark as the night. Not nickel-plated, not bright as this day, which, as surviving dependent, has remained behind with lowered head. So, now it rains at last, for, let's say, at least another 8 hours. Pain and pleasure and pleasantries disappear together in the forest. Snow hangs like a veil over the mountains, so thin that one can't even see it in the darkness. Today, the woman didn't keep the meeting on the mountain. Something like that has never happened before. A bad sign. Instead, she constantly calls him at home and puts the phone down when his wife answers. She's slowly beginning to notice, but she doesn't think anything of it because her husband has told her, "Just you tidy up and see that you don't forget anything, including under the beds." This revolver, a Glock, its 16 rounds lie properly in the magazine and concentrate on their big moment. It will come once and not be repeated, surrounded by only a little metal and a great deal of polymer plastic. The butt fits easily into the hand, but it will not be so easy for someone to pull it out. At least, that's what we hope. At the moment, this weapon is just as relaxed as its owner, but inside it trembles towards an event which will lend it importance. Night, transfigured night, let me be afraid at last. All right, all right. In the headlight cone, a still winter-blind embankment, spindly undergrowth, the stream only puts in an appearance right at the bottom and will certainly work its way up during the summer, with gentle murmuring, at present inaudible because of car noise. A bit of car is already enough for a driver not to hear anything from outside. Here, a passing place, right at the edge, a stack of wood, a pile of shit, a bright eye, which a team of woodcutters left behind, is cut out of the landscape by the moving light, disappears again. On the left, the slope drags itself up, covered in brushwood and dry old grass. It will throw off its burden step by step, because it will soon be too heavy, the higher it goes, until it is empty, icy, pure rock, where only chamois can survive, will be able to rise up alone, free and single. The individual branches of bushes point in the air. The birches over there have already missed their first leaf deployment. On the plain they're already diligently putting forth shoots. Further up, there are perhaps even patches of snow, until there is only snow. We also still have to expect night frosts, a tasty dessert to follow the day that remained. The road grants us the not-to-be-underestimated pleasure of the the gray ribbon, which only thunderstorms are allowed to cut. The country policeman is on his way to the place, where he has already tidied up the bed of a murder victim several times, but he is repeatedly drawn there. Just behind the village is the spot, soil cheated of plant growth, wasteland, but today the country policeman is driving further. Strangely enough, he cannot remember whether he removed all evidence. Did he pick up the tissue or not? And if so, perhaps there's another one left over. He would also like to see if something was left lying at another spot further away, where he also was with Gabi, which also has to be tidied up. He removed every piece of fluff, every scrap, but perhaps there are, left over from earlier intercourse, somewhere else, still a couple of stuck-together paper tissues, which he now also wants to dispose of. Better safe than sorry. He has a powerful torch, almost a searchlight, with him, the country policeman. Its beam will playfully leap after every thread, until he has caught up with and caught it. At this time, in this cold, no one will notice its hard, strong cone of light, still less down there, right by the river. One wrong move, and the water puts one in its sack. It's as if the winter had returned. It has suddenly become so cold again. Over there, the crouching back of a sawmill, a giant shadowy shape. There, too, the bridge, lovelessly poured of concrete but completely suitable for heavy trucks, over which one can drive back and forward. The saws are silent. The lips, too, but the stream whispers, which usually one doesn't hear for all the squealing of the huge, rotating and wood-spitting metal bands. I say, away with the stream! Down here at last, if you please, the river. In with the stream, and off it goes. Thank you for your free appearance, but you're too big for me to describe, although I would be paid something for it if I asked. At the moment I'm practicing on the little things, though not with the modesty of some colleagues, e.g. a Mr. K, whom I know personally. No, not the one you're thinking of. Once again, my God, what a coarse language one sometimes has to speak, if even animals and plants are to understand one. If one switches off the engine, one can hear it rushing. Use another word immediately. Let's say one hears it talking to itself, the river. So the stream has abruptly disappeared, and now the roaring river steps up to us, which had come strolling around a gentle left-hand bend, which it almost missed, and demands its quota of admiration. Now they are running along side by side, the river and its embankment road, which has been leant against it, so that it looks halfway good. But the road stands there obstinately, stands firm against the river's desires to pull it down, to play with it, and only the inhabitants of the heights move as fast as they can, to get away from it, because it is threatening to their tender feet or furs. Dark alder thickets to the right, deep down below by the river, where one always finds them. I don't have to change much there. In addition, there is now, a real rarity, a canopé on this road, on which there's hardly any traffic at night, an approaching car with a roof rack. Skis rest in their coffin-like box. Funny, it looks like a cap for the car, and this box contains play, sport, and fun in such a small space that it would be impossible to squeeze in people as well. How are they supposed to amuse themselves when there's room for their apparatus, but not at all for them? The roof rack is practical, in any case, I think. People can straightaway be buried in it if they have an accident. The car shoots past, and briefly finds itself on the fringes of a hail shower of contempt caused by the country policeman, who in any case feels contempt for everything that doesn't belong to him. No reason to get excited. So it's gone, the fast car, like a wet poodle. But in truth, it has remained master of the house. It was an S-Class Mercedes. Despite everything, the road is and remains dry. The eyes go ahead. Don't turn aside. Here comes the turn-off we're looking for. The crime didn't happen here. But here, as already suggested, paper tissues from earlier unions could still be lying around. If someone thought of examining these as well, then they would have a scent, although a cold, dried-up one. But we don't quite know what modern forensic medicine is capable of. Yesterday, and the day before yesterday, Kurt Janisch already drove along the road at night to all the places where he's been with a certain young woman who disappeared, sleepwalkers both, almost asleep in what they were doing, sometimes also calling to the other body, "You can't do that, no," or "Can you? You can do it better than that. Did we leave out any part of this body by mistake? Then we'll attend to it the next time, till the first bit has healed again." And if it can, the body then remains quite at liberty, until one's home again, where another will without fail take an interest in it. And where those already present there, who never go for a walk because they always have to patiently wait, want to suck one dry again for the sake of this obliging service, even if one has arrived back already completely empty and exhausted and cannot possibly be used again today, except for washing the car, where one has to do nothing else except to be and be there. The car doesn't ask for anything more than that. Nature provides the water. Past. Not a sound in the modern car, which glides more than it drives along. Now, just don't make a mistake with the speed. Don't attract the attention of a colleague, very unlikely, until one reaches the riverbank, and then at a particular spot has to scramble down a fair bit, something only local people would think of. The others, who don't know the area, would think it's a vertical drop, and we're not going to break our necks just for a fuck, and we don't want to drown either. It's much cheaper breaking one's neck on the road without having done any sport beforehand. Yes, there, about another 2.5 miles. That's where the entry to the path by the river, hidden beneath branches, must point the way to an extinguished smile, to a circling screaming as if birds had come to visit and couldn't find the exit any more. It can't be. Do you see what I see? In front there, on the road, a large dark mass, a heated mass, swiftly coming nearer, but with no glowing headlamps fixed to it. Why on earth not? Nothing that could sprout wings and lift up into the air, and yet, how strange, that's exactly what it does do now. And there follows, fractions of seconds later, the soft impact of a body, which only just now came swinging along like a not-quite-full sack, which earlier, still in the forest, no one could beat, and which is now quickly and briskly drawn up from the road over the windscreen, the wedge-shaped profile of this modern Japanese car, as if by invisible strings, before immediately disappearing again. For another moment, the night is darkened even further by the powerful bag of muscles, which, like lightning, and yet at the same time also ponderously, as if workers were bracing themselves sideways with ropes, grumbling and groaning, their feet pressed against the car body in order to heave up, heave-ho their burden, slides up over the front part and the front window of the car, as on a snowplow, and has disappeared again, hardly has it appeared. So evidently the whole heavy mass was flung, almost dragged, upwards by the forward-ploughing car, and now already, like an unidentified flying object, but the moment that it happens the country policeman knows what is happening, has risen above the car and landed on the road behind it. For the 100th of a second, the huge, already almost slack sack of fur and bones and horns hangs still and immobile above the vehicle, like a strange black moon. Then it strives a little higher towards heaven on a parabolic flight path whose zenith, delta T, since the object, commensurate with the speed at which Courtianish's car was traveling, will land 15 yards behind the Japanese car in the roadway, in exactly the middle of this stretch. While the bag of bones flies, it turns without grace a couple of times on its axis, a cumbersome comet, whose horned head, heavily burdened by the weight, points almost majestically in rapidly changing different directions, depending on the phase of the flight, and then lands on the road, the body, and is, for a moment at least, completely still. Quite unexpectedly, Courtianish's car was deprived of the momentum, capital M, which was necessary within the time, T, to lift the mass of a huge stag, lowercase m, a full-grown 10-pointer, for the killing of which the owner of the hunting ground up there had coughed up quite a sum. If the stag hadn't anyway had to cough its last, from ground level to the apex of its flight path, A, which was located behind the car, as well as to propel the stag in the direction of travel. The result was a drastic deceleration of the country policeman's car by several miles an hour. The car struck the stag above the fibula, or whatever it's called in this and similar animals, The bumper, therefore, caught one of the hurrying, swinging hind legs. Losing contact with the ground, the hindquarters sagged away down to the radiator, and off it went. Off went the backwards flight, right over the car. At the corresponding moment in time, Kurt Janisch was no longer driving very fast. He had already been approaching the turnoff down to the river and begun to look round to see where he could park in the seclusion of undergrowth. For a moment, the stag had been caught between a number of force vectors, to which it had succumbed. As if gripped by impotent rage, something had lifted it up, shaken it like a fist, then catapulted it away to immediately put an end to the nauseating aversion of the earth, which at last wants a little company, which stays for a while and doesn't immediately run off again. The earth prepares the whole meal. In return, it has to pay with one head of population. It always has to pay. No, just a moment, not this time. The cars and the open trucks loaded with wood are always in such a hurry and leave the earth so quickly. Only the dead remain definitely, even if not quite voluntarily, with us. That's no fun for the road, nor for us. The dead. So many. What happened to the rest? In maddened anger, in towering rage, the earth, in alliance with the country policeman, has flung the heavy animal in the air, apparently on a whim, like a crumpled, damp handkerchief, like one of those which the hunter and collector has originally gone to look for, and has simply thrown it away, the whole bundle of bones, without thinking any more about it. But only the earth itself has been struck, the grey road. The heap of meat has been thrown on its counter. Now strip off the hide, divide up and sell the meat. Yet even as the animal, not visibly bleeding, turning somersaults, had plunged onto the roadway, the earth had evidently changed its mind. No, we can't have such a good conversation with that one, who's interested in what a stag's interested in, acorns, hay, the backsides of hinds. Well, and it now lets go the animal quite casually, the good earth. Let's just wait a bit for a human. There'll be one along shortly. At the moment the discos are still full of human tissue, skin, bones, hair, sinews, muscles, and all in the revealing splendor of rave and hip-hop clothing, sometimes one, sometimes the other. Never too much, as far as the little honeys are concerned. Our writing and TV-watching youth, up to the age of 50, will tell us what exactly. Correct would be this answer. Tomorrow, 3 girls aged between 16 and 20 will supply the earth all the more plentifully with fresh flesh. So we'll let the game go for today, without eating it, while we remain here at the meat counter, the sausage stand of life, and stuff ourselves till the grease is dripping from our chins. The animal is struggling up again. The forelegs are still kneeling, but the rear is already rising up, a hair-raising bleating noise, mixed with a kind of belling and groaning. Listen, there it is again. What can that be? Sounds like a siren. Fate is in such a bad mood that today it didn't even want to put together a decent carcass. The sound is quite close by now. The stag stands unsteadily, still thrust forward by its own rage, to face the fate which it hadn't seen coming. After all, it doesn't have any eyes at the back, but whatever has happened to it, it stands ready, its hooves lurching over the asphalt to fight with whomever. Fate, sluggish as it is, has not even reacted yet to this attack by the meat mass of this animal weighing hundreds of pounds, and already the animal wants to fight it. So now, with some delay, Fate is at last handed the stag's papers. A little late, as mentioned. There's no hurry. It'll not be shot until next year at the earliest. It is an older, but very beautiful beast. And in a year's time it will be still older, still more majestic, perhaps have fled from a younger rival. No, it's not sick. It is, touch wood, healthy, thanks for asking, and has by and large remained so. Now it's back on its feet. It could be king of any forest, its head lowered, swinging. No, the neck isn't broken either. This is the confirmation. Fate's documents are always correct. It knows everything about us. What's happened to the rest? Our brand new Minister of Social Affairs will ask you that in all seriousness. Kurt Janisch has stopped. For a moment the car seems to him like a paper bag which has been filled with air and then burst. An animal has hit it a little too forcefully. The country policeman's heart hammers right up to his throat and into his leisure shirt. It's as if he is held tight by these two giant hands, which clapped together above the car as if they wanted to applaud him. The heavy impact of a living thing can produce such an effect in anyone, above all if one was not prepared for it. But one can also drive off with a feeling of indifference until something even worse happens. Whatever was hit, torn, thrust aside, it has been thrown onto the road and is already lying behind Kurt Janisch. Where on earth did the car get the rage and the strength for that? It got them, this much-admired creature, brought up to kick, punch, shove, to show off and murder, from us. And another animated creature now bleats and scrapes the asphalt, scratches the surface, drowned in itself, but nevertheless half on its legs again, gone head over heels, but on its hooves again, and on course, one of the inhabitants of the night, to which it too wants to belong. What distant light could have drawn it? Here there is only the sparse illumination of the federal highways. The bridges are for people on their way into the beyond, who wanted to have another drink or two beforehand for the long journey. Who knows if we'll get anything on the way, so it's better if we first fill up with as much as the disco clothes will take, which should actually uncover us, a covering which unfortunately doesn't take very much, when a tree and the like or similar living thing gets in its way. The stag has hurried a little bit further up the wall of time in its eagerness. It has bounced off the pliant membrane which separates this world from the world on the other side, and which is permeable in only a few places, and has been catapulted back into the here and now, bounced back like a trumpet note, which was thrown back by a rock face. It was wedged in by the confinement of a road, which now returns it to nature. So, nature is handed a present, for which it will certainly still find a use, because the hunter, too, is close to nature and deserves his pleasures. This stag will not escape him so easily. It will find it hard to get away. But still, Kurt Janisch reaches for his revolver. He'll have to shoot the animal if he's seriously injured it. But that doesn't appear to be the case. The fall was far, but not fatal. Only yesterday an express train tore up a whole flock of sheep not far from here. Over 40 dead animals, flung through the air like cotton-wool balls. The good shepherd fallen asleep drunk somewhere, the dog in the field alone, not a hope. Now the shepherd has to bear joint responsibility for the whole loss. Or don't you think he bears a responsibility, dear television audience? Write and let us know what you think. It's your views that count. We will clarify the legal position and look thoughtful as we do so, and everyone will want to clarify it differently. I'll put a bet on that already. Kurt Janisch doesn't want to take part. He's thinking of his own legal consequences and resolves to pursue others with his own law and rights, as the vultures do, and other birds of prey. Some take from the living, some from the dead. There are moments when one should smile, best of all at the camera, which is thrusting into one's face. This is not one of those moments. The stretch of road here is notorious. Per year, approximately 50 or 60 red deer, mainly stags, they don't stay with their herd as they should, it seems to me, are mashed up. Do you hear the cries from the dreadful warmth of their pools of blood? Their carcasses are lying around everywhere, mostly on the hard shoulder, though not properly dressed. But often they also lie in the middle of the road, just wherever they've been tossed, not stirred. A few have even been stuck to the windscreen, or were hanging over the bonnet like a fur stole, while no sun could be found in the dark night sky to wrap them in warmth a little longer, the dead animals. This whole landscape sometimes seems to consist of steaming blood and long-drawn-out cries. The cars conduct a campaign against life, which still continues at this very hour. Terrible things with wings, mostly crows and jackdaws, glide over it all. They come because they've been summoned to pick out eyes. They always have their tools with them. Crows can be quite wicked, and spear the faces of the dead with their thorn beaks. This stag, however, will soon be eating and drinking again, though at the moment it's staggering around a bit, because it can't understand where it could have got so drunk. But it'll be all right. If no one comes from the opposite direction now, he'll manage to make it into the timber forest. Yes, he's made it. Up he goes. Down to the river would have been the wrong direction. Then, sooner or later, he would have turned back frustrated, would have angrily reached the road, and a little later someone else would have got him and this time done the job properly. Fate never rings twice. One has to open the door the first time. It is too lazy to do so itself. The area is very abundant in game, and the spirits of every single person who lives here are completely different several times a day. Courtianish's brother-in-law from Carinthia once related he had hit a pregnant hind, which had immediately expired beside his mudguard. That already doesn't sound good. Does this sound any better? The fawn spilled out of the hind's burst stomach and lay next to it. It had to be personally killed by the driver with a stone. Not a nice task, but what can one do in such a situation? No one, absolutely no one, should suffer unnecessarily. That's certain. Because it would only have suffered, the fawn, so we put it out of its misery. With one foot still almost in the hot monster that brought us to this spot, and yet only wanted to gobble its gas at the next filling station. It wants to live too. It's so nice, and it took so long to choose it. What happened to the rest? The engine, rapidly cooling in the cold night air, now ticks over quite gently, starting up again at last. Listen. No sound of anything else here. Life was preserved and returned to the earth, thank you very much. But the address was wrong. Nevertheless, the earth does not let go once it has something. It sometimes lends one something, if one complains long enough. An abyss was briefly open, and now it's closed again. The blinds are down. The ravens aren't coming. They're almost only to be found in the Tyrol. They don't fly so far. To make up for that, they can speak. But at the moment they're offended, because they're constantly confused with crows. Courtianish smiles for no reason. He's on a campaign, and to this end he advances into the field, to the dead river bank, where, beside the rushing river, the paper tissues sleep in their nest, which they've built for themselves, only from themselves, like the eternal being. The keen eyes of Courtianish inspect the ground. His watchful hands now grip the flashlight switched to function 2. Don't flash, we need a steady light. We're already nervous enough as it is. His hands are still shaking a little. He bends down and crawls reluctantly into the undergrowth, illuminates the ground inch by inch. There's nothing more to be found there, only half-frozen mud, dirt. But who knows what a couple of rigorously deployed sensitive instruments in the forensic laboratory, in the sure hands of experts, would find. The senses of man should be more acute than the instruments he created. But they are not. Otherwise, One would not have specially had to invent them. Dark slope, do you surrender now or not what you've pocketed? With the human herd who trampled around today in the mountains and glided around on the pistes and cycled around in the forests, one can't collect everything they've left behind. That's impossible. Not even the country police will do that, so it doesn't matter. This country policeman, at any rate, is only still crawling around in order to be able to have a response to the unpleasant reluctance in himself. I'm still looking. I'm looking. I can't help it if I don't find anything. Just a moment. Was it more this way or more that way? I can't remember any more. The bush over there is a heap of needles, which prick unpleasantly and aim for the eyes, like the crows, a small malicious army, which, almost wiped out, has closed up in order to offer final, determined resistance. No, we would never have crawled under this bush. It would have torn our skins and tattooed it with wheels instead of bringing skin together with skin. Gabi would anyway have refused to crawl under there. Her hair, her jeans, her new jacket, ba-ba-double-ba. The usual. Blubbering. The ones who get hit also cry out sometimes. There's nothing one can do about it. Apart from that, it would have given her the creeps. A pile of shit could have called stop, like the blast from a horn, because tourists like to crouch under such bushes if they want to save the money for the restaurant but nevertheless want to relieve themselves and not their purses. No, I think it must have been further over there. It gets flatter, too. There's a little clearing surrounded by green bushes. Oh, look, the buds! So delicate, so green already. The country policeman illuminates the way ahead, but he still doesn't see anything which might count at some point. Here and there a candy wrapper flashes up in the beam of the searchlight, as if it wanted to mock the searcher. It still bears the warm trace of hands, this cough-drop cellophane. It won't decay for centuries, and we'll still be able to delight our grandchildren with its sparkle, this ancient number from yesteryear, if they happened to come here at night with their flashlights, discharged from the 1,000 suns, brighter than any disco. Courtianish, don't let yourself be interrupted. Keep on looking. He searches, all the more avidly, the more hopeless it appears, as if he now had to save his own thoughts, at least, which threaten to escape him. No, we don't think. We'd rather dig with our bare hands in the frozen dirt of the winter, which has hardly passed. Quite pointlessly, Courtianish tears at the low branches, shakes them like fists. How can something be lying there, or even fall down? Do handkerchiefs grow on trees here? This man likes to surround himself with trees in order to enjoy the feeling of plenty, even when one owns nothing. He is always, in the first instance, after houses. And what has he got so far? Well, now I have to mock. Nature, nothing but nature, whose body he now kicks with his heavy climbing shoes, the tree trunks, in an ever more furious fit of rage. He races around in the wood like a wild animal, throws himself against the fir trees with a crash. Though he doesn't get far, the branchwork is terribly dense, impenetrable. He scrapes around in the half-frozen mud, which, thawing in the body heat, protrudes from his fingernails, because they can't hold any more. Now he hits out with his fists as well, again and again. Blood is running down his wrists. He resounds like a note running after its own echo, because it hasn't heard it and is entitled to it in the mountains, 2 copies attached, into the forest by the river, again and again. It looks as if he wanted to passionately embrace the trees, the country policeman. Yet, like many people, the trees confuse hate with love, and cuddle up to him, the bad man, clasp him, who is plucking out all their little twigs and kicks their trunks for no reason at all, which after all are only lightly clothed in bark and lichens. They are not dressed sturdily enough. Now he is even scraping away the earth at the roots, our Courtianish. Anyone who sees it will think it odd, Perhaps there are even traces of blood. Then the country policeman would really have achieved the opposite of what he wanted. This forest promises him only annihilation, and it promises that he, Court Janisch, will afterwards be cleanly cleared away. It's not like drowning. No, all the many animals come who also want to eat, and they eat simply everything. But go into the water? No, they wouldn't do that. It works the other way round as well. Do you see this trout? The rear end of a mouse is hanging out of its open jaws. How did that happen? How on earth? I don't know how the jaws are supposed to close again. At any rate, I'm not going to pull the mouse out. There, everywhere, is a great shepherd who has left his sheep in the lurch, but he didn't let them go into the water. He is there for them, even if not always, and he stands by the ring until finally an abandoned lower jaw, you must be joking, grins at him out of the undergrowth. The upper part plus teeth has long ago been dragged away by other animals. Hey, you, I've bitten the dust. My dentist wouldn't have liked that at all. He's even forbidden me to do it. Must have been a deer. If you like a deer above all else, then please look the other way now, because this is exactly what it could have been. No, it wasn't. No matter, it threw away its body long ago, perhaps because you didn't love it as much as you thought. So this flame would have gone out now. The teeth are gone too. The hooves have galloped off. Today another animal was luckier than this one. So it goes. One always wins, the others only lose. The flame of life, before it is blown out by a mouth puckered for a kiss, which was always easily able to deceive one, is indeed a very sensitive little flame. There's not much gas left. It's all used up, and consumption has already been paid for and debited from our account. What's puffing there as if of stronger, higher flames? A scornful night sky, which according to the position of the moon tells us the time, and that our time in pictures Part 3 will soon begin in this little box here, and then a completely new age will dawn, and if we finally want to see this new age, then we must make our way to a more inviting location with more fashionable furnishings. And there we have it already. The location. Location. A pretty kitchen living room quite deliberately fitted out in a rustic look, and nevertheless sighing with dissatisfaction, since it would rather collect itself into a nice crowd of kitchens by Dan or someone, preferably one for each family member. They wanted to form a kitchen circle, each one in his very own house. For the time being, we only have 1.5 housing units, because the son's house still belongs to someone. Into this kitchen enter, in their own character, without feeling ashamed, sure of their adventurousness, the TV guests of Vera, the hostess from the beyond, who collects the wastewater of human beings and, giving a blessing, sprinkles it on the heads of millions, solemn water, which we crowd around, only in order to see. Others are even more desperate than we are. How fantastic is that! Overjoyed, I write a whole novel, if necessary. This one. They are not ravaged by hate, the family people in this kitchen. They are delighted with their new property. Patrick, the child, will get a whole room just for his video games. The son's wife will get the whole cellar as a washing and ironing room. The country policeman's wife will perhaps get a conservatory, in order to sit quite alone with the television and find out if she wants to be a millionaire, or to receive from the television a country barn dance, which will spur her on, quite alone, to laugh heartily, until she herself is locked up in it again. The country policeman's son will get a whole floor to himself, in order, the hobby of every other young man, to assemble electronic circuits, which will seem completely beside the point to everyone else, because they already exist. There he can also pursue his second hobby, playing a home organ. But because this hobby is always running too far ahead of him, he's going to give it up again soon. The country policeman himself will simply get everything he wants and will feel unusually burdened by all his property. A sleepwalker, a chiseled body of stone, with a way of speaking for women, who has to bear a whole house, and yet one alone will never be enough for him, although he would not be able to bear any more. We see dark heads bent over a building plan, which they have boldly removed from a drawer and even more boldly will alter with their own felt tips. In this bath they will soon splash, and in this extension with a bay window they will make quite personal gestures to one another, which, another personal present, nothing from a shop, will be received as slaps in the face. We see eyes which do not turn away from straight and dotted lines, but complete them, or make completely different subdivisions just as they please, according to their own yardstick. My soul tells me that these people are not for a moment thinking of themselves, but only of their descendants, who, in the shape of Patrick, the country policeman's grandson, loaf around in front of the television, let the fate of strangers bounce impudently off them, and instead absorb a whole pound of cookies, but only those that they know from the advertisements, which are explicitly and exclusively directed at our young people. The country policeman now turns up at home again as if by magic. He's wet, rumpled, and dirty, but he never has to give explanations anyway. Showers and changes his clothes, while in between what happened with the stag falls from his lips like dried clay. That doesn't particularly upset anyone here, at most that the stag survived. That's very rare. Fancy that, the things life is capable of. Until now we've only credited death with surmounting such difficulties. Life ultimately does rise above everything, if one has been able to obtain it in the hospital. But the things a skillful mason, a joiner, a carpenter are capable of, if one lets them, that is more than thinking. It is the activity of the industrious and hard-working, of which I have often spoken here, but it has paid off every time. Apart from that, others have done it even more often, haven't they? It's difficult to talk about ordinary things, about the lamplight, which blows away in the darkness, the TV, which shoos away melancholy, the conversations at the family dinner table, which snarling chase away the intellect, the clothes, which hide the ill-shaped bodies of people, or sometimes also such a compact, home-carved work of art as Courtianish, whom one could exhibit just like that in the Museum of Local Art and Culture, if only he were a little more kindly. Or, finally, about a building plan, which subsequently discards its own house. I could talk about it endlessly. Oh, how beautiful it all is, because one can always work hard at oneself and at others. And how happy I am, nevertheless, to be allowed to say all that here. Thank you so much for everything. Chapter 7. Please permit me to say the following once again, because it is important to me and because I can't now find the passage where I said it once before. If your vegetables are enriched by high dosages of nitrates, then you must on no account eat them. It's a sign that thanks to excessive use of fertilizers, the ecological balance of the water has become upset. And with it, of course, your vegetables. It is therefore excessive, and damage to health may result, if this has not already occurred, if the very good water that we have is polluted. What we douse our food in, we should even keep particularly pure so that it does not dose us. Natural bodies of water, superabundant plant growth. Yuck! How this body of water must feel, I'd rather not try to imagine. The water wants to be as hard-working and decent as the people who drink it, but the people don't help it, they don't give it a hand. Animals would be paralyzed with shock if they could read that. They have to drink water too, after all. Aquatic plants would die off. Excuse me, I can explain that. Instead of ceasing to absorb oxygen, like those of us who have died, they now really start. Just as the rest of Austria, full of love and greed, receives the tourists, our dear guests who visit us, unless the government doesn't suit them. It doesn't suit me either. So I'm a stranger here myself. As already mentioned, excessive use of poison causes the whole orchestra of nature to strike up all at once, and even Bruckner wouldn't have wanted that. There is too much of everything. We have enough, too. More than enough. We've had enough. If you are contemplating wallowing in excess, you're better off taking the whipped cream and leaving the oxygen. Besides, my little bit of water here, in this machine, is also overloaded with poison. Instead of answering genteelly when I'm asked, I tip my whole life, which is itself long dead, into this dead water zone. But deader than dead, that can't be. It would be a good thing if for once a decent flow got going into this zone, if the water at last got a decent employment policy, so that its trophic level finally improves. Otherwise we always only remain what we were, trophies of history, displayed as a warning to other countries. And what we grabbed we couldn't take with us. Or could we? No, we are not going to give this Klimt painting back now. We must have got something out of it, for making all that effort, until almost no one escaped with their lives. How we would rather have more turbulent times again, how we would like to profit from the movement of the river until the last particle of water in us, our upright little Austrian homebody souls, is carried along. That's how coarsely our bodies of water are spoken about, I swear it. In addition to the main movement, acquisition of property, by the dear little secondary movements, the belief in God, the Heavenly Father, whom we have soft-soaped for so long for our own entertainment, until he finally gave us back to ourselves, newly redecorated, as good as new, no better, and we had nothing more urgent to do than hand ourselves over to a new leader, voluntarily, as if we were 1.5 years old, at the outside, and couldn't understand what he's saying to us. As if nothing had ever happened. There are some who still can't get enough. We've already described them, and now only have to clear away our own refuse. It resembles the leguminous plants, tenacious, yielding, slimy, but in this water in the lake, it can't be done away with, at least not for a while. This refuse consists of owner-occupied houses, of which one always provides security for the other, until the banks, exhausted, raise a small white flag and decline. The banks are asexual, that is, they do not allow themselves to be mollified either by men or by women. They are not oriented towards propagation and regeneration, like the plants of the earth. They are programmed for concentration. So, now they've caught someone again who thought up some dirty trick with the interest redemption. He won't get far with that. If he were richer, they wouldn't have got him. They even caught the fraudulent chicken farmer and his brother, but not his powerful backers. The Freedom Party Building Society has been wound up. A pity, really. They're also feeling the country policeman's collar. But he always removes his jacket very quickly, and the banks can once again take a walk. Yes, that's completely true. He is a person, a truth, a work, a property, yet in reality nothing belongs to him. Gather round me if you want to hear once again how many people this country has killed. No doubt you're asking yourselves why then I'm always only talking about the one person. He's not that important, after all. No, you're not asking yourselves that, and I can understand that. No one asks me about anything whatsoever. I have already described what you will find in this standing water. which has urgent need of a second leg to stand on, but now it's finally going to be found, the relic, the victim. That's quite different from just talking about it. On the other hand, one imagines it to be worse than it is, finding a corpse, and I have hesitated so long to describe it, until I almost didn't feel like it here on the low shore of my resolves. Please throw the first stone now, but in such a way that it can hop around on the surface of the water a couple of times, as happy as a new federal chancellor. The spoil-sport, Gabi's corpse, who was searched for as a living person and so could of course never be found, not even with all the photos on the masts, almost the whole way up to the Semmering Pass, pops up now as a dead woman, although the dead are of course inactive and don't respond to anything anymore. In the deep water of our mountain lakes, there are places where one never finds them. The dead? Doesn't matter, we have enough of them. I mean, there are plenty of them. There, in the mountain lakes, the shores drop almost vertically. These lakes can be 600 feet deep or more. There are holes in the lakes. They have the power to make people disappear without trace forever. At the Last Judgment, there will then be great astonishment when the prettily packaged women all bob up from the bottom in order to avenge themselves for their discontent in the water's cold hell. How great will be their disappointment when others, the hosts of angels in their fast four-wheel drives, which have been acquired for them so that they can get everywhere on that day when the trumpets shall sound without pause, will first of all want to take revenge on them. Because going by the book, the misdeeds of the living are not erased by the death of others. But the business with Gabi affects me so badly, nevertheless. I really don't know what to say now, but simply can't let it out like cigarette smoke, quickly, as if in passing. Description is difficult, of course, if one has never seen a real dead person. A film is only a weak substitute. A little bench in Shudderwood Station. So horror turns up today, weighs me down unusually heavily. And yet I can't look away, although actually I wanted to read the newspaper. Two men who, after a big meal at the inn, wanted to stretch their legs a bit. They will soon have to be unhappy that on this occasion they couldn't stretch their legs under the table. Their wives have remained sitting and gossip away, this time without making use of the corrosive rage at their families, which so often overcomes, e.g. me, now walk down to the lake on a cold, soon-to-be-green path, which is already depressed at the thought of all the police boots which will shortly be tramping around on it. So, I now read, because I'm used to reading, from the two men's faces what they're thinking when, close to the shore, they discover, re-emerging as unexpectedly as it disappeared, first of all just bobbing up and down, a man-sized roll of green, shiny tarpaulin, such as is used, fairly pointlessly, because it's never quite waterproof. I can tell you a thing or two about that, since I had to bail out water from my balcony 3 times, as covering on building sites. The tarpaulin is tied up with wire. What's that? It is, at any rate, first of all, curious. Because something is as big as a human being doesn't mean that it has to be one. But anyone seeing this roll imagines this plastic cover has been made the size it is so that exactly one human being, or 4 square yards of soil, or a 5-foot 3-inch tree trunk fit underneath. The one has no protection anymore. The other would have been very much in need of more protection. The tree trunk has no more wishes except for the nice damp earth, which it will never see or feel again. The circle of readers stands up to get a better view. The tarpaulin hides something, which for days seemed to have been swallowed by the earth, but the earth was unjustly accused. The water had the human roll the whole time, and was playing yo-yo with it. But the string was a wire tightly wound, and so the water was soon fed up with the game. It didn't work, There's nothing one can do with this packet, and whatever is inside it, we can't unpack it. We just have to pick up our textbook again, which tells us what killed us, who are all of us waters, in such a way that we consist almost only of water, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and organic stuff. We got a fresh load of the latter 3 days ago, but don't know what to do with it yet. Apart from that, like many children, we are basically glutted, for which there are good reasons. These are the words of the water to us, and to the 2 men, who don't understand its language. But the language of this plastic roll they understand instinctively, and take a step backwards, and are suddenly silent. What's that? The 2 men have already eaten. That's a good thing, because at this moment their appetite would have disappeared, if they hadn't earlier on arrested it in good time and taken advantage of it for their own ends. The lake is not deep, nowhere, and yet no one has made the effort to coax this roll a little further out. There it is now, a possible covering for a human being, but not a good one. At first the 2 men try to pull the flotsam ashore with the help of a broken-off long stick, but they can't reach far enough. It's as if the roll is not for them. The men say to themselves, "Today, of all days, it's not our day." Birds circle over them screeching. It's still cold. Too cold for the time of year, even here. We imagined angels differently, as we were fleetingly brushed by thoughts of reprisal and wanted to kill someone, but then refrained from doing so after all. These are black angels. Inside this plastic sheet rests a human face and a human body. That's what it looks like to me, this sheet. The men think, it can't be what it looks like. The men know that what it looks like is probably what it will be. Soon we will know exactly, says the law of reality. They squat down and strain to look under the water, which is especially dark and opaque, but the sheet encloses something they can recognize exactly. And with terrible certainty they understand whom they are dealing with death, this always cocked weapon, which is playfully turning in a circle, staring first at one, then the other, a nervous finger pointing at their cold bodies. Whose turn is it today? I would like to be the first to know. Perhaps already the 2 men on the way home? They really shouldn't have drunk that 3rd glass. This walk was supposed to serve, not least, as a sobering up. Well, that's exactly what it's doing. And, as if with one blow of a hammer drill, 4 eyes drill into the site of the water foam roll. It's a simple package, yet what will it not set in motion? In the future, 82 detectives of the regional force, of which 20 will be assigned solely to this one case. Cell phone on, call out, horrors already prepared, packed, frozen, and discovered by 2 persons. Please come immediately. We see what's been hidden, and would so like to know what's inside. Their wives are always merely covered up by quilts, and these always reveal what's familiar, which grows more rancid with every day, and which, furthermore, in order to get some pleasure out of it, has to be flattered for hours. The things one has in mind one never ever gets. It would be a good thing to remove this covering. That would bring us considerably closer to our bobbing, restless goal. We hear a frightful voice speaking, accompanied by a blue light, and, as if that were not enough, a siren. We hear how the voice is trying to tell us something. You're dealing with death here. Be quiet. Perhaps it's still there and is going to fetch you. Oh, how exciting. Well, it won't be as bad as all that, says another voice from an extra-small telephone, which can be snapped open so that it looks bigger, and which may well appear more eerie than this manifestation under water, which is observed by birds, not by fish, because there are no fish in this special element I'm thinking of. The country police force is at liberty to come. In fact, they must. And they do. Mr. Courtianish is not on duty today. The man has the luck of the devil. Otherwise, he would have had to take acting lessons in good time, and that, too, he has been able to save himself, in addition to his many other savings, which unfortunately are always gone when he needs them. He has only negative savings, that is, debts. More than hairs on his head. He wishes someone would take them off him, but instead houses are supposed to come and stay. Fortunately, these are ponderous, stationary fellows. They are supposed to pour in some time, nevertheless, to serve as security for further houses. So something comes of nothing. No, a something comes of a nothing. But nothing at all, comes of it. Not yet, but our prospects are good. 2 men rise to their feet on the shore of the lake, who have done their duty as citizens, and no doubt they will sooner or later stand up impatiently to the authorities. That is their human duty. That's why everyone does it. They only agree with the authorities, the people, when someone who doesn't belong to us is to be carefully deported. So now the authorities come jolting and bumping down what is no more than a track, and will detain these men unnecessarily for hours. This track is the only one on which the country police can get here, if they don't want to go on foot, which would break a few points from their uniform epaulettes, which they will certainly still need on our eastern borders, and that with Slovenia, quite close to here, in order to establish their authority. These officers, after all, have to patrol 90 miles of border in Styria in super uniforms, with parkas and peaked caps. The whole Spielfeld district is already quaking at their steps. The training in the annex of the Bad Radkersburg police school lasted 6 months. That must have paid off at some point, because then they can protect the riches of the natives really very effectively, and accompany the latter, once they have enjoyed it all in peace and quiet, with a raised signal disc into the kingdom of God, which belongs to them alone in any case, so that no one can put a spoke in their wheel. So, here it is, exactly, in the water. Take a look. Do you see it? What is it? We'll need the boat. After some back and forth and pushing and now heave and crossing the dead water zone, in which simply nothing stirs, the load is dragged by boat into the microscopically small harbor and pulled out. Divers aren't needed. At the top there's hair. That's already the first thing we see. But now we already know everything and lose our self-control. Jesus, hair must be real. One of the men throws up on God and his friend and the feet of the policemen, who manage to jump back in time, but are already talking into their radios and have to listen to the din and crackle that breaks out of them like game out of the undergrowth. Soon the place will simply be swarming with men in uniform, and later also with the high-ranking civilians. A bit of smooth forehead under the saturated hair can also be seen, which didn't go under the plastic sheet, or not enough of an effort was made to tuck it in. Here someone perhaps wanted too much to own a human being, and instead took this human being away from themselves, if you follow me. Perhaps this human being was simply thrown away because someone had no more use for her anymore. Once again, the killer did not take the human being away from himself. That would not have bothered the killer. He evidently had no more use for his prey. But the victim from themselves. This person would miss themselves if they were still conscious. No idea why. The eyes literally get stuck into the role, but cannot take it overall on their own. Impossible. We can't grasp it. The birds are disappointed. The lake, however, is relieved it's rid of the responsibility, and it doesn't, on top of everything else, have to absorb even more fertilizers. Photographers, the search for clues, indescribable excitement in a short time over-fertilizes the village as well and sweeps it along, heavy with all the stored-up shit, which one will get to hear there, as in a spring avalanche, which in a swelling torrent, out of which poke our sins like trees and lumps of concrete, surges down the pedestrianized former High Street. People who a moment ago were crouching out of sight, so that no one would see them answering the call of nature, now resolve never to do such a thing again. Someone can be lurking behind every bush, and in conclusion one ends up in the lake. Someone who has wrapped someone up and thrown them in will then also mendaciously maintain not to have known someone beforehand at all. We don't need that. To be denied in death, like Jesus by his disciples, let yourself be killed, then you'll get the surprise of your life, what people will broadcast about you. But the people here are rather taciturn. You don't get anything out of them so easily. After the first photos, the roll is opened, and a body and a face of great charm are unpacked. Body and face still bear their delicate, peaceful beauty. The face of the young woman looks as if she's sleeping, but in truth everything about her has long been divested of life. Someone has stirred up life against her, and so it went off in a huff. Not with her any more. The black ankle boots aren't there, but there's the denim jacket with the long shawl collar, which we'd already missed, but not the handbag. Where is it? It's never found. The policemen see immediately who it is. They've had the young missing person on their computer screens, and now they see her in natura, in this nature which takes offense at them. Let them sleep, the dead. There are too many for one to know something, even of one strand of their hair. In future, more than 2,000 people will be questioned in relation to the case. But what can one learn from people? They lie as soon as they open their mouths. It's always the same. It's what they've read and what they've seen on television, and they confuse that with what has happened to them and what really should have been in the newspaper, because it would have been much more interesting. Really, it should only have been a matter of time until the murderer would have been caught. It must have been a stranger. But there are hardly any strangers here, and only a few tourists. And they are immediately conspicuous because of their racy sporty or rural hunting costume, in which they dream of higher strata, to which they do not belong, and to whom the hunting grounds belong. No, they have no grounds here. In winter, the frost's tender, sensitive hands chase away the strangers. In summer, the rain, which mows down everything, even the bare earth, and anyone who's still left is driven off by us in person. Perhaps this girl, Gabi, wanted to see the whole wide world, but had not suspected that this small one would already be a size too big for her. Eyes bore into eyes and discuss and ask something. Names are mentioned, people are summoned for questioning. The country police are only doing their duty, the officers say again and again, when they once again stop in front of the hillock of a human being, who acts the boss in front of them, molehill as Matterhorn. Not much will come of all that. Each tells one's own truths, one more, the other less. The truths are, once one has got to know them, so hard to express, because they are probably not true at all. People are called, and they rush over in a state of agitation. Then they are sent away again. They all knew our Gabi. Her mother and her boyfriend knew her particularly well, and they are questioned particularly well. They say, "No one knew our Gabi as well as we did. There certainly wasn't another man." The two of them are sitting in the kitchen living room again. They can no longer kiss the rim of the half-full cup of cocoa, which Gabi left standing the last time she was seen. She made it that evening before she left. She didn't finish it. The cup was rinsed. Where did she go after that? She shouldn't have gone out again. We definitely told her, stay at home, or take your boyfriend with you. One or the other. The boyfriend didn't even know that she wanted to go out again, as he claims. although it's not much of a claim. She would never do anything without me, says the boyfriend. Funny, the boyfriend is at first, naturally, the main suspect. He doesn't, however, give the impression of having done it. He is altogether quite quiet. He was also quiet at school, except when he was required to say something. He did not have any greater difficulty than usual in expressing himself in the spoken exercise, which he delivered in the first lesson. There would have had to be something in the way he looked, or in his voice. Nothing. He would automatically have had to make himself small in the face of something big like death. Turn pale, stutter, something. Sweat or stammer, if you like. His face seemed familiar to everyone, just as always. But who knows who he is? No, not the friend. Who among us knows who he is? We, that is. Everyone except me knows how to make pheasant wrapped in bacon, but we don't know who we are. So, I am one of the few who really doesn't want to know. It's one reason why we always need variety. Well, I don't need it. Perhaps we can find ourselves somewhere else. But to do that, we always have to travel somewhere else. We also always knew everything about Gabi, apart from one essential detail, thinks the head of the regional CID, even into his sleep. That is, even into his temporary death. It's the only way he can put himself in the position of the victim, by plunging into sleep, and the next day hoping to have found a clue in his brain which he has not yet followed up. Again, nothing. He's close, he knows that, but still, nothing. I'm sorry. I would tell you if I could, but I can't penetrate this dimension. A carton full of little wrapped sugar cubes from various cafes in places in the neighborhood, collected for the fun of it, which was no doubt as small as these sugar cubes, these keepsakes, which themselves don't keep their shape, but are happy if they don't have to dissolve, and can first get to know 2 or 3 people to whom they are served, assuming their first owners have not damaged the wrapping with the signs of the zodiac too badly. But Gabi was always in these establishments alone, or with her boyfriend. There was never another man with her. At least no one whom we observed or whom we can remember. Her boyfriend claims she had recently perhaps been a little less passionate in love-making than usual. He says it shamefacedly. That points to something, but perhaps only that she had been a little lethargic, or there was a lot to do at work. She wrote a letter to a girlfriend. Mother and boyfriend hem me in, don't give me room to breathe, check up on me, pester me to do things, no idea what. It seems to be enough for them that I'm there, but I know I'm their mistress. I know so precisely because they pester me. Computers order these names, figures, and dates, which in turn are shown to other men and machines. Many others note number plates and ask about the owners, who try not to look the fool. Too bad. One cannot know everything about a person, and one can know absolutely nothing about everyone. What does that mean? Even for someone smart, it's hard to express. I already said so, and I'm not smart. I'll just have to take even better care to look smart in order to understand life, although I already spend a fortune. Otherwise, in future, I won't be admitted to life at all, and will have to let everyone else go in front of me. Would anyway be a bit late for life now, wouldn't it? If only I had learned something. When the mother wakes up, it hits her that her daughter is dead, and she, the mother, can immediately go to her boyfriend in Germany, in Bavaria. But on first thoughts, it's no fun at all. On second thoughts, the fun will return. Yes, the 2 of them will return, perhaps after a really pleasant holiday together, Mr. Fun and Mrs. Joy of Living. The mother would in any case have moved away soon. Why shouldn't parents be birds of passage for once? They want to move on sometimes, too. The mother has her own boyfriend and has put down a deposit on a house for Gabi. That should be enough. The couple, that was definitely the plan, would certainly have kept an eye on Gabi, lovingly hugged her, and Gabi would always have found ways and means of being horrid to them and to demand careful handling in return. Other people are also likewise burdened. No wonder that one would rather have their apartments instead of them. A wonder that most of them are still in one piece, given how often fate has struck them and wrested their few weak and delicate weapons from their hands before they could even read the instructions. So, many are in the hospital. Mr. Westenthaler has smashed his kneecap for the umpteenth time, always the same one. All the rest are dead now, I decide, and so I save myself a lot of work, and they've already been cleared away by the good housewife's hand of death. So I no longer have to describe them. Thank you very much. The rest still lie under their burdens and wait for someone to put them back on their feet again and deliver them to someone who will perhaps be pleased about it. There isn't anyone like that, who sticks with one like the oak with the mistletoe. One cannot neglect oneself, nevertheless. Otherwise, not even in the misty future will this long-desired partner turn up, who talks to one in a nice and friendly fashion. One must then on no account neglect him, and not oneself either. When can one take a rest? It would be better if people had been on their feet long before that. Then they would have had time to find someone better than the one they have. Only he who knows longing, who knows what they suffer, the people. Oh, the one who knows and loves us is far away, in the water. Hardly is someone gone, than one longs for him. Or not, who knows? No injuries of any kind could be identified on the girl's body, no visible ones at least. Someone got too close to her. But to the forensic doctor's surprise, he by no means acted in a brutal way. What's even more surprising, in all probability, no sign of sexual intercourse before death, not even traces of a violent attempt to penetrate her or ejaculate in or anywhere on her. The water obliterated these traces. Why did someone pull Gabi's trousers down to her knees and her pullover and shirt over her breasts? And yes, the open bra as well. Why these diligent pieces of work, which perhaps had nothing to do with diligence but with necessity? And afterwards it wasn't necessary to pull up the woman's clothes again properly. Why, indeed, only the doctor is going to see her now, someone like that. It wouldn't have cost anything to make her look decent again and lay her out, the dead woman we see here. 2 movements, one above, one below. But there are some who no longer have them at their command, ever since women can dress and undress by themselves. Did the taut weapons of a man take aim at this body, which came as suppliant or even as someone indifferent, which said no, and when I say no, does that mean no? You know, one can even lose self-control with suppliants in the face of their humility, which nevertheless demands everything, even as they throw themselves away, perhaps in order to create space for a whole lot more. Was it really necessary to pull down and push up her things so unkindly? And then this gentle yet absolutely certain death, each one of its holds grips tightly. Death, this free climber. He must be skillful, the fellow. Sometimes he has to leave the scene of his activities very quickly afterwards. The young woman has not simply been choked or throttled, with the pressure and strength of firmly grasping hands for several minutes, but gently, through slight pressure of an open hand or a forearm on the throat, right on the nerve conductor center, which has its home there. Ding-a-ling-a-ling sound the nerve ends with their integrated wiring, and then they're quiet and don't make a sound. No messages for you. Not on the display, either. Time and date. In the year 2000 it will perhaps, at least for a while, be difficult to find the people whom death has marked with its expiry date. The computer will perhaps fail, felled, outwitted by time itself. And in 2001 it might even get worse. Let's wait and see. Perhaps even death itself won't be working properly, because it will have been programmed with the wrong data. The young woman lying here with sodden head, armpit and pubic hair, so wet it's as if nothing had ever grown there, lacks all marks of struggle and strangulation, which are virtually always found in such cases. Only a slight bruise on the right side of the head suggests that the head, in a car against the door crossbar, was struck hard, and that then the dazed but not unconscious woman was gently suffocated in this curious and unusual way. It can even have happened unintentionally, can't it? No, not that. An accident of love which wanted something else than it could achieve? At any rate, the girl didn't drown. The characteristic drowned lung, the overinflation of the lung, the indistinctly defined reddish to blue-violet discolorations on her body, Paltauf blotches, caused by hemorrhaging, are completely missing. No froth formation either? No, don't see any. The froth would arise during drowning through an intensive mingling of the fluids swallowed with chyme, gastric mucus, and air, but did not arise here. Nothing to be seen. Any other questions? Make sure she's well preserved, but later I won't be able to answer them either. Back to the country policeman Kurt Janisch. In the course of these days, as if there were a negative agreement in this respect, no more money is lent to him. Yet the sum of compliments which women bestow on him, whom he stops, pulls over to the roadside, and leaves standing again in ever more rapid succession, he hardly takes the time any more to find out what significance each acquaintanceship could have for him, stares at driver's licenses, at gold necklaces, fur collars, rings, watches, which grow towards him like tough, self-confident creepers, which know that not even the machete of someone running amok could destroy them. He hears excuses, which are delivered in a never-changing sing-song, but he doesn't listen to these half-truths and excuses. He at last knows his own off by heart, and doesn't need those of strangers. He prefers to note where the supposedly, presumably lowered eyes of the women are wandering, from the country policeman's penetratingly blue iris straight down to his fly, direct connection, these greedy, grasping eyes of women, and yet why are they so carelessly screened with nothing but a protective coating of mascara, which probably only lends these glances weight and is intended to store them in a little fairy-tale forest which one immediately wants to enter. But there one will probably have to pay admission, instead of taking something away and carrying it home, so we'd better just leave it. These extensive acquaintanceships add up. They mount, like the snow up in the alpine sphere, just as cold and just as pointless. Well, some get pleasure out of plunging in and down, strapped to my undercarriage, downwards, ever downwards. That already makes up half the profit. The country policeman, however, would need the whole profit for himself alone. For the athletes, it has to be downhill. Or uphill, depending on the sport. But we can also certainly go up in the ski lift or the chairlift. Conversations develop. The women like the look of the country policeman, but they seem instinctively to scent his increasing desperation. At the moment, that's too much for them for a nice date. You know, it's a bit too complicated just now. I've lived my life, it wasn't easy. And if I try again, then it shouldn't be such a strain this time. I have my job, and from time to time I just want to lie quietly in front of the TV and cry and laugh. One's never lonely with the TV, anyway. That these women are supposed to invest something in this man is something they evidently suspect. Previously they only rarely suspected it, and they recoil, these women of the country road, some humbly, some good-naturedly, few boldly. Yet they are supposed to risk their whole fortune to save the country policeman. It's not a good start, because it doesn't start at all. I'm telling you for the umpteenth time, this man is a somber figure. His uniform has already signaled that to me before, a couple of times. Is he trying to get off with me? The women ask themselves, at whom he shoots his bright blue glances with the catapult of his strong, thick blonde hair and eyelashes, glances which are supposed to be self-explanatory, but which can only write out fines, glances after which, with gestures which by now already begin irresolutely, he hooks into the warm flesh of breasts, to pull the blouse away a little and look into the cleavage, inside the cuddly, soft, sleeveless woolen pullover. How much wood does this one have outside her hut, and how much gravel on her drive? Where is the old certainty of appraisal gone? The country policeman never used to be wrong before. "Mr. Janisch, do you receive me, over and out?" Everything has to go ever faster now. One thing virtually follows on the heels of the other. Yet at the same time one must not forget the hottest iron in the fire, this one particular lady, not just for special moments, but at all events that might turn up, and to whom it would be best he came as supplicant. She would like that. It would signal to her that he has been reduced in price, and that she can at last afford him. It often happens to those with ambitions. They often appear so small to us in comparison to their desires and goals, which they spread out before us, dressed up as important concerns, so that we pay them due attention. And so we, too, slowly take less and less interest in them, these concerns of strangers. The woman who loves, knows, and herself performs music, on a leash, always close beside him, the country policeman would like that. He wouldn't have to bother about her any more. And if the music wants to sniff a little longer at one corner or another, isn't this sonata movement a little faster, and this finale a little slower, so that each note can be heard separately? She is immediately roughly pulled back by the collar. I can't really grasp it yet, but this woman has perhaps, now of all times, at the wrong moment, discovered something like her dignity. That's what she calls it, at least. And this discovery makes her so happy, like everything that's new. It won't last long. Sit. Basket. Music will do that for her, and wherever one tells it to, as long as it's the right person saying it. And it's always well behaved and comes straight back. When the CD player is set at start again, it only comes to her, the music to the woman, who alone understands music, and it's all she understands. So why shouldn't the country policeman keep coming back? Why should he not start to worry when this time she doesn't open the door to him, who so often only wants to put her down? Unlike him, music only wants itself, and so we can imagine it was written for each of us alone. Only we can understand it properly. It makes no difference to music. It's easily satisfied. And it likewise wants to be repeated exactly the same each time in our concert halls, so that it always sounds as on the CD, which we have at home, although many people swear each time it's quite different from the time before. So that really everyone, even someone without ears at all, remembers it, and, so as to be able to remember it even better, buys the corresponding CDs as model for reality. An eternal cycle, in great as in little things. The country policeman doesn't want to come to himself any more. He'd rather stay away. And one can say, he doesn't know himself, otherwise he would still want to get to know himself. There's a new young colleague, but he really wants to get to know him better. Recently, as if by accident, he blew lightly on the back of his neck. He was close to laying his cheek for a moment on the soft spot above the collarbone, but he didn't dare. He then merely gave the young colleague a jab in the ribs and conducted a mock fight with him, with fists, and laughed. After that, for half a day, he didn't need to let his head droop. It should really be enough for the country policeman that he has a little house, a family, a grandson, and that the cars whiz past him, and he has the power to stop them at any moment, with nothing but a small movement. But he absolutely must have another house as well, and another, and another. Why, he can't live in them all at the same time, this house-moving maniac. To tear the see-through plastic wrapping from women he doesn't know, before too much has been seen of them, to scatter the contents around, and all that work just to move into the packaging, which is still full of the crumbs of another's life. He wants to get hold of the property of women, this man, at which he possesses great skill, which now, however, increasingly seems to be leaving him. Men don't give up what they've got. But recently the women, as already said, seem to suspect something. Not what this man intends, they would never guess that. But whatever it is, inconsistent as this sex is according to legend, they for their part no longer want anything at all from the country policeman. They don't know that they don't want anything from him, so that they don't have to give him anything for it. Love's mercy, this whore, which just takes anyone, but wants to give as little as possible for it, turns up. Hardly has the church been unlocked. What, no customer here yet to whom she could be of service? God should rather have been hung up by the feet, not only to accelerate his death, but also to still humankind's longing for love more quickly, in the nuclear age, since although war is in principle a thing of the past, everything can still at any time be smashed to pieces. When people see something as horrible as someone crucified upside down, they will realize how good things are for them and have no demands at all anymore, is what I think. They've evidently already got used to the one dying upright, loyally obedient to his father, the credulous of this church, who have always got unsecured credits and are only waiting to be able to jump in themselves as apocalyptic bill credit sharks and drive the whole world, which never gave them a present of anything, to bankruptcy. Whole poultry empires sank into the dust or into the dead leaves of the embezzler hedges of the Freedom Party's economics spokesman, Rosenstiengel, and even our Lord had to bite the dust without finding a single grain, just like the poultry that nobody wanted. It's a very human religion, Christianity, isn't it? He died for absolutely nothing. Nothing at all, God. It's got a lot to do with us, this religion, don't you think? Little bells ring, and women look at one very strangely when the priest is attractive. Yes, even the most good-humored. Everything's going down the drain anyway. Eye for an eye. People have already got used to every imaginable horror. Love is the only thing they want to experience again and again, and then once again after that. This time, however, exclusively with the right partner. They want the beloved to look cheerful. Otherwise, it's no fun for them. But today, this country policeman does not look at all cheerful to me. No one will one day have him as a husband, because he's already married and asks his wife almost every third day how she is. Then he's away again from place to place, where he stops cars, as if he could stop himself. To see in love, of all things, the fulfillment of his financial longings, in a caring hand, which hands him stocks and shares, anonymous saving bank books, and golden watches, in a soft body, which offers him its fantastic, firm, magnificent covering, provided with a superveneer, so that he, the country policeman, at last has security. What do you say to that? You are bored by such tenderness? What can I say to that? No further lights went out. Gabi's will be the only one, I hope, though one can never know what will occur to the unappreciated mixed-up minds of the desperate. Other women have disappeared here, at greater intervals. No, I'm not saying anything more about that now. Growling, the tires get stuck into the ground, don't want to let go, then hurry on nevertheless. Where to? Fortunately, it's still the winter tires on this cold track, on which they rush away in 2 deep, well-worn, icy ruts. The air rises up against the vehicles, which are driving along poorly cleared detours, which force them to go up into the mountains by way of the forest tracks, where snow is still lying on hidden routes, which outsiders don't know. It plays happily with them, the oncoming air with the few cars, caresses their shiny, colored bodies. One of them belongs to the country policeman. His face is quite expressionless. What does it matter? No one sees it. A woman is supposed, he called earlier, to be stretching out expectantly towards him in her house, and she is supposed to snuff it, but not too soon. That would perhaps be the best long-term solution, for the house as for the woman, but not too soon. He just came off duty. Now we're driving straight to her. Can it be that she didn't open up yesterday, although she was definitely at home? No, that's impossible. That she was eating thoughtfully at home, piling salami and ham on bread to the accompaniment of her favorite music, by candlelight, which is romantic, but only à deux, since it's a pleasure to make a fuss. Except every flame is a potential fire hazard, let's be honest, and should be avoided if Christmas is over and a person hasn't disposed of his Christmas tree in time. The country policeman will at all events try, after some walking up and down and scouting around, to get into this house, which today he wants to conquer in a surprise attack. It's all taking too long for him. His fingers are itching to angrily beat the woman if she doesn't want to give up her house voluntarily. He clenches his fist on the driving wheel, just not to feel once again the steely firmness of her nipples scratching around between his fingers, are such tiny taps which have remained shut to every child for life, only later to fall into the hands of a freebooter for free. I, too, now almost feel their contentless, pointed stoniness between my fingers. I have properly sealed and hung these 2 old sacks, these skin-colored airbags with the milky blue veins. The producers made quite an effort there on their silken assembly line, which, there's not much to be done about that now, forthwith and to the end will no longer contain anything that could even remotely serve anyone as nourishment. They are to serve purely for pleasure, the 2 of them, but please not for the pleasure of the country policeman again, who's not interested. And it's not a pleasure either. He doesn't care if they make more agreeable acquaintanceships. How nice for them. But the house for him. I wish I could say the same about myself. They would jump into the country policeman's hands with joy at any time, the 2 dumplings, because he, at least, one among millions of the like-minded, who from time to time get instructions to confess something which they haven't done, so that they can remain silent about what they have done, he at least knows exactly how to turn a woman's switch between thumb and index finger. Look, it's quite easy to be a creator when the corresponding creature is already present but doesn't know it yet. The desert lives, and in order to live it must already have contained all this energy, this momentum. No, this desert wants to be decently serviced, if you please. That's the least that can be expected. Otherwise, perhaps it will wait in vain. You won't believe it, but to make it bloom requires only a little skill and the affection of a talented handyman who knows the way things are, and will perhaps be moved once again, just once more, please, please, through kissing and pleading, at last to step a little closer, even if he's already standing on one's toes with all his weight. We wouldn't even have noticed that. Please, gentlemen, come and pinch my nipples, pinch them really firmly. And we'll manage to go a little further down as well, my dear fingers, that little racetrack, not worth mentioning, down to the fleece, this matted material at the end of the stomach, made of organic fibers, which would melt in the heat if anyone could ever warm to them. Well, we won't set the whole house alight to get a woman on heat and to guide the turbulent flow movements of a cock into her, until everything goes down the river bank and disappears in the water. The house is supposed to remain standing. Then We won't need much more to be happy." "What do you want?" The woman appears in the door as if surrounded by a whole troop of guards. "Why? This security will, as always, disappear completely in about 10 seconds. She'll be trembling then and not know why. That's a start. The man pushes past her as if he were avoiding a vehicle in the snow. He doesn't brush against her. We'll have to bump her later on because it's expected of him that he'll be rough. And he couldn't act any differently anyway. He hates her. He could keep still, yet the coarseness would break out without him doing anything about it, and crash through the thin fence in front of the feeding enclosure, while the more docile hinds are still politely showing their admission tickets after forming an orderly line. "Have you already heard about Gabi? This is her bag. She forgot it here, you remember, the day before yesterday." "Did she? Give it to me. I'll hand it over to my colleagues dealing with the case." "I don't know where Gabi could have gone afterwards." "Do you know? She must have been somewhere. Why haven't you moved out yet?" "Be quiet. I'm talking now. I told you the next time you should already be undressed when I come. Why don't you do what I say?" "On the contrary, you did what I said. Give me a kissy, please, please." "I always want to be among the first, right there at the front. Perhaps that's my mistake. If my father was still alive, then my life would have been completely different. In my father I would have had someone who's got a similar character to mine, who understands me and protects me. He was killed in the war. I miss someone whom I never knew more than someone whom I know now. Most of all, I miss someone who doesn't exist at all. Not yet. But one mustn't give up hope," says the woman whose home is warm, cozy, and clean. No one is listening to her. The country policeman tugs absent-mindedly and clumsily at her top, which she has lifted up especially for him. She thinks there's something there just for him that he will absolutely want to study. But he doesn't read, not in her eyes, not on her body, because he knows this book, every book, by heart, beforehand. He gulps down the woman at the kitchen table, where everything is prepared. She quickly has to put the plates on the sideboard again. As she hears the material of her skirt tear, she clears everything away. Though there's no charm in the arrangement, she can't bother with that now. When it comes to the last little bowls with olives, miniature corn cobs, more olives, and pickled pumpkin chunks, she can no longer see where she's putting them and hears the clattering of china. But it's only the good-humored collision of two ships, meeting at night on a sideboard instead of at sea, not the grinding squealing of things shattering. Hopefully that will not all come flying down now and make a terrible mess, she's still thinking, as he's already shoving up her dress, pulling her panties past her knees, and turning her around, all as usual, so that this time, too, he doesn't have to look at this charmless face, which would like to ask him something and doesn't dare. Well, and now he presses the upper part of her body, her chest, which he has briefly and hurriedly kneaded, after he had first lifted the whoppers out of the bra, and squeezed together like two pancakes, because he's loaded the whole of the woman's weight onto them, and basically squashed them flat, giving them a form, which was not originally intended, throws her down on the unfloured tabletop, and her head as well, gripped by the neck, like a whip, the hair gripped by another hand, giving additional assistance, down, down with you, you tramp, down, while she's still quickly trying to explain the nice weekend program that she's prepared for him, together with the starting times, feverishly, as if what counted was to plan the whole weekend in 5 minutes, and immediately put it behind one as well, and if possible also quickly attach the instructions for the video recorder. So, she'll be quiet in a minute, the woman, and her hair falls over her, beside her on the tabletop, where to begin with she still tried to support herself with her hands, in order to take a little of the weight of her body off the hard table to relieve the pressure. She can do that if she likes. She won't keep it up for long. She has to bear his weight behind her as well. So. And now spread the legs and relax the inner muscles, otherwise you'll get a whack on the ass. I see she still finds this task difficult, and in such an uncomfortable position as well. Yet she planned everything carefully, even if quite differently. A leading role was to be played by a mountain hotel on the Semmering Pass. But God thinks and the director does what he wants. Rejected. Too expensive. Lend me the money. I can't leave. What could I say to my wife? Are you going to open up now? I don't have to get in there. You're the one who always wants it. What are you waiting for? I don't need you. Financially speaking, I'm facing ruin anyway, a pile of ruins. And what are you going to do about it? The woman feels him breathing heavily on her neck and biting into the 2 tendons that attach her head to her body. Please, please don't. Ow! Good if one's honest. But one should at least know beforehand what one wants. You want it or don't you? Yes, but why do I always have to suffer like this? Why is my hair so tousled right after going to the hairdresser? Why is my new skirt torn? Why does the country policeman not feel sorry for the woman? Why does she love and sacrifice herself and not entertain any suspicion? Why is this woman so weak and often has very bad moments when she is alone? Why did he promise her a weekend on the Semmering if he in any case never wanted to go there? Why did she not know that he wouldn't want to go there? Why does her fear not subside? Why don't we often go abroad where we too could feel like new? Perhaps because we like each other enough to just stay here? Why do we love and sacrifice ourselves? Why don't we change our approach even if we have to admit to ourselves that we are deceived and exploited? Why does this man always stick his cock, after he has wiped it with a piece of absorbent paper? Take a look at the screen. Yes, that's the paper I mean, the one with the particularly absorbent honeycombs. Your ears are nothing compared to it, and your mind ditto. One can even pour water onto it and put a pound of vegetables on it. From a kitchen roll, in so quickly again. Why does he always pat her head briefly like that, as if he would really like to hand out a couple of good slaps instead, that can drive one crazy? When will she come down to earth? After the journey back, which isn't necessary, because the woman is already at home? Why doesn't she have a photo of him? Why has he never given her a present, not even flowers or a piece of cake from the cafe? Why does she always have to wipe herself without him helping her? Where have the paper tissues got to again? There's only this paper towel, and its little dress is absorbent, that's true, but a bit stiff. And this careless pincer-pinching of the left nipple between the fingernails, did he absolutely have to do that, too? The pain is terrible. I've never felt anything like it. It'll turn red and swell up, and the next time he does it again in the same place, hello? Yes, pinching and no kissing was definitely part of it. It simply occurred to the man, specialist and pleasure-seeker in one, and he immediately did it. It's not work for him, merely something to do. It occurred to him, and he immediately carried it out. We can understand that. It was perhaps the final playful surprise which an artist bestowed on his completed work, before yet again no one will buy it from him. When will the difficult everyday life of the woman continue? Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? Next week? The music still radiates in its case, but cannot penetrate the darkness. In a moment it will once again be allowed to pour out its treasures before these two people, who have not found their way to one another. It can hardly wait to break out behind the cordon of the CD player and be allowed to flood this home, desired like hardly another, like an angry torrent of people protesting against the government and prevented only by a couple of wire fences from sweeping away everything that is not in keeping with their will. Nazis out. The country policeman's cock has slipped in and out again, this loose bird, which knows its way around its little house, which is just as big as it is itself, but no bigger, a wonder. However, that it can move around in it at all. It doesn't only want to eat, at least it sometimes leaves something behind. It's little doing, it's dropping. That's the way they are, the birds. Basically, they are no different from us. They can control themselves just as little, and yet our gaze rests on them with pleasure as they hop to their nesting places and away again. They leave their shit behind, but they themselves never stay. And, no, they don't treat anyone. They're treated, the sparrows. Fetch their grains, sunflower seeds, nuts, cereals. The feed is there, so the birds are there, too. If there were no grains for them, they just wouldn't come. Nature has absolutely no mercy on us, not even in little things. Nothing comes from nothing. And if there were no grounds for existence, we wouldn't exist either. We do possess the honest aim of slipping through fate's fingers, but this country policeman is someone who gets a grip on things, on the neck, on the hair, on the ass. He doesn't leave off, and he doesn't leave any bit of us out. Nor does he leave any of this cut meat, which he gulps down standing, straight from the sideboard, where the plates have been shoved under and on top of one another like icebergs. It surely doesn't matter where the plates are standing. Wherever they are, there I'll come and eat. Would be a waste otherwise. No problem. What's the problem about that? Only God, shocked at everything that he's forced to see, has determined at which bird table he expects himself to be distributed, in wafer form, as food. We are not allowed to take him home, and perhaps even stick him in the oven to heat him up. Yesterday a lawyer drew up an agreement. Please take a seat, sit down, and don't listen to me any longer. Just do it. I'll be brief, but not just yet. Please wait. Chapter 8. Life can't be buckled on and off like a pair of skis on which one glides through nature, through this fantastic, sometimes, however, snow-covered wealth of amino acids and vitamins, which cannot be won by adventure alone. One has to take the amino acids and vitamins as an extra, unlike the plants which are able to produce these materials themselves. They take the elements which they need, and which have to be available in a form they can use, and off we go. Fresh soil contains all that in sufficient quantities. Leached-out soils don't contain it. They are exhausted, because for too many years the same thing was always expected of them. They would urgently need variety. Aha! This soil is now acidic. That's not so good. The acid content must be reduced, absolutely, yet the way it's done is usually wrong. People bend over their soil, which is always too little for them, always too small, yet they've usually erred on the side of generosity already, and expected too much of it, above all when the soil is in the water. Every day one gets dirty and cleans oneself. It never goes very deep. The people now gather in the village and talk about a young dead woman. The ceaseless circles in the water which spread out from her seem to have no cause. At least, the cause is not known. The young dead woman has already become quite indistinct. The more she's talked about, the more sensation-seeking and meaty the talk, the more she seems to disappear from the little interests in life among which she existed when she was alive. This Snow White lay for a couple of days in the dark, cold water, a long, long time. No, only a relatively short time, and has not decomposed. The corpse remained fresh in the water, but as a corpse nevertheless. No prince could awake her, and if he were to take the girl to his chamber, she would rot, smell, become worm-eaten, post-mortem lividities, greenish discoloration of the abdominal wall would follow. Rigidity for a while, so that one could stand gaby upright. Blooming churchyard roses on the cheeks. No, not them, because there were no wearisome and impractical death-throes. The jeans limp as leaves in their water bag, in the green plastic sack. This Snow White died gently from the throttling of the glomus caroticum, an itself agreeable ganglion. The vagus, the 10th cranial nerve, is immediately paralyzed, and one dies a reflex death on the spot. So, no further attempts to kill this girl were necessary. No poisoned comb, no poisoned apple, until no more breath came from the child's mouth. No shock, except to us, when the girl falls to the ground and the slice of apple flies from her mouth in a high arc. There was no object which led to death. It was the arms of a hunter of men, and no forceful blow on the back at the right moment could return life to this body. First there was a small, then a more violent disturbance, a mouth which seemed made to kiss. Yet we see no poison component, which could have made the girl very ill. We see only that no more breath descends this living human shaft down this breathing pit. The breath has gone. The death roses are resplendent, or not. It all depends. But unfortunately the investigators will only know and interrogate the official boyfriend, who, weeks later, will carry the coffin with 5 school friends, and not stumble, so that no piece of apple may jump in a high arc from a mouth and bring the girlfriend to life again. At the moment, he is still stunned, the boyfriend. But it could be an act. Let's keep on asking him questions. We don't have anyone else at the moment. Let's ask this good-looking, ambitious lad who's not a prince, but has something to offer nevertheless, in which as a precaution he had installed Gabi like a chip, which will hopefully work. Let's ask him why he could cope with the spoken exercise in the first period so dispassionately and calmly. Only now does the boyfriend notice. This component, Gabi, has unfortunately broken down, and with it the whole apparatus. When one notices something, it's always already too late. Nothing works anymore. Those whose lives are up to the minute know all about these electronic devices, but if even a tiny thing goes wrong, they have to fiddle around for a very long time, and then they become really uneasy and quickly substitute a couple of other parts in the device as if it were a hen, hoping the device won't notice and really take offense. Just a moment. Good. Life can go on. Everything is working again, if I may say so. Let us make another attempt, and equate Gabi with Snow White. Let the waters race upwards against their intentions. Let us hurl them upwards, so they are new and pure again, exactly, for once in a lifetime back to purity, out of all the lavatory bowls and wash basins and bathtubs. Up, up and away to heaven, so that they can fall to earth again. If one then takes the new module, the one which at present prevents her from functioning, the poisoned piece of apple, out of the girl again, will it function again, the child? No, still not. Perhaps one would have to fit a completely new part into the one who does not resemble a dead girl, only a sleeping girl. It would have to be fitted in, so that this positive impression is maintained, only better, more perfectly, most perfectly of all, if life returned. Please sit down. What's still missing? The calm of harmony between Gabi and her boyfriend, which has been irrevocably shattered. Now and beyond that she walks at best invisibly beside the young man, which at least has the advantage that she can go away unnoticed when he happens to be washing his car again. Whose duty is it to stay? No one can be forced to do so. Some went away involuntarily, our dear dead, most of them. They didn't want to either, but had to. They certainly wanted to know what it's like on the other side, but they didn't really want to experience it themselves. At most, through the media. That would have been more comfortable than having to go there oneself, to the dark, the other side, sister of sleep, in which every animal can carry on the infinity, no, the finiteness of its existence. But every human being can't do it. He has to stop and retire from the game. No matter what he last did, death is inside him as a sickness, and each sickness immediately reminds him that unfortunately he has to die, but hasn't got to the end yet. Do you really believe that we emerge from death as spirit, if in life we haven't already got to know the spirit? Where should it come from, so suddenly, above all, when death, like that of Gabi, came quite unexpectedly? Above this stretch of water, in the lake in which the dead girl lay for a couple of days, nicely wrapped, as if the water was instead supposed to be kept from her, took up her residence before being conveyed back to the shore by the attractive force of several country policemen and their paddles. There hovers no ghost. No, not that. But I don't see a spirit either, no matter how hard I try. A man of God could not be fetched any more either. After that, only hikers walked round the lake path, 3 men in knee breeches, climbing boots and anoraks. But they didn't see anything. They probably didn't look into the water, but into the finders and viewfinders of their binoculars and cameras. But they didn't find anything. It doesn't matter that there was no spirit there, since if man had spirit, he would be God, and would be immortal, which has meanwhile got a little boring even for God. There would have had to be a meaning in Gabi's life, in which she would have been able to follow and observe the process of her own life. She would have had to have the feeling, all in one, not one for two, no, one just for one alone, because that's often how women think, I believe, when they wish for wedding presents, or at least a firm, warm body there, where it absolutely doesn't belong, and also where, if it does end up there, it usually doesn't want to stay. This body is different, and it wants to make other, better sexual contacts, as does that one there. He won't find it difficult. He's been alone for a long time. The country policeman. He quite likes the woman, and the one over there as well, but the inclination on her side is much greater. Please be my wife. Who still wants to hear that nowadays? Well, she wants to hear it, and agree immediately, but I don't want to grant her that experience now. A middle-class life together in comfortable circumstances, of a kind she once left, after all, because life as an artist appeared so very tempting to her, but then wasn't. It is not foreseen by me that people abandon themselves to one another. It is foreseen by someone else, however, that in death they give themselves back to their species, from which they have only borrowed themselves for a short time. As so often, it's precisely when one is finally supposed to give oneself back that one can't find oneself. One has already had to pay a fine for being overdue, without having even begun to get to know oneself in the book of life. One may not like oneself, but one is very far from wanting to give oneself up because of it. And everything appears dreary and empty to people, a watery, an ice desert, a motorway on which a ghost driver is getting ready to transform the isolation, the little people existence of the living, of this mother with the infant in the baby seat, of this driver of a delivery van full of ladies' clothing, but without a lady companion. Ow! Not again! Of this student who has just picked up his clean washing from home into something merely alive, and immediately after that, something dead. These people, these damaged but then ultimately still unexpectedly dead people, because I think no one foresees their last moment. At least, they're no longer around for it. They'll still manage it to go back in time before their birth. Some of them, no doubt, don't know for quite a while that they are dead, and their colleagues who meet them probably don't know it yet either. They're not usually in any newspaper, where one could look up their dear names, and even on the screen only their crushed, sometimes burnt-out wreck is shown, as if that had been the most important thing about them. Do you believe you thereby help nature to become aware of itself as its own spirit? If you don't even show the spirit on TV, so that everyone can buy one or one like it? How should we reach it if this wet snow avalanche was not announced in advance by the weatherman? And God, too, you only show made of gold, silver, or marble. Yet he worked so hard and took on so much, precisely to leave matter, the material, behind him, and to be able at last to return to himself again in spiritual form, as spirit, who's in good shape. At any rate, he's got no competition in human beings, against whom he could measure himself, he made them after all, in order to fly around everywhere, into people, out of people again, just as he pleased. So, please, in or out as far as I'm concerned. I'm not an airport. I'm not even a taxi stand. One step further. No, not as far as that either. Don't you see? That's where the precipice down to the Höhlental begins. The hunting rights have been leased by an industrialist from Germany, who has retired from business and who now only wishes to devote himself to his living young wife and his dead animals of every age. The ground belongs to the federal forests, actually the Habsburg family fund, but you can forget it, unless Zvonimir Habsburg, no sooner than he can speak 3 words, demands it back from you in person. Then, Flaubert pistol in hand, you will step outside your little house, which you had to save so hard for, and blow him away, the splendid pretender to the throne. Yet a trace of his breath will then be able to blow you away, and the cameras will want to be there too, but arrive too late. Yes, that is all. That we'll never get. Consideration. The shoes in which you're standing you bought at Dusika Sport. You could have got them cheaper at Shopping City Süd. The car drivers belong to the country policeman, who gets money for them as well, and so in this way you'll manage to get nature to kill itself and even to regard that as its only goal. It will cast off its covering of visibility and sensuality, push through like the last caterpillar through the last cocoon, or whoever does it, until the construction of the butterfly has been completed. The imago then appears in a glow, beating its wings, the full-blown image of the finished creature, over the lake. But for the young dead woman it's no incentive. She cannot of her own accord slip out of her pupa, the plastic sheet, and float around. She will be floating matter in the water if she's not found in time, which has hereby occurred. That is how I decided it. In death, this young girl cast off her pupa wrapping, but unlike the Son of Man, she did not become God. A pity, really. Her death should be seen in a rather more negative light. Let's see if the negative has a point, too. Yes, I see it. It could be the peak of what a human being can reach as nature, and that is the peak of an iceberg. From this frozen mountain peak he can see God much better, because he will have come considerably closer to him. Believing that won't make you happy either. Her nature, the nature of the young dead woman, will burn itself up as if it were a ship. She will go out of herself, behind herself, floating if necessary, and reappear as spirit, young, pretty, smart, hard-working. And here we have it, the finished young moth, pretty as a picture. Nice to see you. We usually only get oldies here. You dear newborn spirit, whose shoes and handbag are missing, choose something in the wardrobe department. We have millions of ownerless bags and shoes in stock, which we have taken away from people. At first I thought, Gabi still has her shoes, but they're gone too. Sorry, my mistake. Who knew that shoe soles bear clues, which can be traced right back to the murderer? I should have known. Someone else knew. Who pulled off her shoes, and where are they now? I would, incidentally, urgently advise you not to take this step into the unknown, which Gabi had to take. Oh no, too late. Now you know it already, the unknown. Are lying amidst fallen rocks down below, and can try out everything on yourself. But all in the proper order. You must on no account become spirit first, and then die. Otherwise people will see you as you transform yourself, and then wander around endlessly and without floodlights, illuminated only by the little red lamp in front of the tabernacle, which God moved out of long ago because he found a bigger apartment. Flutter over the snow-covered slopes, which won't make you any better or more beautiful either, in the night, when one can't see very clearly anyway. But of course, one does see the dead. They have a bright radiance about them, though not a happy one. The dead. Actors and audience in one. They so rarely become spirits, because, as already mentioned, they nowhere find spirit, which they could slip into like ichneumon wasps. Then they would eat up the spirit in order to survive. Death could certainly apologize to us if it comes too soon. One doesn't do that. The housewife is still busy putting on makeup, doing her hair, and stirring the mayonnaise. Nothing will come of it. I can see that at a glance. I've already said it several times, I think. Only with death and the Olympic Games is taking part all that is required. But now I'll add that thanks to the admission ticket to our own death, for which we waited in a long line at the abortionists', who in the end sent us away again because we were already too far advanced and unfortunately had to be born, we have also become part of the self-realization of God. Yes, that's his hobby and his job, and once again, of course, it's entirely at our expense. Even God cannot be expected to pay the prices at the Manhattan Fitness Club. Presumably you, who are individually so dependent on others that you have to read books to have at least a clue about the spirit, are anyway no more than fertilizer for the salvation process, which consists in having to dissolve oneself, take one's leave, as you please, done already. How can one so completely distort the necessity of dying? It is my only very personal consolation. Please forgive me. This young dead woman, I have to laugh at her stupidity, to entrust herself to a beast of prey, to put a little hand on its fly. Why would an animal, which nearly always goes about unclothed, ever have needed something like that? Its heart hardly beats any faster when it brings down its quarry, and when the animal has to work, it can't pee at the same time. That's taken care of, I think, by the north adrenaline or the south adrenaline, which it then produces. The animal. It would carry out these actions again at any time, to get something moving, says the animal. Someone who works for a Muslim charity organization or the like, and also earns money through it, is also living dangerously, says another animal. A fuchs, fox, from Gralla, after his own hands exploded, and he went the way of all flesh, following his hands, which pointed the way. The application of force is always unpredictable. That's the way it is. How fortunate that the fox spoke to us a little beforehand about his very own truth, which, strangely enough, doesn't appear more peculiar to me than this whole country in which I find myself at present. It's better if the country is concerned with itself for a bit, in order not to alarm others. So now the doctor cuts this young dead woman open from top to bottom. The skull is sawn open. There's no cause for hope, anyway, and a silver friendship ring is pulled from her hand, which once felt something, to be given back to her family. Death. It draws its terrors, I think, solely from its linking of individuality and no longer being. If we were all equal, we would be indifferent to death, because we could only die as species and not tell one another about it. Just look at this spirit, for example. It's a very new one. A group of people thought it up when they realized that they would never be more like God than in this film about pilots, in which they were able to achieve power over themselves and the likes of us by a kind of surprise attack. For once, at least. You can see for yourself how the little bit of spirit that was produced will try in vain to reach us in further episodes every evening before the news, in order to outdo the news in advance in horrors. And so today, too, it rehearses it again from the TV set, because without rehearsal it can't do it, inflating itself. The spirit is unceasing rehearsal. One can tell its knowledge of the futility of its attempts from looking at it, I believe. Desperate efforts, without success. If you don't understand it immediately, you can also read up on it in Austrian Broadcasting's teletext service. The spirit is very concerned to make it exciting for us, so that we at last take note of whatever. Announced, e.g., today, train crash in Norway, so you shouldn't travel to Norway. Have you understood that, at least? But it's no use, because tomorrow there's something quite different again, even more horrifying, but somewhere else. The TV is the immortal spirit's favorite place to stay, perhaps even the place where it originated, because it doesn't seem to want to leave. No wonder. It's nice and warm. It's almost as if it were still inside the head. But perhaps television is also the only place where, against its better judgment, the spirit can still hope that we pay attention to it. And so it makes its compulsory contribution to the process of growth and decay. We watch the universe program and see that the beautiful butterfly has already emerged and has inflicted a terrible fate on a cabbage leaf. And so we give it a good hiding. We would have managed that even without the television. But the spirit doesn't know that. Now it's offended. Yet I like it so much. You can also get by without it, but I don't say so. Basically, everything can happen by itself. Once the spirit was the whole world. Today it is, e.g., a family soap, which scorches its feet if it doesn't immediately keep on running to the next episode, always ahead of the advertisements, chased by them as by a bad-tempered lioness. Always keep moving until we are allowed to see the Lord God, who will possibly provide a poorer picture, less clear, even though the set isn't broken, than in the nice nature film before. Apart from that, God's only on once a week, on Sunday evening before the primetime film, and if he appears earlier, we switch him off. And if he nevertheless drops by unexpectedly, he sometimes comes disguised as a bishop, so that we can get used to the sight of him. And that in the shape of Mr. Horst Derek Tappert, who has begun a completely new career, because this time he too would like to show a bit of spirit, at least more than before. It seems to be infectious. He would almost have died, this washout. He comes to us for a bit of starch. Here I have to agree with Hegel's critics. All the pain, all the suffering, all the hardship, all the everything, all the death in itself, none of it will result in even one less innocent dumb sheep writhing on the slaughtering block of history. God created, and then he didn't waste another thought on what he had done. I'd risk laying a bet on that. I've gone on often enough about it. Now that's that, once and for all. I have to accept it. And that is fortunately also the absolute end, and I don't ever want to write something down again. Now, poor child of this world that I am, I would at last like to meet the world's spirit in person, so that it sends me a completely new, bright idea, how I could shape my talent for invention, which I once, during carnival, in front of lay people, disguised as spirit, because for sure no one would have suspected that I was underneath, even more purposefully and ambitiously. Above all, in terms of content, that's my weak point. Here I state a doctrine, which goes, I don't believe that myself. Or, better, I avoid the spirit, as I have done so far, and instead show myself, quite stunned by my significance, personally, just as I am. I am I. We are we. I signify nothing. But I have a certain significance, as you see yourself. Perhaps I am even more important than you. Until now, at least, I've got quite far like that, and I don't have a car. If I don't believe it, why should you believe that one can get anywhere without ever putting anything in the tank? Your travel group met half an hour ago on platform 4, but now this train, too, has left. So if, contrary to expectations, the world spirit does come after all, because I haven't come to it, I shall do everything to send it, which kept me waiting so long, back to where it came from, with a single haughty glance. Now I don't want it any more. Off you go. To church. Because that's a place I never go to. So I shan't meet it, and so will no longer have to relinquish my own thoughts. Bravo? Did I hear rightly? Bravo? So now I don't need the spirit at all anymore. I am acquitted. Goodbye, Rome. Away, away to the Maldives, into the sun. To live at last, as a whole party with very many suntanned people in it shows us every day. I can't dive, don't swim very well. In addition, I haven't maintained my species. I didn't, however, receive any child allowance for it, like the mother of Gabi, our young Snow White, whose awakening from a medical point of view is here formulated in an imprecise and scientifically somewhat shaky way, perhaps because she didn't wake up any more at all. No dwarves, who cut a stay in pieces so that the girl first breathes, then comes alive again. We have no mention, no indications of renewed activity of the heart in the wake-up phase, nor is there any breathing as further sign of a resuscitation process. Where is the corresponding opening of the eyes? Who hears the famous exclamation with which the seemingly dead, like Liz Taylor, she too, a sister of death, returned to life? I was only sleeping. Where are the journalists now that I want to awaken? No, our smaller, younger sister of death is not sleeping in her black, wet coffin, in her green tarp. She really is dead. Absolutely. The absolute, pure and simple, eternal as the spirit, to whom, unfortunately, although I have so little ability to believe in it, I've taken a fancy, as to malt cough drops. Only, what did it do to me? She has admittedly been on TV several times now, but she can nevertheless no longer reach us, this young dead woman. In each one of us, we all die. Dies our quiet, unkind kind, but not mine. I did not found any, nor carry any on. That others have decently done so is no comfort to them, when the scythe hisses round their ears. But usually we're not sitting comfortably anyway. Why should we be just at the moment of our death? Then we've got other things to do. Weeping, breathing, praying, paying attention to heart activity, checking the funeral parlor, hoping for a resurrection scene and knowing that it won't happen this time either, taking leave, fighting against it, refusing to stand for interruptions, screaming and scratching the bed, water or snow blanket, and, at really every opportunity, propping oneself up with a new significance, which is not due to one, and will soon be replaced by a coffin lining, which is supposed to absorb bad smells and stinking fluids. One had no significance, and does not have one now either, with the exception of one's nearest and dearest, to whom one meant something, who are also, however, pleased that we're gone at last, and that they'll have no more trouble with us, and we couldn't take our money with us and have left it behind. It's all been said. Perhaps someone said too much, and is now holding his hand to his mouth in dismay. But God's always in his Son's way, who's simply younger and better looking. He's gathered a group of disciples around him, whom he's keen on, and God is already regretting having taken him back and taken him in. He himself became younger as a result. At least, he looks like it. But it's also more of an effort keeping up with the young people until one's 47. Jesus wants to do sports. Jesus wants to make work for himself and catch souls. Jesus is constantly dragging in errors and cobbling together eternal truths out of them, always the DIY freak. Well, he's not very skillful, the way he does it. And at the moment, the country police are going tirelessly from house to house and conducting interviews. They've got to do that themselves. No one will do it for them. Narrative debris rains down on them, sometimes followed by stubborn, persistent silence, just like the rock falls at the moody Neuberg rock, from which they sometimes come thundering down for days on end. And then, for days, there's nothing. And decorate car roofs with dents. But there the Lord God has much nicer decorations, big halos, which he could break off if he intervenes too vigorously in our life. He doesn't do it anyway. Here is the office of the company for which Gabi worked. And he's already hanging here, too, the man on the cross, in the boss's office. Not in the sand, but hanging in the corner. A plain, modern cross, bought in a craft shop, and the prominent victim is so full of pride at his stiff price that he's almost bursting out of the screws with which he is fastened to his instrument, which is, I believe, by now more immortal than the sportsman on it. We could just drop him. Yes, you are seeing properly. Beneath it, a candle, and a heart-shaped vase, with a bunch of dried flowers sticking in it. That's how the personal secretary likes it, who distinguishes herself from all the other women in the company, and likes to emphasize this distinction in her appearance. She has, e.g., cemented her hair with hair lacquer. And then there's yet another figure who is distinguished from the secretary by not appearing at all anymore. A young, dead woman. The company is in a state of agitation because of it. If the young commercial apprentice is already dead, why poke around in her life and leave behind prints that could then be mixed up with those of the murderer? It really was only a vague hint by a girlfriend. We're going to follow it up now. We've followed up quite different ones that led us nowhere, and we've often had our heads in our hands, always one bit of head in two hands, or a bucket of sand, which extinguishes everything it gets hold of. Can't you remember anything concrete? Anything? Any detail, no matter how small, could be important. Please try to remember. One colleague remembers that Gabi was the only person in the company who, because she was still attending technical school, got her travel by rail and bus reimbursed. The officers are instantly electrified. Do you still have these tickets? Of course we still have them. Take a look. Neatly stuck to A4 pages are all the tickets. Gabriele Fluch collected 15 shillings for every ticket. One takes what one can get, and then runs and sees how far one can go with it. Not far enough. The officers take the sheets away and decode the number codes stamped when the tickets were cancelled. Result? More than half the tickets were bought at quite different stops, often even going in the opposite direction, beyond Mürzsteg and Frein. Now we've got another clue, and immediately attach a belt, so that we don't lose it again and can hold on to it. Given how our own ships of life sometimes pitch and roll, we can do with it. It turns out there are several colleagues who regularly gave the girl their used tickets. They say they didn't give it a second thought and never asked any questions. Only one female colleague, with whom Gabi often ate her sandwich at break time, and afterwards emptied her yogurt tub, throws a little find at the officer's feet, which she'd been chewing on for quite a while, so that there's not much left of it. She has someone who gives her a lift. She said that to me once, Gabi, but I shouldn't tell anyone. And another colleague remembers once having met Gabi at work, before the Mariazell bus had even arrived. Is later confirmed by several employees. Now the narrative water begins to flow, even among Gabi's colleagues. Almost all manifestations of water appear pretty to me, above all the high-proof ones. Ice is also nice to look at, perhaps to eat, or for ice skating as well, but not for walking on. And I don't really like steam. Then I'd rather go on stumbling through the narrative debris. There I know where I am and what I'm doing. It slips away under my feet more often than I would like, but it's not as perfidious as steam, which obscures things, and ice, which comes up at me from below and unexpectedly smacks me in the face. Why is this road suddenly folded up? It's not a spare bed. An employee states that he saw Gabi one afternoon in the post office in Mürzzuschlag, where she was posting company mail. She left the building before him. He himself drove straight home. On his way he passed Gabi's parents' house and saw her already crossing the road. It was long before the bus was due. The girl must therefore have been brought home by car. But by which one? At the time, Gabi was not yet a spirit being. They're up to every trick, and so couldn't overtake herself, since she was not yet in eternity, and still knew where front and back, past and future were, even though she would no longer experience her future in person. What does an outsider know? The only concrete lead from the neighborhood so far also relates to this car. A neighbor diagonally opposite confirms that once in the morning he saw Gabi come out of her house and, without hesitation or hanging around, get into a parking lot around the corner. This neighbor, a retired woodcutter and still active poacher, like most of the men here, states the girl had certainly given the impression that she had been expecting the car at just this spot. So she got in without hesitating, or even talking to or conferring with the driver. When that was, what kind of car and who was sitting in it, the neighbor knows none of that. Most of the other neighbors say nothing. It's always the same. The country police officers, among them Mr. Janisch, whom everybody here knows, a good-looking man. Strange how often this attribute is applied to him. As if one had a blood purity medal to award, but knew he didn't need to accept it, because once he at last has an opportunity to do so, he will only accept cash, or good old real estate, which always comes more than one at a time, because one piece of real estate alone would not be a match for Mr. Janisch, and he will take every opportunity to press up against younger colleagues, to pass his hands over their hips, and to let them properly feel his little fellow from behind, as if they didn't have any eyes there. None of them dares say anything. Knock at the door, talk to the people on their list, and hear not a word more nor less, which would be less than 0. The people listen to the questions, but mostly they don't react at all, as Kurt Janisch and his colleagues soon readily have to agree. Their statement sheets are as empty as the Gobi Desert, and their content tells us less than that of a prayer book, because we don't believe the people, as God doesn't believe us either. The doors are silently closed behind the officers, and Kurt Janisch and his colleagues go away from the houses again and their buttoned-up inhabitants. It is a world of silent witnesses, none of whom have seen how regularly for more than a year a girl didn't get onto the bus only 100 yards away, but into a strange car, which really no one recognized. A pity. We all have cars ourselves, except me, and so cannot call each and every one that doesn't belong to us by its first name. Other girls often kept a place for her in the bus, but they also never saw who gave Gabi a lift when she wasn't with them. Nor did they talk about it, and her mother and her boyfriend heard nothing and saw nothing for over a year. That's odd, isn't it? This one cup of cocoa, half drunk, which was all that was left from the party. Luckily it exists, so that the forensic doctor is able to state with considerable certainty that Gabi was probably already dead 1 hour after leaving the house. At the very latest, 1.5 hours. Since no person can cope with his life, he should really wish to get to the end of it. But no, this uncertainty of existence is supposed to go on endlessly, and precisely in the shape of the person as whom one lived. Death only breaks off what in any case was never going to finish. The great unknown, the murderer, the phantom, who tore and garroted Gabi where the arteries divide at the neck, why search for him who put an end to a certain young woman? She must have been at a certain place at a certain time. Unfortunately, we only know her final address, the lake, the watery dump. Yet her whole life passed at a certain time and in a certain rather small place. Her death doesn't mean that now she is everywhere and nowhere, there and gone, but her death has put an end to her having lived at a certain time in this village in the Alpine foothills. Strange how much people like to think of death as an entrance to eternity. I prefer to stick with the corpse. That's something that's there for a while. The finality is superfluous when one knows. It is the case that this body decomposes till it, too, has liquefied and at some point disappeared, washed away, dissolved. I stick with this body, not in the posture of a mourner as dogs do it, but more out of interest. No matter how insignificant this dead girl may have been, something of her is there nevertheless, which we can hold on to. She is such and such, and she is simultaneously not at all. Matter tied up in a plastic sheet, from which hair is floating at the top and socks are sticking out at the bottom. The shoes are gone. I cannot say anything about this bound spirit. Nothing good, nothing bad. I can't see it, after all. I assume it is finally freed from its finiteness, but I fear it has not become infinite as a result. A puzzle that the country police neither want to nor can solve. They want to find the murderer, and what inspired him to snuff out the spark of another soul, and perhaps other souls besides, because where are all the women who have disappeared? In retrospect, on their photos, they have such an odd expression on their face. We'll make a photocopy right away so that we'll know if we see one. That's one of the missing. For the times of the lifts Gabi got, this much is known. There was no time for love. From the well-substantiated departure and arrival times of the very punctual girl, it emerges that at these times the two never had more than 20 minutes free time together, at most. Probably the time gained on the short stretch was just about 10 minutes. What can you do in 10 minutes? Briefly place the weight of your own body on another one, in order to keep the latter quiet, as if with a dummy, to pacify it at least for a little while, until it cries out again? Take in one's mouth a very precious body part, which doesn't belong to one. Anxious, but curious every time as to the taste. Not everything comes in bags, otherwise it could easily be taken with one on every errand, but one could leave it standing somewhere. And whether something comes out, and if so, what does it smell like? Lodge in Gabi's cunt as in a kind of institute, from which one is released having given an undertaking, and with at first dark, later pale spots on one's trousers, but only so as to be able to return at any time? Simply a man who wants to talk to a girl about something? I don't believe that. Gabi never went out without her mother, her boyfriend, her girlfriends, says her mother, says her boyfriend, say the girlfriends. They also say that in newspaper interviews right after Gabi's disappearance. If that's true, then why did the girl make such a secret of these lifts she got? Presumably because the man had something to lose. Perhaps because he was a close neighbor of Gabi and didn't want to be recognized, although or because everyone would have known him anyway. They just didn't know that it was him. It was no stranger. One can have a scrap with father and mother. A stranger dumps one like a piece of scrap, somewhere. Such people have no environmental consciousness. Someone familiar won't manage that, because he knew the girl's purpose in life and never wanted to meet her again. Just don't turn into a purpose in life. He preferred to clear the girl out of the way for his own safety, the murderer. Rather that than become his all and all, which yields nothing. So now we'd rather put the body into this long-prepared green plastic refuse bag, which comes from a building site, because building sites are my whole life, to say nothing of the houses in the making. That's something one can hold on to. Yes, the bones, the hair, the finger and toenails can stay, too, but not as long as a house that was well built in a good mood. For all eternity, where the believer will be able to meet all these houses, or they meet him, boom! A negation of the negation, because the perpetrator isn't building a house and probably won't get one as a present anymore. The concepts of finiteness fall out of my hand like the builder's hammer at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally, I don't know what to say anymore. I just say, there must still be this 1 minute left. Nothing is left. Death is natural, yet this was no natural death. Do you think Gubby wanted to own somebody who already belonged to somebody else? I don't believe that. I'm not a believer. That's why I always cut myself so badly when I come up against the limits of my existence. Then I believe that things go on. I so much want to follow the believers to where they're going. But it's not possible, and at the borders you can't go any further either. As if I were a foreigner from outside the wonderful Schengen states. Is there someone there? No. No one's there, because everyone wants to amuse themselves, and hence at present and for all time to come are not and will not be at home. One can only amuse oneself outside. Our European house is almost always too small for that. And now it's also too small for Austria, the model child, which never did anything and never will do anything. But neither do we want to allow others, since we are no longer welcome anywhere, to be at home with us, the inhabitants of Austria. Then we would have to evacuate our common house. Anyone could come. Anyone else there, who in return would perhaps like to see me happy? He wouldn't have to watch, because he wouldn't be at home when I came. Who, if I cried, would hear me? No one? Perhaps because no one has noticed me yet? And the perpetrator of this murder evidently didn't want to be noticed either. Which doesn't surprise me. If he carried away any wounds of his existence, then they can't be seen at any rate. Otherwise we would immediately have him by the collar, as he runs bleeding through the estate, while something bigger looms up over his figure, the beast, panting, which has lost its parking space and will never stop in its search for a new one. And if it has found one, then it would already always be too small. It would have to be a whole house at least. If a human being has to die of himself, why should he not be capable of creating a simple house with his own hands and the partly foreign capital of the building society? But its launches put out to sea, laden with interest, compound interest, and gallons of our blood and our tears, and one never gets the interest, because so far the agreement always had to be renegotiated prematurely each time. With a pension fund, that wouldn't have been so easy to manage. They are a work of the devil. So it's easier to die than to get hold of a house. In death, one still hangs around for a bit. With building work, the ground gives way beneath one's feet, because it's already been secured with another plot, which was already heavily burdened or was insufficient in some other way. Mr. Schneider, the real estate shark, he always bid against himself, so that the prices of his real estate to the banks should go sky high. Who says real estate is fixed property? Against that, a dead woman, every dead woman. She only moves when she's thrown into the water, and then she moves gently, very slowly, to the rhythm of the waves. The water moves her. Of their own accord, the dead don't move. This dead woman doesn't move. The water carries her around, gives her a shove when she weeps, so that she's quiet again. The water is sweet. I wish I would dare to enter it more often and risk entrusting myself to it. And all the purification plants, I wouldn't even see them. Do they want to clean the water? Then no living things could exist in it any more. I don't want to permit them, these purification plants. Yet without them, things somehow wouldn't work either. We would have bits of shit floating beside us, and we would soon have water where now there's still land. One would have been exchanged for the other. Trash and smut for clarity and truth. No, we're not going to do it like that. Give oligotrophic and mesotrophic waters in return for eutrophic ones. No, we're not doing that. We're holding on to one lot, and the others can go somewhere else, so that we can send our dirt there and can feel good again here. We don't need anyone else, the water and I. Do we? Perhaps I, too, will be discovered one day, if someone dares to penetrate me. Who knows? Chapter 9. Let us treat small figures as something big. We become uneasy because we ourselves could be among them without having grown big. Likewise, to have remained forever small, despite everything. The judgment. Whatever we produce, it finds no takers. No one takes it. No buyer. We protest many things. We didn't mean it like that, but the EU tugs at us with its maternal hands. We can't even blow our noses anymore without being sternly watched by it. What have we got up to this time? A tasty dessert pancake. Mr. Fuchs, with his arm stumps, which went down a bomb, wouldn't have managed that. He's not allowed to belong to us, although all his work was on our behalf. Now he's hanged himself on a hook in the wall. He peeled off the cable covering of his electric razor with his teeth, unpicked all the plastic with calm patience. At the end, death was thirsting day and night for the sight of him. His chin he had described as Germanic. The nose does not express anything. Germans of the north, of the east, non-Germans, and the remaining Slavs have one exactly the same. The battle is already over. Mr. Fuchs from Gralla says he doesn't need weeping and wailing. Nothing comes of it. The battle is already over. He certainly thinks that he fought and risked a great deal. That too is over. The tourist trade is over a bit too now, because we're being boycotted in Europe. But that something too will pass. Europe will get used to us. It will also get used to people wandering around hanging their heads because they don't have a job. If you please, we'll give them one. Without money, there is no customer whom we could get back to. Let's drive to the capital, the woman says to herself early in the morning. Before, as every day, the feeling of anxiety comes, we'll get into the car. Life owes it to her to drive. She's sat long enough and looked at it. Now everything should move a little faster, even if not as fast as at the Villach Carnival, where everything races fast forward past us, so that it doesn't occur to us to want to grasp anything. Here's the gray ribbon of the motorway already, which looks quite like the lake, which on some winter days also looks like a concrete surface. Hello. The car gets the ribbon under its tires and resolutely measures it out. Perhaps at the end it will give a little encore. The way, in an old-fashioned haberdasher's, the sales assistant adds a little extra, but not on the speed. It's never quiet, because here, too, the woman has immediately inserted a cassette and is listening to a piano concerto. Although I don't know her character and so could not describe it, I think, in some photos, but not on others, it's as if she's waiting for something. But it's probably because one's not supposed to move for a photograph, yet at the same time at least look animated. Yet not every quiet person is waiting for something. Some wait at last to be allowed to move into themselves. They have made provision for that. Before one places the furniture inside oneself, the joys and longings, one should at least cover up everything that could remind one of earlier days. Best to give everything a new coat of paint. If that's not possible, one keeps on painting the outside. I don't know why the woman, who has now already reached the suburbs of the capital, absolutely wants to drive to where she used to live, a spread-out suburban development on the western edge of the city. There no limit has ever been set to the human imagination. That's nice. But what arose is not so nice. Alpine high-pressure systems built villas with ready-made and clamped-on all-around balconies, laden with truckloads of begonias and geraniums, with which the house glows red. Please hurl down a bolt of lightning, God, a more powerful charge, so that something more beautiful in us can dream of not having been here at all. Please, this impression in me must be erased immediately. Other houses again are a copy of big city houses, only much smaller. I plead in friendly fashion for the expression of this early Roman front garden, fountains, concrete bracing, rose hedge stress relief, to be taken from me again before it falls out of my eyes and onto my feet. On my feet it won't get far, this ecstatic expression. This is a nice little house, too. They've added extra stories of between 70 and 150 square yards per story, and they could have gone on over 10 stories, the dear owners. It is surely satisfactory to unsatisfactory to be able to make a skyscraper out of an alpine hut. At least it would satisfy me. I wouldn't have to look for any second person, because my house would then really be enough for me. The woman always drives off with her car. Already in Spital on the Semmering, she's longing for her partner, whom she would likewise, in order for once to enjoy life to the full before it's too late, want to expand into a house in which she can live, cook, eat, sleep, and afterwards escape scot-free. She suspects, however, that he would prefer to own one story of her house rather than her as a whole. He wants to have everything for himself. Even if he got her for free, he would still only be interested in the bonus, the house, so as to be put in it. This is a marriage that will not take place. The woman will have to admit it to herself. I won't leave her in peace until she does. She comes up to me here, sees my social circle, stops short, because only one person is important to her. Then she turns round and disappears again into the morning twilight. A pity, because I almost had her in my hands. I had almost caught hold of her. I already felt her fingertips. I hurry after her, surprised that the woman has escaped me, putting my hand to my mouth, as often when I laugh in my sort of institution where I live. No, it's not an institution, because apart from me there's no one here, apart from the Catholic charitable organization, which says, "Here I am," and wants money from me, and has sent a giro transfer form. The woman and I, are we one? We are not yet at one as to whether we have the same plan, but it wouldn't surprise me. So, first we follow the arrow for center, but then take the turn-off for the Wiental. There, too, a river rushes, but can only bite its immediate surroundings, and even then only at flood, 3 times a year at the most. Otherwise one hardly sees it. Is it necessary, then, that the river, too, is as nice as the woman? The river could easily be more cruel, as far as I'm concerned. Just a moment, here's someone who would like to talk to me. He'll soon be past. I duck down behind the driving wheel. Perhaps he won't recognize me. He walks on. I go on. The water will eat us all up and swallow us yet. Like these 2 men, 2 of many, who have disappeared and never surfaced again in the water. This gate through which some stride, the others, however, through another. Where to? Imagine a Sunday evening, a collapsible canoe, which, full of water, is lying in a bed of reeds, a last resting place, so to speak, half sunk in the flesh of the water. At its widest, the construction measures 33 inches. 2 paddlers set out in it and have disappeared. 2 young men, which is something we would like to be, but not these ones. You're about to find out why. They set out on a winter's day. A cold wind was blowing. The water was ice-cold. Perhaps there would soon be ice, unbelievably still. Do you see the many children's hands holding up their rubber ducks, or the arms that go with them, and they stick out of their water wings like corks, stuck in by their parents? Do you hear the squealing, the splashing, the laughter? Do you see the sand pits? Or do you see, for example, the female figure skater, who in a fast spin cuts a hole in the ice, in which she herself will be the cork? That would mean that it wasn't summer, as it isn't now either. So we take everything back again. It's only words on paper. Now it's gone. I don't even need to understand it. Before my anxiety returns, which is dear to me, but basically always keeps me away from water, let's just say, nothing is going to happen to us. with the two men in their collapsible boat in the water. There's a fire burning somewhere. There's a tent somewhere. I'm also at home somewhere, where I can turn up the heating, but not here. Something is being heated up on a Primus stove. Human hands curve over the flames. A pot reveals something. Then it's on to the next stage of a journey, during which the signs of life become increasingly rare, disappear. Also the most curious habits people can adopt, e.g., washing their hands before eating. A couple of pebbles scrape together, branches oddly crossed on top of one another, 2 bottle shards, a plastic bag half filled with wind. I don't need to explain it, because it will soon disappear into finality, and with that it will be superfluous. No effort any more. I too have a long journey behind me. A ship of life floats by, a boat that glides, threatened by ice and the depths. I hope it will come back. Markings on a hydrographic chart, which tries to convince us that water is solid, blue in color, and one could lodge in it as in a room and appear where and whenever one wants. Oh, if one could be part of a couple, it doesn't matter with whom, perhaps like these 2 young men who have disappeared, thinks the woman while driving. The 2 packed up their collapsible boat like a sea bag and traveled by train until they reached the water. Then on to the water with their awkward baggage. The trail, which places no value on itself, disappears, a trail for which only packing and sending itself forth are the most important thing, no matter where to, just away. That's then supposed to be the end of any cozy pillow business, and here it is already idly circling, the boat, drifting along. Later, much later, within a radius of 50 yards, paddles, knapsacks, a tent, cooking utensils, food, an ID card, and a check card of one of the missing can be located. Nothing more. You, water, what have you been up to again? Why are there such gaping holes at the bow and on both sides of the boat, as if someone or something had cleanly slit open the bow, as if with a razor blade? We're not the Titanic, and if we were, then we could earn a lot of money with having disappeared. Yet ice can form on shallow waters more quickly than where it's deep. Did it form? When a stretch of water freezes over so quickly, then the layer of ice is very thin, like a film, and so sharp that one can cut one's hand on it. That's even happened to me with paper in pleasant, comfortable warmth. I really didn't need anything more than paper to do it. If such a collapsible boat collides with such a layer of ice, then things happen relatively fast. The water comes in, and the people have to get out. The boat is full. Let's take a look at the weather. In the morning, not much cloud, intermittent sunshine. Until the early afternoon, persistent early mist and low stratus cloud. After it disperses, the daytime temperature rises to about 6 degrees plus. At night, the temperature may fall below freezing in places. Then it's a question of either 300 yards forward or 300 yards back, because even fit athletes don't last long in ice-cold water, only a few minutes. After that, they too are gone. The minutes and the people. They're still gone today. With their families, I think of them now. Please do so too, wherever you are. If you have never thought of anyone, then it's good practice for the beginner. The beginner doesn't have to think of millions, he only has to think of 2 young men. Think of the dead immediately, e.g. of the drowned, of whom 2 here can no longer speak for the others, and who don't allow themselves to speak either. The mobile phone is switched off. If you look down into the water, the shadows there, they're not people, they're tree trunks, which sank there. Yes, look, that is only a sunken, rusted boat, and that there on the right, those are just boulders. Whether the dead ever emerge again, that would indeed interest me. They can do so from the past, no question, But can they do it from the water? Gabi certainly can. No problem. Take her case. Pack up her worries or let someone else pack them. Have worries or give someone else worries. Take a deep breath. Get wrapped up in a green tarpaulin. But a human being is no airplane. The air doesn't bear and keep her. A human being is not a boat. This water doesn't bear her. A human being is a piece of meat, herself made almost entirely of water and air, if she can get hold of them. Some do not come back at all from the dead. It simply can't be predicted. Current, depth of water, and temperature all play an important part, which unfortunately was not often granted people in their own lives. I almost believe that for some, their burial is the best thing they'll ever experience. The colder the water, the slower the process of decomposition, and hence of the gas formation, which usually forces the dead up to the surface, where they can happily have their say if they meet someone. Why then does the latter run away? There was so much to tell him. Don't be afraid of death. There are so many already dead. You'll manage it too. Everyone has managed it so far. Even a complete idiot like you, like me, can do it if he wants to. Make sure that your body is stored, but not too long. You were already unreasonable beforehand, but now there's an extra difficulty, about which you won't be able to say a single word. If the water is cold, the body does not decompose. Instead, an adipose formation takes place, in which the soft parts, where fat had developed, are turned completely to wax. That is, what had grown is now firm and remains almost unchanged in appearance. Imagine that. Later there follows a kind of chalk stage, which, however, I am unable to describe because I have not yet penetrated so deeply into nothingness and can also only grasp what exists if I can see it or can put myself in a state of a caring relationship to it. I can't. But I could also turn to a pathology textbook for help, only it wouldn't help me. This drowned angler drifted under the surface of the water for 4 months. And he is still as good as new. This girl in the lake with her dead dear soft lips. I urge this delicate area, this beautiful milieu of a lake, to at last hold its mouth. It has already spoken far too often here. But it wouldn't have been necessary. The lake doesn't say a word anyway, unlike me, but earlier it did let something slip, as I see. Though it was only in the ice-cold water for a couple of days. But even if she had stayed in the water longer, her body would probably have been almost preserved. Although this water is permanently at the tipping point, hop into purity, skip into greater gassiness, eutrophicity. Where there are rather too many living things than too few, how often am I still going to say it? Well, no doubt you'll reproach me with having done so far too often already. Fertilizer, fertilizer, fertilizer. But no animals, no, one can't see any of the creatures in here with an unarmed eye. It tipped this girl out in time, the water. Silent forest. Why is no boat found in you? But there it is, exactly. Someone used this boat on the night of the murder. Rings of ice can form around the reed blades, but not now. Next year again. Goodbye. There are some who would like to stand close beside one another and are not allowed to. Admittedly, as already said, I don't know the character of this woman who's driving here, but from her photo I don't have any negative impressions. It's okay. She continues driving. The car, like every means of locomotion, wants to be active instead of inactive. There's something out of place there, but not my glance, I hope. So now we're already down in the Wiental, which is too jammed to allow one to do more than crawl along. The morning rush hour has started. More stop than start. This woman set out from her house, believe it or not, at 5 a.m., In the federal states of Styria and Lower Austria, she avoided the early rush hour, but in Vienna she was hit by the whammy of Hadikgasse. Going out of town is still relatively okay. Going into town, just take a look towards Schönbrunn Palace, where the giant tourist buses, instead of decently waiting at the edge of the city, are scuffling for bathtub-sized parking places, which, since they are so small, can't be found with the naked eye at all. So we'll leave them to our Vienna tourists, for as long as they're coming at all, and drive on ourselves. We know our way around. Vienna is different. It has a cherry with a heart-shaped pit as its symbol. What is the silly Big Apple against that? Or we can just let the people get out in the second lane and drown out the cries of the disabled and or enraged by revving our engine, which we can comfortably allow to run up against these and other fates. A moment's patience, please. We're about to drive on anyway, in half an hour or so, and if you hold us up, it'll only take longer. Then we'll drive to the parking lot amidst the greenery, in order to poison trees, shrubs, grasses, and bushes there where they have grown, and not where there aren't any. The chestnuts in the Wiental were the first thing to die under a layer of lead and the greedy teeth of the sapper moth. More are to follow. The dead trees will certainly not come after us to take revenge. Living things are replaced by imposing dead ones, or also modest ones, but nevertheless dead ones. That is a principle of this city, which has entered into a rather lasting marriage with death, and for more than 50 years has wanted to get a divorce, but it never has the documents ready. And when it thinks it finally does have them all, and can, for one last time, which will last a very long time, have an energetic and cheerful last fuck, then new clues emerge that at one time this city lived almost entirely on stolen money, and may only die when it has paid back its debts, which can sometimes assume the size of congealed pictures. All these stolen items of value meanwhile turned sour as milk, curdled in time because their owners went missing instead of them. How can one not turn sour? There stands a minor official and says, "Come back next week, then we'll have got the latest painting unveilings in, and we'll see what was underneath, perhaps yours, who knows?" A smart-looking woman like you, dear Vienna, will be able to wait a bit longer for the new marriage. You'll surely manage to get a bridegroom next year as well, and if we have to personally break off every bit of ornament beforehand. You'll say yes again this time, too, for whatever reason we're certain of that. No, we can never be completely certain. Otherwise, later on, they'll say things we said, which in this form we never said in the first place, and if we did, then we didn't mean any harm. Even the opera ball doesn't mean any harm. You see? Do you see how, in its curiosity for the new, the present, caught up in itself, stands there in ecstatic unity with the future, and opens the doors, as the Greeks would have said? The greed for the new. Yes, it's true, let's be honest. That curiosity is not really directed at something in the future as a possibility, but in its greed, curiosity craves the possible as something already real. Or something like that. Take a look. There's a man. He sees houses not as a possibility for living in, but, although they don't even belong to him and perhaps never will, as something that already belongs to him, and that because it must belong to him. So now the doors are open, and you're taken aback, because someone has climbed on top of you who absolutely wanted to get in faster than you. And then we send you on a peacekeeping mission on another continent, let you spin for hours with the whitewashing, thoroughly plow you up a couple of times, and look, you will still look exactly as you do now. And this house will also stand there just as solidly and be unable to take advantage of any possibility for relaxation. And no, there's no chance that you'll ever change. You'll have all the more need of the Persil voucher, so that you can still be washed whiter than white tomorrow, as well and emerge unscathed from the soap-suds-spitting death mill in which you swung together and were hung together, quite unjustly. There'll be a total write-off if you don't watch out, but there's no total guilt, because of course this deer or this stroller on the pavement or this two-headed creature on this building distracted you from the car that was driving too slowly. A small car, almost breaking down under the weight of the luggage on the roof rack. Yes, that one in front of you. Just a moment. But unfortunately, the wrong one. The woman is now moving forward more quickly. She knows the exit. Not many people do. To the right, off Hadikgasse, follow the Meinl Blackamoor sign. The supermarket that goes along with it is at the back of the brand-new apartment block, which the woman hasn't seen before. She still knew the old block, built for employees of the Austrian Fed Railways. This street is called Kette-Dorschgasse, exactly. If she doesn't take the turn in time, then she can drive all the way to Lower Austria on the motorway and drive back from the Maschig side, as people say here, that is, from a long way out of town, by way of the villages before and around Vienna, via Hadersdorf, Mauerbach, Unterpurkersdorf, and Oberpurkersdorf. Do you know it? A man wants to buy a railway ticket to Peking. He goes to the ticket office window in Purkersdorf and asks for a single to Peking. The man behind the window says, "You're putting me on. The best I can do is sell you a ticket to the Polish border. After that you have to see yourself how you go on, with the Trans-Siberian, the Trans-Mongolian, or by dog sled, I don't care." To cut a long story short, the rail customer gets to Peking, enjoys himself like the half-wit he is, because he's got as far as Peking, but then he wants to come back. He goes to the ticket office at the main railway station in Peking and asks for a single to Purkersdorf, please. Asks the man behind the window, Ober or Unter Purkersdorf? Boom, boom. What? What did you say? Please yourself. Here's Hüttelsdorf station, and we cross out the complicated street plans leading past it and make our own, which will likewise turn against us sooner or later. Then follow Linzerstrasse away from the city for a bit, up a steep road on which the residents politely get down on their knees and beg in vain for the 30 limit to be adhered to. Here our children play in front of their own houses, and our retirees go out of their apartments and into them again, and others also cross the road, who don't want to die yet either, and don't have any eyes in their head, but the road belongs to them, they know that at least. It doesn't matter. All the people here, as far as the eye can see, belong to us, that is, to themselves, decent, eager to get on, and hard-working as they are, as a reward for which they are allowed to live here in the healthy western suburb, and naturally we don't want them to be encroached on or even harmed by outsiders. Who abides by that? No one. We are all precious, and when we possess something and lose it, we have to replace it. Time is passing now, too, yet again. Well, what do you know, we nearly didn't recognize it this time either. The way it's looking today? We must go to the hairdresser right away and get a manicure, so that we're perceived as well-groomed women, untouched by time. Yes, we have to subject ourselves to this torture, otherwise there'll soon be too much earth under our fingernails bitten down to the quick from working in the garden. There's nothing illegal about the black under our nails. We got the dirt under our nails from gardening, and we're going to go on with it now, this healthy activity, before we ourselves end up under the earth. Before that we should still be looked at nicely a couple of times, and be acknowledged as women. Today, once again, we clearly rise above the men. Do you see us? Today it can be taken for granted that we have a profession and are independent. The amount that I've written about that, and it was all completely unnecessary. Well, I never. It's you. The woman has stopped the car on a very steep, narrow road where she once lived. Here, this little house, inherited from her parents, in order to keep it, now keeps others better than she could have done. A roofer's van is parked outside. Evidently the roof is to be renovated at last. The woman sold the house 2 years earlier to settle in the country, an old dream that is now over. The seduction of dreams lasts for years. The seduction of people happens more quickly. Now, while I wasn't watching, the woman has been recognized by a former neighbor who's taking her dog for a walk. The dog is brand new and bored. Have you dropped by for a visit? I haven't seen you for at least a year. You're looking well. Oh, thank you. But this short dialogue, almost all of which I have left out, ensures that the woman doesn't dare to stop and look at her former house for a little longer. Nice people bought it from her. Look, they've got children who are intended to grow up in the healthier air of the suburb, which supposedly comes straight from Schneeberg Mountain, but has for some time been living in sin with the Flötzersteig refuse incinerator. The partner is usually the last to know. And in their own house. Look, there's a tricycle in the front garden. Mommy didn't insist on the child bringing it into the house, although the garden gate is less than 3 feet high and anyone could climb over. Nice, harmless people. Have they ever suffered because of something? Nearby 4 frog sculptures and 2 crow sculptures, in amusing poses. They're talking to each other. Just look how nice they've made their stay here, because they don't need to go anywhere. The house disappears beside the woman, who reluctantly, she would rather be alone now, allows herself to be pulled along by the neighbor on the short lead of a rather one-sided conversation. No surprises emerge from this mouth still familiar from earlier days. It is as if time, which before could still walk, has now stood still, and only the people had gone on. Well, perhaps they've gone further than was good for them. The people haven't noticed that time has stood still. They were so deep in conversation, like these 2 women. Who hears a weak cry, which has no need to emphasize itself, and so remains almost inaudible? No one. The women walk on. The dog is supposed to be taken up to the camping meadow of the municipality of Vienna, and run, play, or scrap a little with colleagues. It is to enjoy itself in the good air, like a song suddenly loudly sung across the meadow, without any echo. The dog is allowed to repeat the exercise every day. The lucky thing. The trails disappear before they were drawn. People come closer to themselves, because no one else does it. No, they run after each other and never catch anyone. No, that's wrong, too. They would gladly come closer to one another, but it's usually not wanted. Everyone wants to look for something of their own. A house of their own, a child of their own, a partner of their own, entirely for themselves alone. No one is satisfied with a room of their own anymore. Everyone would even prefer to have their own TV channel, because they never like what's on offer. The dead are particularly inconsiderate because they evade us and the media, which report on dead things. Or have you ever seen a more live person than the folk song sprayer Karl Moik, the last thing you saw before you fainted? Well, and even he's dead, as soon as he ended up on the TV screen, although his face is still thrashing around as if he had to escape a shark. So have you ever seen anything alive outside of the nature programs, which had to be specially dedicated to life? Otherwise we wouldn't know that this landscape lies here and nevertheless lives. We wouldn't have seen it, unless, thanks to the considerable magnification which the camera granted them, ants, beetles, and larvae would fill the screen, blown up to giant size. Please lend your ear and meanwhile watch as the woman now ascends the meadow, which tops off the hill. No, it doesn't go any higher. It only goes downhill again on 2,000 more pages, which, however, I shall spare you. So, now we're there. The grass is meager, but already really green, greener than in Styria. The spring is definitely further advanced, and now it is already somewhere else altogether. Summer will soon be here, but I shall likewise be somewhere else altogether. I hope I shall meet it there, too, this summer. The dog is let off the leash and toddles off. On the way he has already raised his legs several times at the side of the road. Now that the whole hill, the whole meadow are available to him, he'll proceed more selectively with his urine. He looks for a lady to whom he could be married for 2 minutes. That's silly. None there. The dog finds a like-minded companion, sniffs around her genitals, and then right away they hurry off together. The woman's former neighbor has long ago joined a club which consists of dog owners. These are people who prefer dogs to other people. They get on, also invite each other around in turn. The woman takes her leave, relieved that the neighbor has found her doggy conversation group and has blended into this nice little circle. With many good wishes. Visit us more often. Don't you want to come for a coffee afterwards? No, thank you. I just wanted to drop by the old place before you've all completely forgotten me, ha-ha. A human formation strides through the play area of their animals, who, mostly in playful fashion, pounce on one another and form interesting alliances. Just look at those two attacking a third. Why on earth? No, they won't do anything. They won't do anything. Don't worry. They never bite. And if they bite today, then tomorrow they'll again never have done it. Be like new, or almost like new, because the vet will meanwhile have stapled 2 clips in their pleura. The group moves off. The people put their heads together and chat. The animals don't put themselves together, because now is not the right time for that. Some are weighed down by their corpulence. They are not at all weighed down by problems. They are very spoiled and well-fed and altogether happy, although one cannot talk to them in their native tongue. The woman, who is barked at once or twice, because the animals have never seen her on their patch and are confused by the unfamiliar figure, who has not got a 4-legged friend on a leash and isn't carrying a leash in her hand either, by which one could recognize a like-minded person, this person who has perhaps never understood how to attach someone or something to herself. Animals sense that. Their hearts become completely indifferent, and they take their leave without any visible sign. They simply take off. The figure stops now and looks down at the city, whose southern segment, which lies before her now with the perfect clarity which sometimes follows the sunrise, which has released these pictures, which now break out impatiently from behind the cordon and far beyond, as far as the irregular silhouette of the high-rises at Alt-Erla. The underground goes all the way out there now, which on the other side goes as far as Ottakring, a real triumph for the inhabitants, because it's just the place they always wanted to get to. Now, at last, they can. Here, the corpse-like finger of the lighting tower of engineer Gerhard Hanapi Stadium, the scanty parking lots in front of it are completely out of sight. To the right is the West Motorway. One can see a bit of it before it disappears between the hills of the Vienna woods. Over there is the Auhof. Look, they've built a cine-center there. The red neon sign can be easily made out, even in the daytime, because it's never turned off, and the lime-green neon lights of the last gas station before the motorway can be admired in all the magnificence and citrus freshness which a company has provided them with. The horizon gently rocks the eyeballs of the woman who has stopped to look across the city, which once, in part at least, was hers, to sleep. Yet she convulsively opens her eyes wide. She wants to see everything, everything. And her gaze should also be garnished with church spires, domes, roofs, gasometers, Second World War tower bunkers. The dear places of culture, to which the woman once strode as to work in the fields, are not to be seen. Wrong part of town. The head hair of the city flows somewhere else. One would have to follow the Wiental further, but the Wiental doesn't follow one either. On the left there, the Steinhof, with the lunatic asylum, and the famous, unfortunately dilapidated church built by Otto Wagner, which every child knows, and not many children will still get to know, apart from those who in the Nazi period were injected to death after starvation, cold, sick. No, they weren't sick, but they were given drugs which made them vomit unceasingly, unstoppably, and beating cures, which no one had to invent because they already existed. A relatively large number of these children are still represented by their brains in jars. because it will soon collapse, the church. One would have to go over that way in order to see St. Stephen's Cathedral, but there the view is vigorously limited and checked by a small hill, together with an old quarry, by a hill which presses forward, perhaps because it thinks that people could not bear so much beauty. And then we have to call emergency again. The mixed canine-human group has meanwhile disappeared around the bend. It'll be about 10 minutes before it re-emerges, although individual animal heralds, who have run ahead, again and again impatiently appear on the horizon with little sticks, and the doggy rearguard, which has remained behind, is bending over something that it wants to eat, but will not agree with it. The woman is completely alone. She is not in Paris or London. She's in Vienna. She would have quite liked to travel to Paris and London again. Well, it probably won't happen now. In the country there's always something good and useful to do, is what she thought, until someone else took it from her, who is extremely interested in everything she has. Where it was necessary, he took it in hand, also her. That is what one does in the country. To take something in hand and carry out tasks which are so complicated that the woman never saw through them, and from now on doesn't want to see through them. She often cried out when he, with his wealth of movements, climbed over her, and, not to be softened by anything, tossed her little burden around, depending on which side he wanted to penetrate her, while she pleaded for him to give her love. But nothing comes of nothing. Through him she found her soul, she tells herself. It's no use. She doesn't know what to do with her soul. In her he found a building that he could slip into. So one dwells in the other in order to live at last. Only there are some who need more of that than others, who only need a partner in order to be filled with light and the capacity for love. Like this empty vessel, which she is without him, the woman, this dull cup, which is filled with nothing but itself and cannot even see to the bottom. Why she does something like that? She doesn't see to the bottom of things any more. She has poured herself out, but no one wiped her up. Perhaps it's all a form of madness. Well, at best a little form, into which children press their sand in order to push it into their neighbor's eye. Town and country. What more did I want to say that has nothing to do with psychological self-analysis, which I have hereby brilliantly mastered? The land is its activities, because it has to be constantly created, wrested from the soil, also from the animals. The city is the activities of others. It is already there, even if there's always new building going on. The city is what was always already there. Reflecting things flash in the sunlight, panes of glass, roof ridges, tin roofs, cars. Another reflects on houses. Let him have them. He's no mere employee, that he would have to earn them. He's a civil servant. He has called something forth and thrown away the bones. No need to bone up himself. Up to every trick, imposing no moderation on himself. A shared happiness will not be created. Savings will not be put down anywhere. That's too bad. The bank can't always be giving. It has to take as well. Of course, always more than it gives, otherwise it wouldn't be a bank, but a church charity organization, but not it either. We've got administration costs to bear, and the rest is borne by others. Where do you expect it to come from? The city is more and more coming to life. The clock is moving forward. Laughter, cries, the calls of the dog army are approaching again. Has she really been standing here for 10 minutes already, the woman? It's not enough. It's never enough. But at least she will have gone for a short walk here. Crows rise comfortably and expertly through the air. They settle on one of the trees and talk to one another by copying us and breathing in a bit of air at the same time. And, how amusing, eating a shriveled apple that they've found somewhere. If the bird on the top of the magnificent blue spruce, a sly, cultivated species from some country or other, which didn't want to have it there and so expelled it, a plant which could surely suddenly begin to speak and go away, so that I don't have to see it any more. but I'll have to go sooner than it will. It has got a permanent foothold here, the stinging, disgusting thing. Now opens its beak in order to caw. The apple will fall to the ground. The woman laughs involuntarily, when this is exactly what happens. A black dog hurries up. The crow unfortunately has to shout at it, and so loses its precious piece of fruit. That's how fast it happens sometimes, although we don't advocate that animals should be dispossessed. And yet most of them even have to give up their lives for one reason or another. As we do, only more humbly and painfully. We owe them a debt of gratitude that they sacrifice themselves for us. And even if they do it involuntarily, it's still nice of them, isn't it? Whom are we supposed to eat? We can't even take what we sit on or what we've set our hearts on with us. But some don't know that and measure people by their possessions. And then they prefer to take the possessions and just leave the people. So now a person stands there, looks stupid and out across a Central European city, calmly examines it and doesn't believe that her eyes are really right in what they see. It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean anything if in a city one looks at the other inhabitants. It doesn't mean anything if in the country one looks at the other inhabitants. It only counts more because there are fewer people. That's why the woman moved away back then. In order, perhaps, to be more important somewhere else, where there's less competition than here. That's okay. It worked. She can still play the piano as well, which is rarer in the country than a shot fired from a rifle. Desires were told to her, and that she would be important for their fulfillment, but not essential. Now we'll make another impression and go to the hairdresser we always used to go to. It's likewise in this suburb, only on the other side, a small new building with shops on the ground floor. We're now proceeding there. Please follow us at last. The dogs are coming. We're going now. We're going to look nice. We'll have our hair and our eyelashes and our nails done, and then we'll go away again, to serve them up in peace and quiet, somewhere else, to someone else. After the full treatment, this hair will have become so healthy and strong that one could hang oneself with it. For one bird, just one hair would be enough for this purpose. We're coming slowly. We're coming alone. We'd rather come as a twosome, which has the small advantage 4 eyes see better than 2. What happens if one doesn't want to see anything at all? I wish you all something big and important, but very few of you will get it. At her old hairdresser, the woman can be fitted in between 2 customers who aren't in a hurry. The salon has just opened in order to lend youthful elasticity to locks, which it has to create in the first place. Wash, cut, and set. You're really due another perm. No, it won't come out yet. Instead, we'll give it a nice reddish tint. If you think about your property, it'll certainly be a plus. Everything would be a plus. The one whom you would do it for didn't notice it in the holy disorder in which he lives, and of which he is not a part. But we rub the dye on our head nevertheless. It's no big deal. It can't do any harm, but it won't do any good either. The water pours maternally out from the hand shower, as cool as possible, please, it's better for the hair, and takes the backward-leaning head in its arms with gentle murmuring, envelops it, gently strokes it. For the moment it can't concern itself with the expression on the face, the water. It has the task of rinsing out the surplus dye and leaving some of it over, a remnant, which is, however, the essential part of this procedure. The concerned express themselves in newspaper columns, but not for this woman, who would at last like to express herself through her body, but remains an onlooker who at the sight of Claudia Schiffer turns pale to the roots of her hair. It's not easy to read while one's hair is being washed, nor when it's being cut either. But then, under the dryer, we can look through a couple of magazines so that we know what we'll have missed when we no longer need the new spring wardrobe. Ah, Nice and warm. The towel, that's always a good moment. The drying. And the cutting is quite interesting, too. Now the nails at last get their due. Still biting your nails? You're quite a big girl now, madam. Not every heart is heartfelt, but this one suspects that it won't have much more time to be friendly to the right person. Out of her imprisonment in herself, into which unfortunately she let another, the wrong one at the wrong time, the woman forces a few nice words out of herself as if she were a person like every other. The words hop out of her mouth into inhospitable reality. It sounds as if someone had let them depart without eagerness, without anger. No, it sounds more as if an insect were dropping its shell. But the creature is too small for that to cause even the softest scratching on the ground. So. Finished. Please take a look at the back as well, all right? The hairdresser holds up the round mirror behind the woman's head. The apprentice brushes over the pullover because of the tip. Everything takes its course. But which one? Where does it end? Time will tell. No, it doesn't tell anything. Very smart, thank you. Out of good manners, a good tip is distributed. The woman feels as if someone with a sharp knife had scraped the last meat from her bones, and now the last bone is to be boiled down as well. Well, there are enough round here who are hard-boiled. In fact, they're the majority. Let's give the dog the bone. Perhaps it at least will enjoy eating us. We just end up in the soup. There's something comical about wishing for something. One won't know yet that one's probably not going to get it. Over long distances, across which the wind whistles and the wild beasts hunt, this human being here is called a nice, polite woman. Once she allowed the country policeman to take a nude photo of her. In which drawer will that be found? At any rate, right at the bottom. No fear, it's been thrown away long ago. It was snapped for a special reason. But for which? Perhaps the man took it to spur himself on again and again, to be able to look at her when he is weary of the sight of her. He surely won't have taken it if he didn't have to. Or to laugh at her with others at the inn, in the station, while changing beside the lockers. In the shower? That would be nice. On a romantic tour or a dream holiday, one can get to know one's dream partner. But what to do if one already knows him? Then one simply never makes the trip again to all the romantic places. Perhaps this man feels a need to forget being alone. Perhaps it's no effort for him to go to bed with her. Perhaps he would have quite liked her if he had got to know her. No, the future tells me. Well, not that. Don't worry so much about it. Worry about something else. You must have your own souvenirs, and take good care of your savings bank books. The woman has for a long time behaved with excessive reserve, and now the opposite is the case. She can't stop herself busily and tirelessly looking for the man everywhere. But probably the interest on her side will be much greater. Yes, that's the way it is. She will fall passionately in love with him. She will become a climbing plant, will smother with kisses, until the man will have to fear for his limbs. And that's exactly how it turned out. But no, the man is afraid of nothing. He drives for miles around in order to be afraid, but is never afraid. She would go on for years, lying in wait for him everywhere, offering him her chambers, in which he will never want to live, unless they had previously been abandoned by her, the woman, for his sake. She knows that very well. She wouldn't be able to stop herself. She would always be shooting out of a place of ambush, like an adder, and shoving her tongue in his ear, because he'd liked that a single time, but not a second time, at least not from her, but perhaps he secretly wants it after all, who knows? She knows that he doesn't want it. No, he's quick and rather bright, and he would already know now if he ever wanted it again. He knows what he wants and what he doesn't. She would, if possible, press herself so firmly against him till he would feel the hard walls of the house right through her. Brick, concrete, plaster. He would like that better. The woman could furthermore make it very clear that she is ready to repeat something like that at any time. Yet she is herself a repeat of this wonderful model in this photograph. Only she looks quite different. Where on earth is the architect's plan of the house? Yesterday it was still in the drawer. The man makes the communication, and signs it with his dear name, which is not yet worth anything, but will soon be worth something when he has her house and her off his back. I would of course I would certainly like to marry you. Believe me, if it was up to me, immediately. If only I could, not now, but perhaps somewhat later it'll perhaps work out that we become a couple. But I would rather be one with you, how shall I put it? Couple is too little. We have to fuse with one another and become entirely one. What? That's impossible? It is possible. In this house it can be realized. This house is clean, spacious, and comfortable. Why should I, of all people, not want to live here? I have calculated that's the fastest way of coming by a house, which then later my grandson Patrick is to get. Then everybody in the family has one, because the old dear will soon take her DTs away with her to hospital and then out to the cemetery. Her house, however, she will have to leave here with Ernst, who has been waiting a long time for it. Nobody digs a grave so huge that a house will fit in. For that we would need a company of the Yugoslav Federal Army. They're used to that. Best of all, I would like to enter the house and then sew it up behind me, like a living body from the upper middle class. Such a treasure. Whoever could raise it would have hit the jackpot, even if under very special conditions. Am I still talking about the house, or about a human body now? My mommy always mixed it up, too, and peed everywhere, in every corner. That's why I don't know so much about it. I only know one thing. Bricks last better and longer than flesh. High-grade steel lasts even longer. So why stick with people, even if they are good for us and good to us? Even this paint on the kitchen cabinet will last longer than I will. A fir grows green. Who knows where? In the wood. A rose bush. In which garden? They are chosen, sure. Remember, O soul, to grow and blossom by your grave. Or something like it. I am not so choice that I know it all by heart. I bring everything together once again, but as usual can't hold it, and let it drop at the last moment. Boing! The woman wants to feel sheltered, and yet at the same time, nevertheless, feel free. She wants to feel a great deal else besides. I'm sorry, it's not possible. She's the type who wants to be led, as her dear parents led her. I'm sorry, it's not possible. So now the situation is as follows. In return for his friendliness, the man demands her property, which is her house. The woman would in future never be able to forget the exceptional harmony of this relationship, so it's better that there's no future any more, for the woman knows, I could never forget it, this great happiness. The woman is not deceived by her feelings, but certainly by the matter itself. Should one bleed to death like a beast freshly slaughtered, while the sun plays around the still untouched real estate? Should one wither like a plaster cast, while the real concerns that one has all go under one after the other? It's much too cold for that. Should one sit down at all in a car, when it hardly feels the small burden that one represents? Should one wave to someone from the window, who doesn't even look, because the eyes of the house are shut and don't sense that the heavens lie heavy upon them? Do you see the little clouds there on the window pane? There are none. These are streaks, which the cleaning material has left behind, although in front of millions of witnesses it promised never to do such a thing. It is not heaven which appears on this glass. One must be fair. No one promised it to us either. If someone lies once, He's not believed a second time, even when he's telling the truth. I say to this slimming drink, which, yes, that one too, didn't keep its word to me and my girlfriend, and now it's my turn to get a word in. I hold it fast like a dear close family member, which I don't have. So it's my turn to speak. But I didn't notice in time, and now I'm talking nonsense. I beg your pardon. But for you, too, there is bound to be a program on which you can present your concerns. If companies and politicians lie in public, then you don't have to stick to the truth in this talk show either. What? You have your own truth? But you are certainly not the only one. That is also something you'll come to understand in the course of this program, which we can now finally dispatch. You should take that in. We shall also need a new dress, and so we'll buy it at Fürnkrans on Kärntnerstrasse. That's a very exclusive shop. The woman wouldn't normally shop here anymore. It's not worth it for the country. The dress is of brightly colored flowered silk and rather expensive, but it was worth it to me. It is the crowning, but not of Jacob's monarch coffee. It is the crowning of a woman who for once in her life would like to be queen, or at least a Snow White, who doesn't care whether she sleeps or wakes, because Snow White wouldn't know which was which. So sleep, my child. But first we have to drive back home, where the bed is. The midday traffic isn't so bad. And once we're on the highway, then we'll get ahead somehow. The crash barriers will tell us how. No one cares for the woman, so she must somehow care for herself. She must take something with plenty of alcohol, a wonderful red wine, vino classico something, that's healthy. Even a glass a day increases life expectancy. But no, that would really not have been necessary. First, the woman dresses nicely and does her hair once more in the proper sequence. So, now lipstick, eyeshadow, mascara. Go to the toilet. Only then the silk panties, matching the chemise, which we're already wearing and which we bought at the same time. Before we admit defeat, we spend a lot of money on pretty underwear. Even women who resemble a sheer rock face, because one can't land on them, are turned soft as laundry in the hands of the mighty fabric softener which pours a small capful into the final wash, the only one to be really gentle to us. If we cap it all and put on this little hat, then we really do look silly. Then the stuff runs down over our ears. Aha! Now for once you look at yourself with your empty eyes, and you don't like what you see? Why don't you like it? Well, I think the decision of this woman, who is merely groping for life, yes, this woman here, she's just got her fingers burnt again. The decision was the right one. Where is the note, on which we wrote down everything ourselves? Where is the little tube, which we stole from our best friend who had an epileptic dog, which is dead now too, from the cabinet in the bathroom? We don't need to ask, because we've already known it all the time. The drug is phenobarbital, and in pure form, whereby the veterinary drug supplier, R & Company, in V, smoothly circumvents the law on addictive substances, quite legally, incidentally. Well, not quite. In the hands of an experienced vet, this drug can blossom and do an animal good. In our hands, it can only turn to ashes. Which isn't hard. Every cigarette can do the same. The theft was not legal. No, it was permissible theft for immediate consumption. We're not going to make ourselves punishable after death, since it will have become completely unnecessary. A little tube of tablets is raised to the mouth, and the contents are swallowed one after the other. The alcohol runs cheerfully and comfortingly, no, it doesn't hurt, no need to worry, alongside, and snaps at the funny round things sliding down the throat there. Hurrah! Why is life suddenly so cheerful? We always have to stop when it's nicest, says a child, who appears in the doorway and goes to the piano, also feeling her way, but she will surely hit the right keys, otherwise there'll be trouble. Otherwise there'll be trouble. Yes, indeed. You heard. Trouble. Unsatisfactory. Favorite music is heard. If one really wants to go, one can make everything nice and comfortable for oneself, can't one? The shoes should fit, because it's a long way. Such a bonne vivante, we wouldn't have thought it of her. Suddenly she's like a rubber stamp, which would like to press itself down somewhere. We've chosen this point in time, of all times, when we can't stand up any more, in order to look at our own impressions from a distance. So something is left of us after all. How nice. Well, then we'll just have to make an impression here, where we're lying down. It doesn't matter. That was not only the man. That is the man. He will be the man for the rest of my life, the only man I really love. I would always be comparing all other men to him. He shall also get the whole of my earthly possessions. In particular, this house, and everything in it. No, not me. He can have me accompanied out first. The funeral is already paid for. The grave is ready. He gets what remains. At least I have got this beautiful new silk dress, this shining red tint in my hair, and in this glass, both of which cost me a bit. Perhaps he will resent these expenses. Everything already belongs to him. My best black pumps, although I have already worn them a couple of times, and which are perhaps familiar to the audience at concerts or the opera, to one or two among you, ladies and gentlemen, if you, like me, who is quickly embarrassed by something, have looked disconcertedly at the floor because the horn player has fluffed his entrance. That's how I would like to fall to the floor, like a wrongly played note. But I'm already lying in bed and cannot get up. I won't get out of it again. I have locked up my telephone. Who knows what I would have got up to otherwise? I would perhaps, with a foolish smile and apologetic words, have called emergency. But the emergency will soon be over anyway. I would injure myself if I lost the beat and went my own way. In order. Just look at me. Here I am. Shall I swallow a switched-on light bulb so that you see me at last? Then I would rather swallow this all-purpose adhesive, which would still be detected in my bone marrow in 30 years' time if someone went to the bother of taking a closer look there, of all places. But no one ever wanted to get to the bottom of me anyway, which besides is no deeper than a footbath. No one there who would open my mouth and remove the poisonous little pieces. An unusual procedure, but one sometimes used for resuscitation. The woman. She doesn't look like a corpse, only like someone sleeping, I would say, if something like that existed, like a sleeping corpse. Rather attractive, in fact, after death, which smooths the features. Only a holy bleeding to death would get as many points. But then one would have a blue pallor or something. Soon there won't be another wake-up phase, since there will be no more waking up. So, now this is it. The eyes cannot be opened any more, so that someone who is not particularly interested can try to read something in them. Now you know why, in the world of fairy tales and legends, the long-time sleep of characters so often turns out to be tricky. Secretive kind of staying alive. It's down to appearance. We have the choice. Fall down dead, fall down in a faint, pretend to be dead, or be dead. No need to worry. She's only sleeping, the old maid, without a kiss of assent, but with the attested assent in the envelope on the pillow beside her. She proudly pinned her hopes on her property, the mother's child, and she was right. The property may leave now. No one will be waiting at the door, watch in hand, for it to come home. It can also, as far as I'm concerned, come into other hands, because even property sometimes needs a bit of variety. A shudder passes through the woman. I call her by her name one last time. Oh, it's slipped my mind. Perhaps I never knew it. It's not written down here, is it? I was merely notified by her to write this down. Careful. Sleep will come now. Be quiet. I'm still speaking. Sleep is knocking at this door. Immediately goes purposefully up to the brain stem, scrambles further, in order first of all to create favorable physiological conditions for itself. Come, sweet sleep, walk on in. When all is silent and only one speaks, it's called a teaching period. Any volunteers? No one? Well, then chemistry will speak in my place, I don't mind. And it says breathing flat to arrested, circulation weak to collapsed, temperature below normal, and deterioration of kidney activity to the point of anuria, hence the name Barbara anuria. Let's leave it at that. Where she's lying, we no longer have to concern ourselves with the Holzer blisters, an all-too-late and somewhat unsuccessful wedding dress. Also, the signs of the dying heart will have been superseded in the ECG by the dead heart. There was no dependency on the drug. Would also be very unusual today. These drugs have gone right out of fashion. There can be no reason whatsoever which would be compelling enough to prescribe such drugs to pregnant women. Please don't do it if you are a doctor. Who's compelling whom? One can't even compel someone to wear a skirt instead of trousers. A woman sinks to her own feet, but is prevented from doing so by her bed. The dress, too, is not permitted to fall in a forward way. This person will be forwarded. The address is already written out. One can still put one's finger on the best of her. It is brick, is glass, concrete, steel, and plaster. No more than that. Ridiculous that the birds should chirp, or that one person should lead another to his mouth, and then the latter still doesn't find the entrance. It was an accident.
This has been an Audible Modern Classics production. For more Audible Modern Classics, please go to audible.com. Executive producer, Maria Olson. Producers, Mike Charzik and Jason Ojalvo. Production coordinator, Kat Lambrix. Engineered and directed by Josh Barch and Ian Hackney. Edited by C.J. DeJaneiro. Music by Michael Whalen. Copyright 2000 by Rowolt Verlag Reinbeck. Production copyright 2009 by Audible Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.